SLV County Championship. Insurance, fixture, against Middlesex. Once again, we'd like to thank you for your patience and cooperation. There are a few changes to our usual match day experiences. We appreciate your visit to the ground isn't going to be quite the same as what we're all used to. So for your spectators, staff and players is of course our top priority. With that in mind, we kindly ask if you haven't already done so, you can find your allocated seats which should be found on your match ticket and remain in this seat for the duration of your time on the ground, unless there's a available food, drink cabinets or the available toilet facilities. If you do need any assistance in locating your allocated seat, please do not hesitate to contact Runner Stewards, who will be happy to help you. When moving around the ground, please do ensure that you are wearing a face covering. However, this does not need to be worn when you are sat in your designated seat. Please respect everyone around you and maintain social distancing throughout your time on the ground. Now let's check out with the Barclays to go for a range of food and beverages today. The two main outlets are the Panic Bar in the indoor stall opposite the pavilion and the Geary Bar next to the manual store box. So the nearest outlet for those in the yellow and green seats is the Panic Bar, and for those in the orange and red seats it's the Geary Bar. They will be serving hot and cold food hot food from 12 and alcohol from 11. There are also 3 other food outlets, one outside the Panic Bar, one behind the manual stores, and also behind the red seats in the pavilion car park. Please note also that this is a cashless stadium, so any credit or debit cards can be accepted. We'd also like to remind everyone that due to current COVID-19 restrictions, we are unable to permit a re-entry into the Uptonsteel County ground, so please do bear this in mind if you need to leave the ground. And once again, we'd like to thank CWA for our match sponsors for this LV Insurance County Championship. It is fantastic to see our members and fans back at the Uptonsteel County ground. We look to see your photos online, so make sure you tweet us and tag in at Leicestershire CCC and we'll share the results.
Well, you chose to put it up there. Come on, let's get you out there, boys, before the rain comes.
Well, good morning everybody from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 2 of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. BBC Radio's Bristol and Gloucestershire and Leicester bringing you ball-by-ball commentary. The commentators for this game, Ed Seaborn for the former and myself, Richard Ray, for the latter. Leicestershire about to resume their first innings in a pretty good position. They're 357 for 5. The highlight of the day as far as the Foxes were concerned. A very fine 148 from the Australian Test opener Marcus Harris, and he and the Leicestershire skipper Colin Ackerman put on 160 for the third wicket. Ackerman scoring a very solid half-century. Lewis Hill also made a half-century, but the general feeling is that Gloucestershire came back strongly last night. Leicestershire at one stage 299 for 3. Glenn Phillips then pinned Harris leg before wicket. Lewis Hill was bowled by Dan Worrell and generally got a lot of control back in that final session, the Gloucestershire seamers. And if they can get Leicestershire out for under 400, they won't be entirely displeased with their efforts. The umpires are heading out into the middle. The umpires who were stony-hearted as far as Gloucestershire were concerned yesterday, turning down any number of appeals for leg before wicket. They are Nick Cook and Russell Warren. They'll be followed by the Gloucestershire team emerging from the pavilion below us, and the two not-out Leicestershire batsmen, Ben Mike, who has just 2, and Harry Swindles, who has 25. The weather is highish cloud. It is dry at the moment, unlike down in London or at Chelmsford, where play hasn't been able to start because of rain. The possibility is for a little bit of drizzle this morning. At the moment, however, as I say, it is dry and reasonably fair. So hopefully we'll get a good session of play this morning.
Yeah, I think the chances at the moment seem to be that we should get a full day's play in, he says with such confidence. However, either way, I reckon whatever happens, Gloucestershire will need to come out this morning firing on all cylinders and all those cliches, because they've got to try and get Leicestershire out as quickly as possible, and preferably they would like to bowl them out for fewer than 400, which is going to be some task. But either way, they need to bowl them out quickly and get batting and keep batting for some length of time today and tomorrow, really.
And from Gloucestershire's point of view, a little bit of good news is that Ryan Higgins is going to open the bowling for Gloucestershire. That is obviously good news because he's a good bowler, but also because we were watching him have a little bit of a fitness test on what looked to be a slightly iffy right knee this morning. He has got a sort of bandaged brace on it, just to give it a little bit of support, but he did seem to be moving okay as he had that test, and indeed bowled a few loosening deliveries as well. He's running to the crease now, just practicing his run through. Umpire Cook waves at the scorers, not because he's being friendly, just to make sure that they are awake and watching him. Harris and Cook have a quick word. Harry Swindles will be on strike. He had 2 slips behind him, sitting alongside the on-loan wicketkeeper Johnny Tattersall. Otherwise a single saving field as Higgins runs in and bowls to Swindles, very straight, and Swindles all care and attention as he leans forward and plays the delivery off middle stump out towards mid-on, and there is no run. Both Leicestershire captain Colin Ackerman and the head coach Paul Nixon have talked about a total of sort of 450. They want at least another 100. That is in the figure that's sort of in their mind. Anything more than that, a bonus. In goes Higgins, bowls, and Swindle's going to pick up a run there as he leans forward to a wide swinging delivery, pushes it into the gap in the covers and picks up a couple. Got a little bit becalmed yesterday, Harry Swindles. His first sort of 15 or 20 runs scored almost at a run a ball. In fact, he had his first lovely cracking cover drive for 4. Then just became a little becalmed towards the end of the day, but also that was a reflection on how well Gloucestershire bowled in that final session. As Higgins is in, bowls outside off stump, a late decision to leave from Swindles. It was in that corridor, shall I, shan't I? In the end he decided not to, and it was correct, but it wasn't far from off stump.
No, promising start for Higgins overall, and it was a bit of a worrying moment when you saw him walking to start with that knee brace, but he seemed to shake it off quite quickly and gave a big thumbs up and a smile to the strength and conditioning coach.
Higgins is in, bowling on off stump, forward, big stride. Swindles pushing it out to Dent, who's at mid-off, and there's no run. BBC Radio's Bristol and Gloucestershire listeners, if you weren't with us yesterday, just a warning that every half hour, top of the hour, just about 2 minutes after the top of the hour and after half past, there is a little update that is done for BBC Radio Leicester. And here comes the first, very shortly. After this Higgins delivery, bowls turned off his legs by Swindles down towards long leg, and it will be a single. Here comes the update. They've moved on to 360 for 5. We've just had 5 balls of the day so far, bowled by Gloucestershire's Zimbabwe-born all-rounder Ryan Harris. Harry Swindles has worked them away for 3 runs. He's moved on to 28. Ben Mike is with him on 2. Cool and cloudy down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground this morning. The Foxes will be keen to add at least another 100 to their overnight score. They'll then be in a position of some command in the game. At the moment, they're 360 for 5. Ben Mike gets a slightly shorter ball from Ryan Higgins that he clips away down to third man, stands up tall, works it away off the back foot through the vacant gully area down to third man. He was on top of the bounce. Higgins disappointed with that delivery, and probably that over as a whole, really. It was generally a little bit unthreatening. There were a couple of good deliveries in there, but Leicestershire able to pick up 4 runs and get their scoreboard moving.
Looks as though David Payne will start things off this morning from the Bennett end, and David Payne, 13 overs, 3 mains, 1 for 33, got an early strike yesterday morning with the new ball, getting rid of Hassan Azad for 4, and bowled pretty well overall, but like many Gloucestershire bowlers, I think he would suggest that he maybe deserved more than he got. But I think particularly Josh Shaw is the bowler that you would say most would deserve to feel hard done by, because there were 2, well, harrow drives, let's call them, between batsman and stumps, both of which went to the boundary as well. David Payne will bowl, and Mike drives, and he will pick up just a single as Tom Lace runs back from backward point to do the fielding. Almost overshoots Johnny Tattersall, gives him a bit of work to do to get the legs moving early in the morning, running backwards and grabbing it with one hand. Single taken to start things off from David Payne. 362 for 5, and Leicestershire so far coming out in a positive frame of mind, and why wouldn't they, really? There's no reason to think about blocking a half hour this morning. Here's Payne, he's in and bowls, and well, having said that, you don't want to play shots like that. The ball coming back in towards Swindles, a pretty nasty swish outside the off stump, and it's through to Johnny Tattersall. And David Payne, he's not really like that at all. You don't tend to see him stand there and stare very often, but sometimes the cumulative effect of what's happened over a day and now a couple of balls take their toll. Payne in and bowls, and there's an inside edge drive which goes out towards mid-wicket in the end as the bat turns in Swindle's hand, and it's picked up by Cobain at mid-wicket.
Well, this ball should be pretty much at its best as far as the bowlers are concerned. It's only just over 16 overs old, so under the cloud, although it's not that warm or humid, under the cloud might be a little bit of extra swing this morning for the likes of Payne.
Here is Payne. He's there. He bowls full and straight, and defended on the bounce back to David Payne. And there you go. David Payne does not elect for the needless shy at the stumps. As I say, he's just not like that. You just don't see him stand there and assert his fast bowlerness on the batsman at all. Even he couldn't resist a stare. Second ball there. Here comes Payne. He's in and bowls to Swindles. And Swindles is, oh my goodness, it's happened again. He's gone for the cut shot, bottom edge, and it dribbles past the stumps, and Tattersall picks it up back there. And, well, still, Gloucestershire can't find that inside edge going onto the stumps.
Trying to be positive this morning, Harry Swindles. It might just be an indication Leicestershire would quite like to get the Gloucestershire batsmen in these conditions, have a go at them, but they do want their runs, so they do want these extra 100 runs, if that's the target, quite quickly.
Payne is up to the wicket and bowls, but further back of a length, and Swindles on the back foot, defending comfortably this time away towards cover. So just the single off the over, Payne could easily have had a wicket there, but he doesn't. Leicestershire 362 for 5, Swindles 28, and Mike 4, and like you say, they've clearly come out trying to play their shots. I think that's overall not a bad way to go, but at the same time, with Payne swinging the ball in that over, makes it rather difficult.
Morning to Martin on Twitter. He's playing tomorrow for the first time in a couple of years, batting in the top order. Some expert advice from the combox would be very welcome. Alas, Martin, you are leaning on a broken reed. Not too many experts in here, certainly, who would probably be qualified to give you advice in that respect. But head down. As a Ted Dexter used to say, it's a sideways game.
And remember a box. I think that's the advice that I would give.
Ryan Higgins is in past umpire Cook and bowls very straight to Ben Mike, who plays an equally straight bat in response on off stump, out into the offside, and there's no run. At Rich M. Ray, R-A-E, at Ed Cricket 6, that's the number 6 rather than letters 6, will reach us. Higgins is in and bowling outside off stump. Mike steps forward and just leaves his bat raised. An imposing figure at the crease, Ben. He's a well-built, very solid young man. Keeps himself very fit. An athlete and an all-rounder of a lot of potential.
Yeah, he batted very well in that first innings down at Bristol, and applied himself as well. It wasn't just all about the shot making at all.
Waiting with bat raised as Higgins again and bowls to him again on off stump. Again, Mike is all care and attention as he leans forward on off stump, plays it firmly out towards mid off, where Dent picks up, and as he's polishing the ball, has a good chat to extra cover, which has tended to be Cobain in this game. Whether it is until he turns around and I can see his number. It is 362 for 5. Higgins in bowls, a little bit of shape to the delivery, and stepping forward, Mike just lifts his bat over the line of the ball and indicates to Swindles that there was that little bit of shape. Morning, Jake. Luckily or unluckily for you, I'm back today. Where have you been? Working yesterday. As Higgins is in and bowling, Mike is waiting for a delivery on the front foot that actually wasn't of that good a length, and he had to wait a while. Didn't sort of really get up at all, though, as many deliveries haven't from this pavilion end. So just has to wait for a beat before steering it out towards point. Ben Mike off the front foot, still just 4 to him from 23 balls. Stands with bat raised as Higgins is in, bowls to him outside off stump, left by Mike and taken on the half volley by Tattersall, turning his head away just in case it bounced up. It didn't. End of the over, a maiden over from Ryan Higgins. 21 overs he's bowled now, 4 maidens, none for 69 his figures. And he hasn't just bowled by a long way the most overs for Gloucestershire this season, but he's bowled more overs than any other seamer in county cricket.
Yeah, I think I read, I didn't know that actually, but I did know that Simon Harmer had bowled some ridiculous number more overs than anybody else, but it doesn't surprise me at all that Higgins has bowled that number of overs. It's difficult to get the ball out of his hand when he's got something to work with, and he's not really. He's very happy to bowl 7-8 over spells, but hopefully that right knee doesn't continue to bug him as the season goes on. Payne is continuing. He bowls inside edge onto the pad from Swindles. Another flashing drive at a ball that was not really a half volley, and the inside edge this time cannoning into him and ricochets out into the offside. Payne is getting some swing this morning.
The other thing about being positive from Leicestershire's point of view is, of course, the extra batting bonus point, which they might be eyeing up. 99.1 overs, they've got 11 overs essentially.
Payne bowls, that's wider, and a bit of a misfield at extra cover, and it will be a single, as well, I would say he sort of got down, did extra cover.
He dived over it, didn't he?
Yes, and dived over the top of it.
Is it Shaw out there?
I think it is Higgins, is it?
Yeah, could be.
I think it might be Ryan Higgins. Anyway, single taken, Swindles up to 29 as Payne bowls, and that one comes into Ben Mike, and surely doing too much as it will cannon out into the short square leg region, and they'll come through for a leg by. 364 for 5 when you're swinging it that much and the batsman's trying to play through the leg side. That gives you rather a clue as to where the ball was likely to be heading, and not a particularly convinced shout at all by Gloucestershire. Here comes Payne, left arm over bowls, wide and driven. This time it's straight to Higgins at cover, and he motions to shy at the stumps, but Swindles had not moved a muscle out of his crease.
Must be in the 20s now, the appeals, mustn't it? Only one of which has been answered in the affirmative.
Well, I think the Ackerman LBW to his very first ball was the one in particular that you would say it was tough on Gloucestershire, I think. Payne bowls, outside off stump, this one just angles across, no swing back. Payne bowled that one a little bit more into the pitch that time, so one of the reasons why it didn't swing, and Swindles was not tempted this time to have a flirt with it outside the off stump. But yeah, I mean, of course you never know, but what a enormous moment that might have been to have removed Evans and then Ackerman in consecutive deliveries. Payne bowls, that one does come back towards Swindles, who opens the face, tries to guide it down towards third man, but Tom Lace moves across from backward point to prevent the run. So 2 off the over, 1 off the bat, 1 leg by, and Leicestershire 364 for 5, still looking to be positive and move their score well past 400 and potentially try to back Gloucestershire out of the game.
Just eyeing the sky a little nervously. It's sort of darkish away to the east and a little bit to the south. There isn't much wind today. Smoke from the chimney pretty much vertical. Here goes Higgins and bowls to Mike on off stump. Worked out into the offside, but without any aggression, just pushed out there, and then he indicates again, Mike, as I say, he's very expressive with his hand movements after each delivery. He lets you know exactly what's happened. He indicates that stayed a little low. Gloucestershire settling for containment up to a point at the moment. Higgins is in, bowls, Mike is looking to drive, isn't quite there, and comes off the bottom of his bat and immediately starts examining the bottom of his bat critically, carefully, make sure it isn't cracked. Still looking. Didn't sound very good. But as I say, so 9.4 overs left to get to 400. They need another 36 runs to do that. Higgins in on the back, well, not on the back foot, he's standing up. He's no great movement one way or t'other, but plays it firmly. Nice high left elbow, but only as far as dent at straight mid-off. And there's no play underway everywhere, essentially, except London and Chelmsford. Oh no, it's delayed at Canterbury as well now. So the south is suffering today. In goes Higgins and bowls. Mike is forward to a good length, straight delivery on off stump, defending it out into the offside. And there's no run. Innings break at Derby. It is Derby, is it, or Edgbaston, that one?
It is...
Derby.
Yeah.
Warwickshire having been bowled out for 274. And it's underway in Utrecht. As Higgins is in and bowls on off stump. Forward goes Ben Mike, defending it out to Hammond again. I beg your pardon, out to Dent again at mid-off, and again there's no run. I mention that because the Netherlands are playing Ireland in Utrecht, where my son lives now.
Looks like 50 over cricket for the purist, that one. 82 for 3 after 26 overs.
In goes Higgins and bowls, worked by Mike out towards mid-wicket, but a little bit too close to Dan Worrell. He of the lime-heeled boots moves to his right and makes the stop. Timed it quite nicely, but it was a defensive turn of the wrist really from Ben Mike. And another maiden over from Ryan Higgins. Mike and Swindles wandered down to have a word with each other. You just wonder whether batsmen are at the wrong end as far as Leicestershire are concerned, and that Swindles might be better facing Higgins in terms of working it away. He struggled a little bit against the swing and the additional pace of David Payne.
George Scott just making his way off the field with a rather fetching piece of Gloucestershire kit there, actually, a body warmer type thing. As Payne is ready to bowl, that one comes back towards Swindles, plays it sort of just wide of mid-on. Not sure that was entirely where he was looking to hit it to start with, but it's where it ended up, and he's picked up a single for it. Leicestershire 365 for 5, Swindles moving up to 30. I did keep an eye actually on that first match between Netherlands and Ireland, and I believe Netherlands won by 1 run, defending something like 196. So heavy going, it seems, over there as Payne bowls, and that's left alone by Mike. Nicely judged leave as the ball comes back towards him, and a few county cricketers involved over there with Brandon Glover, who's Northants, Tim van der Hochten from Glamorgan, and Freddie Glasson of Kent, and for Ireland, Paul Sterling and William Porterfield opening the batting for them, with Balburney at 3, George Dockrell, formerly of Somerset, as Payne bowls full, driven down the ground. Nice shot from Ben Mike, and he's stopped running halfway down the pitch because you can just admire it travelling to the straight boundary for 4. Ben Mike, with a lovely drive down the ground, moves his score up to, well, no, moves the score up to 8, and score 369 for 5. The scoreboard had already ticked over.
A lovely shot from Benjamin Wentworth Munro, Mike.
Yes, I enjoyed looking at that in the return fixture. So it's a good set of names.
Interesting that his biggest regret in cricket, and I quote, is trying to be perfect. Smacks a bit of perfectionism.
Payne bowls to Mike, and that's turned away nicely through mid-wicket by Ben Mike off the back foot. Just be a single as Josh Shaw moves across from mid-on, and the score 370 for 5. Mike up to 9. I still haven't found out whether it's Halhead or Hallhead for Miles Hammond, but he has I noticed his Twitter handle in the Who's Who still is his old Twitter handle, which is
Okay, it's changed.
Hammond
Okay.
tweets, something like that. But yes, he has changed it. Block capitals. Here comes Payne. Oh, he bowls, and that's a lovely delivery, which comes back in towards Swindles, and Swindles still hasn't moved from his position where it beat him. And through to Tattersall.
It's kind of what I meant about Mike being at this end, the taller batter. He looks a bit more comfortable against Payne. Swindle's struggling a little bit at the moment. He's got to 30 somehow or other.
Already a couple more inside edges today have not gone Gloucestershire's way. Payne bowls short, and Swindles ducks underneath it. So he saw that one rather well. 6 from the over. Leicestershire 370 for 5. No early strikes yet for Gloucestershire. Certainly not for the lack of trying, but so far their luck appears to be where it was yesterday. But Mike and Swindles also have started off in a positive frame of mind, and they've been rewarded for that as well.
So 13 off the... Is that right? Yeah, 13 off the first 6 overs of the day. Doesn't sound very many, is that correct? 357 to 370. That's right.
Have we had 6 overs yet?
Well, they're sanitising. Didn't feel that way, does it, really? But anyway, yes, we have. Min Rem 90.
Yes,
so
we have as well, yes.
6 overs done, 13 runs scored. There've been those maidens from Ryan Higgins as he rubs his hands together. Nick Cook chuntering away to Chris Dent. Higgins walks between them, interrupts the conversation.
I don't know if you find this, but it tends to be that the morning session, when you're sitting here, flies by, for me anyway, and then the afternoon and evening sessions both feel as long as they actually are.
Higgins, elbows jutting, runs in and bowls a little bit short to Ben Mike, who is waiting in his crease, defending. Straight ball, back down the pitch on the on side. No run. Just also eyed at the groundsmen, or the ground staff, just in case the tractor comes out and they park it next to the covers. But it isn't at the moment. The cover's sitting happily unattended underneath the electronic scoreboard, so no immediate prospect of rain as Higgins is in to Mike, who is leaning forward, bat in front of Pat, having to be patient, just trying to work on that aspect, is Higgins, who is still getting talked to by Nick Cook. I don't know, I mean, some bowlers will respond, I guess, and others will just want to be left alone, but the umpire determined to have a long conversation with you. Higgins is in and bowling. Mike is forward to a good length ball, just leaning on it, pushing it out into the offside. Higgins content to wait and see if the batsman's patience breaks first.
Yeah, I think that's probably the way to go, really. They'll be telling themselves that at some point they're going to want to go after a ball that isn't there to be gone after, so just keep putting it in the right place and something may well happen, although I see deep square leg is going out now. Whether this is the bluff or not, we shall see.
Higgins bowls, length delivery on off stump. Mike leans forward, no big stride, plays it off the pitch. There's no movement really for Higgins so far this morning, either through the air or maybe there's been the odd one is just shaped away if I touch, but it from wide. Certainly nothing off the pitch for the seamers. Morning to Tim Hack on Twitter. Higgins bowls, Mike forward, pushing out into the offside. Every delivery so far, the last 2 of Higgins' overs were maiden. This one's shaped to be a third consecutive maiden from the Zimbabwean all-rounder.
Is Nick Cook practicing his dance moves?
Something like that. Could be football. Chuntering away to Harry Swindles now. Higgins is in and bowls to Mike. Takes a step or two down the wicket and is squared up a touch by it. Might just have shaped away. Takes a thick outside edge, runs along the ground all the way down towards third man. Ben Mike takes a single, moves into double figures on to 10 and spoils the symmetry as far as Higgins is concerned. It isn't going to be 3 maidens in a row. 23 overs, 5 maidens, none for 70 for him. Now Tom Smith just warming up a little bit, or bowling a few deliveries. Whether he's going to get a bowl this early, well, I'd be rather surprised. But if Higgins does have a slight knee issue, we talked about this morning, that they don't want to bowl him into the ground, Gloucestershire.
Will be Payne to continue, and he's there and bowls, and that one rises away outside off stump and through to Johnny Tattersall. You'd think surely that Dan Worrell will have a spell probably once David Payne is finished. The question is who they bowl from the pavilion end, whether it's spin or whether Josh Shaw will come on. I suspect they may decide to go with spin, as Payne is there. Bowls to Mike, full-ish length, and Mike is defending comfortably to Higgins at cover. If I were making the decisions, I might be tempted to go with Phillips, because purely for the reason that Phillips was getting some drift on day 1 in the morning, which I think was causing a lot of the problems that he caused in that particularly good spell that he started off with. And if there's some swing out there early, which there seems to be, then I think I'd be tempted to see if the same thing happened. As that's a good ball from Payne, just on that awkward line angling across Ben Mike, and he did decide to leave in the end, but it was quite close to him. And those are the kinds of ones where just sometimes you can, even though you don't mean to play at it, you can just leave the bat there enough for it to angle off the bat and either go onto the stumps or get a little touch through to the keeper. Here comes Payne once more. He's in and bowls to Mike, and that one's well wide of off stump, and Mike having nothing to do with that one. So it seems as though, as things have gone along here and a few more overs have been bowled, Mike and Swindles are a bit more content actually to play defensively and not feel as though they've got to get on top of the bowling right away. So they've got their eyes in a little bit more. They've been more confident just to play each ball more on its merits. Payne bowls to Mike, who drives and gets absolutely no timing on it whatsoever. It dribbles up towards mid-off. That can't have felt particularly good. He's examining the edge of his bat, the bottom of it. Looks as though the blade is still intact. So you quite often see blades smashing into pieces these days, but nobody seems satisfied with this one. Last ball of the over, Payne bowls to Mike, and this time a more punchy looking shot off the back foot. Still doesn't get that one out of the middle and continues to have a look at his bat as mid-off fields. Dot ball, maiden over from David Payne. Gloucestershire are at least trying to build some pressure through successions of dot balls, and that's the end of the over.
Update coming up. Hello, steady start rather than spectacular as far as Leicestershire are concerned this morning, but they haven't lost a wicket in the first half hour. Harry Swindles and Ben Mike have taken the score along from 357 for 5 to 371 for 5. They'll be eyeing 400. If they can get those within the next 8 overs, they'll pick up another batting bonus point and then look to build on top of that towards 450 and only bat once in the game. They're on top at the moment, but it's steady going, as I say, this morning. 373 for 5. That one was worked out towards square leg by Swindles for a couple off his. Now my weather app is saying drizzle starting in 5 minutes, and it says a 100% chance of said drizzle. But it's quite a wide area, it just says Leicester, it doesn't necessarily say Aylestone. In goes Higgins, bowls, reaching forward is Swindles, trying to make it into a half volley, defends it out to Dent at mid-off.
Would you like to have a guess at what the percentage is on the BBC weather site for
Go on
rain
then.
for Leicester?
8%.
8%. It says 3%.
3%, and mine says 100%, and then 50% by 1, so go figure. But as I say, that is Leicester, perhaps it's wider. In goes Higgins and straightens one a little bit away from the bat, the reaching bat of Harry Swindles. He continues to look less than fluent, Swindles. He twists the bat in his hand and scrapes at the crease a little bit, looks around him. Little busy, twitchy movements like many wicket keepers. Takes guard, searching for a little bit of fluency and timing at the moment as Higgins is in and bowling to him again. He's reaching for it a little bit, getting to the pitch of it, defending it out towards extra cover. And there's no run. He remains 32, 74 balls faced by him. So scoring rate's still reasonable, 43. Ben Mike scoring rate of just 21, 10 from 46 balls for him, 373. Another 27 needed, but beginning to run out of time for 5.2 overs. Higgins is in, bowls, lovely deliver, straightens and goes past the outside edge again. Big Higgins just turns and philosophically, or otherwise, he might be steaming inside, but he's not showing it on the outside. Just walks back past umpire Cook. The slightly shamefaced Swindles backs away, and as I think about it, tries to put it behind him. Takes hard. Higgins is in, bowls down the leg side, tries to work it down the leg side, might just afflict the pad. Certainly Miles Hammond. 2 hands in the air, but he was the only man appealing. He leaves his hands in the air for a stretch as much as anything, before jogging back down to the other end of the pitch because it's the end of the over. Leicestershire 373 for 5 after 105 overs. Ben Mike has 10, Harry Swindles 32. A slow start to proceedings this morning at Seabourn.
Yeah, it has been, especially since the first couple of overs where it looked as though Mike and Swindles were trying to play a shot a ball, but since then, as you say, they've been calmed by some tight bowling from Gloucestershire, and there's just enough out there that Leicestershire don't feel as if they can continue to play as they were playing. As there's a wide delivery from Payne, which Mike allows to go to Tattersall, who has to bring out the dive to bring that one in. I think, yeah, it's just been a case of there's a bit of movement out there, a bit of swing, and realise that they may risk not getting as many runs overall as they might if they push really too hard for that bonus point. As there's a drive from Mike just wide of mid-off, should be a single, and that's all it will be as Chris Dent does the fielding at mid-off. 374 for 5, Mike up to 11. Mike up, yes. Hadn't really noticed that one before.
If he was in charge of county cricket, Ben would he'd schedule a pink ball championship match a year. He seemed to quite like it. He was in a minority.
Payne bowls, and there's a fiddle from Swindles and a miss. He had a real fish at that one. I'm not sure whether he was trying to guide it down towards third man possibly, or it was just a nervous poke, but Swindles continues to look the more likely of the two Leicestershire batsmen to get out, but at the moment he's finding a way to miss the right ones and get just enough of an inside edge on the couple of drives that he has inside edged, as there's a full straight ball and a much more solid looking defence this time from Swindles out towards extra cover, and there is no run. I think that's a good question actually, just in general to ask. What would the players do to change county cricket, and certainly got some interesting theories out there so far. Leg bye is going onto the batsman's score. Payne bowls, and that's flicked aerially where square leg would have been, but it's out towards the fielder on the boundary. And a single taken once more, 375 for 5. To imagine that a change in bowling is not too far off now. Gloucestershire have kept their spells relatively short, and this is Payne's 5th over of the day.
Ben Mike staring up at the heavens for a minute.
Surely he doesn't want it to rain. It's not the situation where you want to be telling the umpire something's happening. Mike faces the last ball of the over. It's pushed away out towards cover point, and Ryan Higgins does the fielding. 2 off the over, 375 for 5. The score remains Swindles 33, Mike 11, and Higgins has taken his cap off, so it looks as though he will get at least another over.
Chatting to his skipper at the moment. Ben Mike and Harry Swindles, both just 22, both still very young and making their way in the game. They both played plenty of cricket, that said. First class cricket, relatively speaking, for players of their age. Leicestershire hoping all this early experience pays off in the long term. Beginning to show signs that it is. As Higgins is in to Swindles, who is forward on off stump. Out into the offside it goes, and again there's no run. Higgins like a metronome, just running in and bowling on the spot, time and time again. Just 4.5 overs left now for Leicestershire to score the 25 runs that they need for that extra batting bonus point, and indeed for Gloucestershire to pick up the wicket they need for their second bowling bonus point. Higgins in, bowls, and Swindles is forward, playing it firmly, but off the outside part of the bat out towards point. It goes straight to the man at point, who is Tom Lace, and there's no run.
Ryan Higgins' economy rate is almost back down below 3. It was over 4 for quite a bit yesterday, and it hasn't taken him too many overs to bring it down, so it shows you he's got it right of late.
In he goes, bowls, bat and pad very close together for Harry Swindles. Middle and off delivery. Again out into the offside. Again it's Lace, who's got pads on underneath his whites, anticipating perhaps the spinner coming on before too long. That may have been the talk in the dressing room before an hour is up. Higgins is in and bowling very straight. Forward goes Swindles, plays it to Dan Worrell, who is running across to his left at mid-on. Worrell has just been doing a few sort of squat warm-ups, so I think we can assume that he will be on before too long.
Yeah, would certainly make sense given Worrell's potency yesterday evening, and exciting to see what he's got up his sleeve this morning.
In he goes again. Well, you can almost take it as read. It will be a good length delivery on or about off stump, at which Swindles, in this case, or Mike, will play forward and play it out into the offside. Bit of a stalemate at the moment. 375 for 5.
Yes, not a huge amount in terms of progression either way, although Leicestershire will say we're just seeing off this early period and then get the change bowlers on and see what happens.
In goes Higgins, and he's going to concede a run there as it's just outside off stump. And again, I wish he wouldn't do that. He sarcastically applauds Swindles, who ignores him steadfastly. He chunters away at him, and down to third man the ball went, and Swindles picked up one off the last ball of the over. 376 for 5. You get booked for that in football, can't you, these days?
Is that right?
Sarcastic applause to the referee. I know that wasn't to the umpire, it was sarcastic applause to the batsman, but...
Yes, I was going to say, you'd certainly be at least penalty pointed, I think, for sarcastic applause towards an umpire.
I think so.
There was a whistle going off at various points yesterday, and I think this morning, so maybe they'll have a word with Ryan Higgins, whoever's blowing that as he goes off. It'll be pain to continue, and Ryan Higgins is now going to stand at short cover, quite short cover, without even a hat on, as Swindles drives up towards mid-off. Dent, rather, is going to shy at the stumps and miss them. I think Swindles would have been in there anyway, but certainly on the tighter end as far as singles go, and I'm not sure that that's going to improve the mood of David Payne either, given the fact that it was a decent ball and the ball pretty much hit straight to mid-off, and Leicestershire able to grab a single out of that. 377 for 5. Here comes Payne in and bowls to Ben Mike, and that one comes back towards Mike, and he flicks it through the square leg region out to Ian Cobain on the rope. Another single taken. 378 for 5. Ryan Higgins is standing there looking completely aghast after that last delivery. He resumes his staring battle with Harry Swindles, hands on knees at short cover, as here comes Payne and bowls, and Swindles, wow, that was a long way outside off stump and angling across him, and he had a bit of a flirt with it. He was nowhere near it because, as I say, it was angling across him, but another little poke outside off stump, and Swindles has been tempted to do that on several occasions, but still no outside edge finding hands, and there were several outside edges which either fell short or in some cases went over the top of the slips yesterday, as well as those Harrow drives, as Payne bowls to Swindles, who comes forward and defends that one out of the meat of the bat towards Ryan Higgins at short cover. Just one of those days where very good batting was combined with a bit of bad fortune as far as Gloucestershire were concerned, and especially given what happened at the Oval in terms of being pretty much batted out of the game, you could see why potentially. There's Payne bowls to Swindles, and this is edged on the bounce, one-handed knockdown from Miles Hammond, which may potentially have saved further runs and allowed Tom Smith to get across from third man to stop it. Another edge found and another edge falling short. Miles Hammond, hopefully that hand is okay. He's on his haunches, I think he's fine, but another single was the result. 379 for 5. Swindles up to 36.
Tipped one over, didn't he? Almost for 6 yesterday.
Payne to complete the over, and there's a real flash and a miss from Ben Mike, well outside off stump, and that I suspect may be the last ball that Payne bowls in this spell, and oh my goodness, he could have had a wicket or two in it, but he goes without reward. Leicestershire 379 for 5, Swindles 36, Mike 12. I just think it must be so hard, as I said it yesterday, I'll say it again today, after being basically batted out of the game by Surrey in the last match, and Leicestershire getting off to the kind of start that they have, it must be very hard not to feel as though it's, oh, here we go again.
Now Bowley, Leicestershire's acting 12th man, comes out with drinks and whatever. Maybe instructions from the dressing room. There are only 2 overs, I think, now until the 110, so 21 needed. I think that just hasn't been really then in Leicestershire's thoughts. They're just trying to build towards that 450 plus total, and hopefully from their point of view only bat once in the game on that basis. A long way to go to get there. Swindles 36, Mike 12. Still the threatened rain, holds off. Just 22 runs from the first 12 overs of the day. Out comes Gloucestershire's acting 12th man with a helmet which is left down by the boundary rope, because it's only going to be one close fielder, well, slip obviously, but also a short leg, and Higgins's work is done for now in terms of bowling. Smith's coming on. Probably didn't bowl as well as he would have liked yesterday, didn't really turn the ball, and both Phillips and even Hammond turned the ball. In goes Smith, tosses it right up, edged court, there you go. Swindles waited for one, tossed it up, it straightened a touch. He was looking to perhaps work it into the leg side, got the edge, popped straight up to slip, and Gloucestershire have their first breakthrough, and they picked up their second bowling bonus point.
Well, something for Gloucestershire fans and players, probably more importantly, to warm their hearts a little with another point on the board. Tom Smith striking with his very first delivery, and like you say, he did not really turn the ball yesterday, when even, as you say, Miles Hammond got something out of it, managed to pick up the wicket of Colin Ackerman as well, and Smith only bowling 9 overs, Hammond bowling 7 overs. Chris Dent just didn't go to him that often, but just taken in one ball today, and Smith grabs, I believe that is his 4th wicket of the season. Just from memory, I've got about 20 tabs open here, but indeed, yeah, 4th wicket of the season.
Yep. Averaging 81 before that point, so that's, he's only conceded 31 so far, so he's done himself a little bit of good with that. Leicestershire might not be too entirely unhappy to see that one straighten. Callum Parkinson is coming out to join Ben Mike. The scoreboard's not sure who the man fielding at slip was. It has tended
I think
to
it's
be
Cobain,
hasn't it? So I'm pretty sure it was Cobain, but it went straight to him. It was an absolutely straightforward chance. Cobain it was. But as I say, Parkinson, who's come to the wicket now, they'll be wary. We'll be pleased to see that little bit of spin was still there. And I think actually Phillips said if you pitched it up a bit, there was more turn nearer the bat. Interesting one. Extra close fielder has come in at pretty much silly point. Smith looking for 2 in 2 goes in and bowls to Parkinson, and that turns again from a shorter length. This time Parkinson is able to reach forward and then lift his bat over the line of the ball, but again there was turn. Maybe it is going to turn all the way through. It is not hot and sunny this morning. Smith is in and bowls, brings Parkinson forward on off stump. Thick outside part of an angled bat, squirts the ball out towards backward point / deepish gully, where I think that's Hammond out there pointing. Should I go a bit closer? Should I go into second slip? No, says Dent. You stay right there. We've got a slip, we've got a silly point, we've got a short leg. Parkinson is pretty much surrounded, but I know what he means, Hammond, as he blows on his hands. In goes Smith and bowls, drops a little bit short. Parkinson goes back and can play it firmly out into the offside to Payne, running around, sweeping on the boundary out there, and the single is jogged. 380 for 6. This could be interesting. Mike might be inclined to take the spinner on, but as I say, I think Leicester have abandoned all thoughts, if they had any in the first place, of an extra batting bonus point. So he probably won't. Second slip has now gone in. It's Higgins, who was at silly point, is now at second slip. Smith is in, and he is driving and missing Ben Mike as that straightens 2. Very interesting. Remember, Parkinson also a left arm spinner, watching, talking to Nick Cook, who was also a left arm spinner. They're everywhere. Smith is in with that very flat arm. Outside off stump, that one doesn't really turn too much. Mike steps forward, lets it go through, but applause for Tom Smith, and fully deserved. He's got his first victim of the innings. Harry Swindle's caught at slip for 36. Leicestershire now 380 for 6.
I wonder what the difference was there from Tom Smith from how he bowled yesterday, whether he was just giving it a bit more of a tweak or whether the length was a bit further back maybe, if he was just bowling quite full and flat yesterday it seemed, and yes, just a combination of those two things, maybe just getting a bit more turn out of things, and it will indeed be Dan Worrell to bowl from the Bennett end. Not too many surprises there, especially given that he was warming up. So Payne through 19 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 46, and Worrell comes on with pretty similar figures, 17 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 45. And we'll look to try to build now on that wicket and see if they can get Leicestershire out for somewhere near that 400 mark. A reminder, in the return fixture, Leicestershire were bowled out for 4-2-1 in their first innings, as here comes Worrell and bowls, and Parkinson moves forward and plays that one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Something tells me that it's very unlikely that the match is going to play out anything like the way that that one did, but I suppose it's just an indication that if Gloucestershire can get rid of the Leicestershire lower order quickly, then they're still not out of this by any stretch. Worrell is in and bowls outside the off stump, bit of shape on it, but it started very wide and nothing to interest Parkinson there. And of course the main difference is that this pitch is already spinning, so last innings chases, or a last innings chase, would appear at the moment at least to be more difficult than that one might be. Having said that, of course, never know, maybe the pitch will just flatten out. Here comes Worrell, he's in and bowls, and that's whipped through mid-wicket by Parkinson. There's going to be a couple of runs here. George Scott's on the field as 12th man and flings the throw in. Couple of runs taken, 382 for 6. Parkinson up to 3, and things may be just looking ever so slightly brighter out there now, and wonder, just looking at the rain radar, whether if it was going to reach here it may have done so already. Worrell is in and bowls well outside off stump, and Parkinson leaves comfortably. Worrell looks a little frustrated there and just not quite managed to get the radar right so far. It's either just been a little bit wide or a little bit straight.
Looking at the partnerships for the innings so far, they have played in partnerships. Leicestershire, although once Azad was out, with the score was just 10. We've had partnerships of 54 for the second wicket, 160 for the third, 75 for the fourth, 38 for the fifth, and 42 for the sixth.
Worrell in and bowls, and there's another inside edge drive which will go down towards fine leg for a single. 383 for 6. I haven't been keeping track, but it feels like about the 7th time that's happened now in this innings. And Worrell's patience is also beginning to be exhausted. And Mike takes a, I'm not sure if it's a new guard actually, or just remarks his guard for Dan Worrell. Just one ball remaining in this over. And he's still having a look at the bottom of that bat. You'd think if he's having this much of a look, he should just get it changed if it's in his mind that there's something wrong with it. Here comes Worrell in and bowls with one slip in place, and there's a squirty looking shot through mid-wicket by Ben Mike, but he's not able to beat the fielder there, and the over is complete. 383 for 6 Leicestershire. Mike 12 and Parkinson 4.
Well, that's the 110. So 2 bonus points for Gloucestershire and 4 for Leicestershire from the first innings of the game.
Certainly very handy to have got that second one, especially with this group getting tighter and tighter.
Indeed.
It could be that, and never mind just for Gloucestershire, also for Leicestershire in terms of gunning for the second division come the latter part of the competition, but with it looking more and more as if it could be a 4-horse race for Division 1, every point counts.
Smith then, turning it from the pavilion end. 2 slips and a leg gully. Short leg has taken a big step to his right. In goes Smith and bowls outside, off stump. That one drifts on, doesn't do anything too much other than stay a little bit low into the gloves of Tattersall, allowed so to do by Parkinson. Smith is in, better line on off stump, just dropped out into the offside by Parkinson and immediately seizes a single to be taken, notwithstanding the fact that the fielder is the lively Higgins, who had a lot of ground to make up to his right. And by the time he did so and picked up the ball cleanly, Parkinson pretty much made his ground. He moves on to 5. Just a whiff of perhaps sunshine. Got a little bit lighter. Smith is in, bowls to Ben Mike, whose head is right over the ball on off stump. No great turn so far in this over, unlike the first that he bowled for Tom Smith. We've been lucky. And your app is more accurate than mine, as Smith is in, tosses it up. Mike goes for the big hit, misses, and it almost bowls him, and it's taken a little bit of bounce as well. And it misses everything. It takes off a bail, Tattersall, but Mike's back foot was firmly anchored. He went for the big one, tried to put it in our direction, didn't connect as it bounced and straightened, and again Parkinson will be metaphorically licking his lips. In goes Smith and bowls a flat delivery, but that bounces and turns a lot, and it does it quickly, spat a little bit. There was no dust or anything came up, but there was plenty there. Ben Mike raises his eyebrows, and again Parkinson, I'm sure, will be smiling inside. Smith is in, bowls left by Ben Mike. That didn't turn too much, and it was a good leave on that basis, taken by Tattersall, not so very far from off stump. Interesting times for the spinner, and perhaps for the progress of the game and the way it's going to work out. Leicestershire, I'm sure, will be delighted to see that the pitch is continuing to turn. It isn't really flattening in that respect. Not much there for the seamers, something there for the spinners.
Yeah, I suspect if Parkinson were to walk back, having not made so many, in the short term he might not be feeling so happy, but he will certainly, from the other end, be pleased to watch the ball turn past his partner's outside edge and not produce a wicket.
Well, Matthew in Melbourne agreed. I hadn't actually read his tweet before I said about Parky licking his lips, but that's exactly what Vango has said down in Melbourne as well. If Tom Smith is turning it, what might Parky do, essentially?
2 slips in place and that short cover as Worrell moves in and bowls full and on the stumps, and forward goes Parkinson and plays up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Let's see what else is happening around the country as we've just ticked past the hour mark on the day's play. Warwickshire 274 all out at Derby. 4 for 46 for Sam Connors, as here comes Worrell and bowls, and there's another inside edge onto the pad, and one goes out towards Tom Lace at point, and there's no run. Another full-blooded shot from a Leicestershire batsman, which finds the inside edge, but This time onto the pad. Derbyshire 24-1 in reply at the moment to Warwickshire's 274. Essex and Notts still off for rain. Notts 248 for 6 overnight, as here comes Worrell and Bowles, and floated that one up there rather. A bit of a low full toss might have been as forward goes Parkinson, defends up towards mid-off.
Springsteen says there's a bit of rain in the red seats, but actually it's quite light at the moment.
It's actually brightened up since.
I can see it is a bit dark over there. Away to the east.
Worrell up to the wicket, Bowles, and forward goes Parkinson, defending nicely up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Worcestershire against Durham at New Road. Worcestershire bowled out for 131 yesterday. 4 wickets each for Matty Potts and for Bryden Carse. In reply, Durham 199 for 4, so very much dominating that game. Worrell bowls down the leg side, and that flicks off the pad, and that will be 4. In fact, doesn't flick off the pad, 4 byes.
They have lost their first wicket, I'm afraid, out of Harry Swindles, who was caught at slip by Ian Cobain off the bowling of Tom Smith for 36, made them 379 for 6. Ben Mike is still there, though. He has moved on to 12. Callum Parkinson has come out to join him. He is on 5. The Foxes have moved on to 388. The pitch is offering the spinners turn, though. That is a very good sign for Leicestershire. With this good total on the board, once they get bowling, they'll expect to make inroads. In the moment, however, they're concentrating on compiling a big first innings. They're 388 for 6. Back with you on commentary.
And Worrell to bowl the last ball of the over, and he's in to Parkinson outside off, and Parkinson shoulders arm, so that is a maiden over, but a misdirected 5th delivery which goes down as byes. Not much of a chance for Tattersall. 388 for 6 are Leicestershire as things stand. And meanwhile, in a game which Gloucestershire fans at least keeping a close eye on at Taunton, Somerset 360 all out yesterday, recovered from 43 for 5 and 113 for 7 to make 360. An extraordinary, typical Somerset fashion where the scorecard looks as if it's the wrong way up. Gregory a century, and Van der Merwe 88, and Hampshire are 31 for 3 in reply. 2 wickets for De Lange and 1 for Josh Davey. Lots of wickets fell in Cardiff yesterday. Lancashire 173 all out. Glamorgan have been bowled out for 150, and Lancashire 36 without loss in their second innings. The only unbeaten side in the country, Lancashire.
Smith is in. Bowls to Ben Mike, who is forward to a delivery on middle and leg, just turning it into the leg side. No turn on that occasion.
3 wickets each for Tom Bailey and Saqib Mahmood for Lancashire.
Still got the 2 slips, Smith, as he is in. Bowls to Mike, who is beaten by a turning, bouncing delivery, and Tattersall whips off the bails. Mike, though, back foot well in his crease. Tattersall just puts the bails back on. Umpire Warren doesn't bother. Looks up at the sky, Umpire Warren, but no movement from the ground staff at the moment, as Smith is in. Drops very short on that occasion, and he's going to pick up 4, I think, Ben Mike, as he went back, forced it away down towards third man. Good chase, but not good enough. Hammond dived at second slip. Might just have brushed his fingers as it went past him along the ground. Mike knew exactly what he was doing and picks up a much needed, as far as Leicester are concerned, in terms of keeping the scoreboard moving. 4, 392 for 6. Mike on to 16. It's been hard going for him this morning. 61 balls he's faced for that 16. So I think just his second 4 hit one glorious, very straight drive early on off Payne. Otherwise it's been very hard. Smith is in. Mike is forward, working it off around about an inch or so outside off stump, out towards backward point. run. Smith is in and tossing that one up, but it just drifting towards Midland leg and not entirely convincing as he looks to stroke that one away on the leg side. Ben Mike gets off the thick inside edge, and it's a chase back for Liss from that sort of backward short leg position, just short leg gully down towards backward square. Mike picks up a couple, moves on to 18,394 for 6.
Phillips had to be alert there as well with the backing up, as there was nearly some overthrows.
Smith in again. Mike is forward for a second. Smith thought that had gone through and it was going to be leg before, but he got plenty on it, basically. Ben Mike, I'm not entirely sure why Smith was so optimistic that had broken through. He did play it late, but as I say, got plenty on it. Pushed it out into the offside. Mike and Parkinson meet in mid-pitch and discuss matters, discuss how much the ball is turning. It is the end of the over, 394 for 6. One or two Leicestershire supporters probably feel that they ought to be bowling sooner rather than later, but I think they'll essentially just keep going and go as big as they can, really. Forecast for tomorrow is good, and for this afternoon is dry, if nothing else, so...
Yeah, exactly, and that's absolutely what Surrey did to Gloucestershire as well. Just continued to tire them out in the field, didn't bother about the time that they were batting. It was more about just getting the runs on the board and then making sure you only bat once, because the pitch is, they're hoping, going to continue to turn. Now, we've got 2 close catches in the covers and 2 close catches at mid-wicket as Worrell bowls to Parkinson, and Parkinson plays that one towards Miles Hammond, who's at the wider of the 2 short mid-wickets, and there's no run.
It must be a Worrell thing, because he did it for 1 over against Evans, didn't he, yesterday morning? It was just about 1 over.
Yeah, it didn't last long, that
No.
plan. Just something about getting fielders in the eye line. There's only one slip in, that is Glenn Phillips, as Worrell is in to bowl to Parkinson, full and defensively played towards the squarer of the 2 short covers. That's Chris Dent fielding there, and no run. They're still off at Canterbury. Inspection at 12:30. Northants 362 for 5. Century for Emilio Gay there yesterday for Northants, and Sussex 308 for 7 against Yorkshire. Century for Ben Brown as Worrell bowls, and there's a drive which flashes away just behind square on the offside. They may take on the 3rd man, and they do. Tom Smith gets the throw in, but Parkinson back for a 2nd run. 396 for 6. Parkinson up to 7. Leicestershire inching their way towards 400. And I think even if Leicestershire are batting at lunch and even into the afternoon session, they shouldn't be too bothered about that. Here comes Worrell. He's there, bowls, tries the Yorker, and it's dug out by Parkinson. Worth a try, that's for sure.
Phillips starting to stretch at first slip. It makes sense to have a spin at both ends, to be quite honest. That's where the danger is, isn't it, as far as the batsmen are concerned?
Yeah, I was thinking we had a brief period yesterday when there was spin at both ends, but it wasn't for too much of the day. In general, it was a spinner from this end and placement from the pavilion end, as that one flashes off a outside edge from Parkinson, but a controlled outside edge down to 3rd man, and another single is taken. 397 for 6. I wonder how many more overs it will be from Worrell. He might get another one. Glenn Phillips certainly someone who likes to do quite a lot of warm-ups, it seems, before he bowls, and then when he gets the ball he has at least 3 or 4 warm-up deliveries to the closest fielder to him. Certainly somebody who likes to go through a lot of bowling motion. Now the short leg in place. Smith comes up from third man. Last ball of the over. Worrell bowls outside the off stump, and it's left a low slower ball, I think, there from Dan Worrell. And
wasn't that close to us?
I didn't think it was either, actually, as you could tell from my lack of inclination of the voice, but Worrell obviously felt it was quite close, and that ends the over. Leicestershire 3-9-7 for 6. Worrell's bowled 20 overs in this innings, 1 for 51, and the umpires and players will just get together for a sanitisation break, I think. Come out eventually.
Yeah, 18 overs, so just have begun to pick up the scoring rate a fraction. Leicestershire began the day on 357, 397, so it's not spectacular still by any stretch of the imagination. 40 from the first 18 overs of the day. There's a huge bumblebee. Buzzes past the commentary box, has a quick look in. Quickly buzzes off again. Phillips
made a wise decision there.
Yeah, absolutely. Presumably Smith will continue, and Phillips will then perhaps have a go from the Bennett end. And if there's as much turn from the Bennett end as there is from the Pavilion end, as I say, Leicestershire with Ackerman as well as Parkinson will be encouraged at the prospect of picking up a few wickets when their turn to bowl comes around. Smith is in to Parkinson, who is forward, 2 slips behind him, defending a delivery that perhaps just threatens to straighten a touch off middle. Doesn't really. Parkinson is able to push it out into the offside.
World record holder, Colin Ackerman.
Yes, seven only player to have 7 wickets in a T20 innings ever. Smith is in. Forward goes Parkinson, playing for a turn that wasn't really there. Came off a thick inside edge, ran away towards a square leg. Lace has to scamper back. Parkinson picks up 1, moves on to 9. 398 for 6. Solitary plane drones overhead, but the rain just hasn't come around, thankfully, as Smith is in to Mike, who's hitting big and straight, and it bounces once, twice, 3 times before crossing the ropes below us. It was coming, and that brings up the 400 for Leicestershire. 402 for 6. It's come up off 114.3 overs. Then Mike moves to 22. Smith might have to have a sort of bit of an in-out field here. 22 off 66 for Mike.
If he continues to hit that straight, though, there's not a whole
No,
lot that anybody can
unless
do.
you have a long on straightish, just mid-on and mid-off are both 10 yards back from their position. That said, Smith is just indicating to Josh Shaw to take a few steps back, so he's gone a bit deeper at mid-on. Smith is in, he lifts his arm and then doesn't deliver. Hopped to the crease into his action and just pulled out at the last moment possible.
Perhaps he had phantom drainage cover syndrome there. He had to deal with that yesterday.
In he goes around the wicket, tosses it up to Ben Mike, but Mike, having picked up 4 the previous delivery, content just to play that one back down the pitch. Phillips continues. He's bowled at least 3 overs of warm-up deliveries so far. He's at backward point at the moment. Smith is in, drops rather short, worked away by Mike off the back foot out towards mid-wicket. Shaw has to run around from mid-on. Mike should pick up 2, and that will be, he turns for the 3rd, but Parkinson wasn't interested. He was still heading to the non-striker's end. In fact, there was only 2 there really, and Mike has to settle for that. Moves on to 24 for 404 for 6.
Do like that way of putting away a shorter delivery. Just the number of times you see a pull shot go straight to a fielder inside the circle. I think it's a really good way of doing it.
Smith is in, bowls to Mike. Wasn't sure whether to go forward or back then, but it didn't turn too much, and so he was able to play it off the pitch, just push it out into the offside to Dent, and there's no run. Just work it away rather than try and deposit it over the boundary. Be content with a couple rather than 4. End of the over. 404 for 6, Leicestershire. Moving on from their overnight 357 for 5.
Looks as though Worrell will get one more without his cap, and Tattersall going back, so Ben Phillips will get through another full over of warm-up deliveries, you suspect,
Yes.
during this one. And there he goes again. There's the next one.
Maybe he's going to
Backward
replace
point.
maybe he's going to replace Smith, or maybe he's just dropping hints to the skipper. They're talking to each other at the moment.
Similar field to the last over, with that shortish cover, the 2 short mid wickets and the short leg but no slip in place, as Worrell bowls to Parkinson. Slower ball, wide slower ball, which is run down to third man by Callum Parkinson for a single. Parkinson moving up to 10. Would have been a great ball in T20, that one, but you wonder exactly how you're going to get somebody out with a wide slower ball like that, considering it's not as though Parkinson is trying to thrash and play a shot a ball out here at the moment. You could sort of understand it if it were like the sort of situation that we had on the morning of day 4 in the reverse fixture, when Leicestershire were really going for everything. I mean, I get it, you've got to try something different, but at the same time, that particular one, I'm not so sure. Worrell bowls, and there's a drive. The face closes a little bit on Ben Mike of the bat there, as goes up towards mid-on. David Payne does the fielding, and there is no run.
Feels a bit like Gloucestershire just starting to slow things down a little bit, going more onto the defensive, understandably. 405 for 6.
They've seen so many edges fall short of the slips already, but now that they've not got one, can sort of imagine the way things have gone, where the next one will go.
Again.
Yep, he's tried that delivery once more, and this time it was straight though, and driven away up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
He's determined to get it right, isn't he? He's sort of floating it. I don't know what he's quite trying to do. It was almost an off-cutting action,
Yeah.
and it just floats down to half volley length outside off stump. Not quite half, well, longer than that really, almost up the return crease. But
I guess he's trying to get them to chip a catch to one of these catches in front of the bat, as there's a very slow delivery. Worrell's going to have a shout for leg before, but as Ben Mike doubles over in pain, I think it's very clear to everybody where that hit. And Worrell's probably going to try and tell Russell Warren that it was on its way down, but I'm not quite sure it was that slow to be LBW, and Ben Mike seems to be okay. Actually, it was Lewis Hill, wasn't it? Lewis Hill got struck in the unmentionable area at backward point in the reverse fixture, so I don't think he was the only one either. I can't remember who else it was. I can certainly remember Lewis Hill having to go off, but somebody else did too. Worrell is there, bowl, slower ball once more, and forward goes Mike and defends that one away out towards backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, I understand the thinking behind this. If you're going to bowl straight, I think that, I guess he just didn't get the one that he bowled very wide right, but I can see where he's coming from with this theory. Bowling on the stumps, and those 2 fielders now catching, one at extra cover and one at wide mid wicket. Is the short leg still in place? Worrell, is he going to bowl another slower ball to finish the over, or is he going to bowl one at full pace? He's in and bowls. He does bowl one full pace. There's a big shout for leg before, and it's out. That one coming back in towards Ben Mike. It looked a good shout from here, and I don't think it looked as if it was doing too much. We'll get a second look on the replay if you're watching on there as well, but Ben Mike has been trapped LBW, 7 wickets down, and Richard Ray's got his finger up. It certainly looked out from behind the batsman. And Ben Mike trapped LBW for 24. Worrell gets a deserved second wicket. Leicestershire 405 for 7.
An interesting over from Dan Worrell. A series of slower balls. He's much amused out there. And then he pushed that one through. And Ben Mike, perhaps anticipating another slower ball, tried to whack it away through the leg side, essentially. Hit across the line. Didn't get anything on it. Back pad. Pretty much in front of middle. Only one possible reaction from umpire Warren to send him on his way. And Worrell has his second wicket, 2 for 52. It's been a remarkable sort of little spell, this, from Worrell. Remarked on the fact yesterday sometimes he's much quicker in his second or third spells than he is in his first, but this is his first spell of the day, so it's his slower one. But perhaps not quite as slow as that normally.
But I think you're right, though. I think Mike played that shot because he was expecting another slower ball, and then, it was always on the cards, having bowled many slower balls, just finish off the over with a quicker one to try and surprise him, and it worked. So Worrell showing his intelligence as a bowler, and he's got a lot of variations up his sleeve. He's been working very hard on the variations, I think, because in the past few years, really, sort of say he had his swing and seam, but there weren't so many strings to his bow as a bowler, and he's really evolved into an all-round threat, and of course those skills are going to be necessary for him come the T20 season as well.
Dark again now, and Mayap says it should be drizzling. Springsteen can tell us it still is, but no sign of movement regarding covers or umpires. Barely spitting, perhaps. Tom Smith continues into Parkinson, bounces and turns. Too much, really, and Parkinson holds the pose for a minute. Puzzled by that one. That really did bounce and turn and beat the outside edge by an inch or so, taken by Tattersall. Smith in again to Parkinson, tosses it right up and again beats the outside edge. This is really interesting stuff from Tom Smith, and doing too much almost as far as he's concerned. Parkinson wanders away, wishing he had the ball in his hand rather than a bat, perhaps, as Smith is in again, forward, plunging desperately goes Parkinson, and manages to get the bat on it. Back down the pitch it goes.
This is very entertaining, and I suspect rather a sign of things to come, and Gloucestershire are going to have to bat better against the spinning ball than they did last week, that's for sure.
Chris Wright, we should say, has come out to join Parkinson as in goes Smith, and bowls thick inside edge from Parkinson as that one drifted towards Midland leg. He was attempting to defend it. It runs out towards backward square with Lace in hot pursuit from that backwards short leg position, and the single is taken. This could be interesting. Has batted pretty well this season, and as a consequence, well, he's had to a little bit as he's been pushed up to number 9, but he does like to hit a long straight ball, and I seem to remember him hitting a 6 at Bristol.
Yes, I think you're
It
right.
may even have been off Tom Smith. We'll see. I'm sure he won't try it first ball, but anyway, long gone. Shaw has gone back. In goes Smith, tosses it right up, and he's going to pick up one there as he drives it fairly conventionally back through the offside along the ground all the way past the reaching left hand of Smith out towards Worrell, who's at long off, about 15 yards in from the boundary.
I think it was even to the longer boundary towards the Bristol Pavilion as well.
Yes, it was.
One of those sometimes slightly cheaper 6s that you can get towards the flats at the other end.
Mid on and mid off, long on and long off come up to mid-on and mid-off now, as Smith is in to Platoon, who is surviving an appeal for leg before having plunged forward there. Did it straighten enough? No, says umpire Cook, who indicates with his right hand that it was probably going on to miss leg stump. Just trying to think, the two leg befores. No, he gave out Harris, didn't he? So both umpires have given one. Yeah, it probably was just drifting on down there. There was enough doubt there for umpire Cook to shake his head again. 407 for 7 at the end of the over. Smith 1 for 48, Worrell 2 for 57, and having picked up that wicket, the Australian Worrell will continue.
Yeah, I think that one indeed sliding, and Parkinson's getting a big stride forward to Tom Smith, so I think the right decision made this time.
Right, this season 23 last time out, home to Middlesex. 22, that was the Gloucestershire first innings. 41 not out first innings, but a few single figure scores as well, so nothing spectacular.
But then Andy runs at number 9, and he is on strike to Worrell, who had a wicket in his last over. We'll see what kind of a plan he comes up with this time. He bowls full pace and wide and right with a drive, a rather unconvinced and unconvincing drive. As if he wasn't entirely committed to that shot, really. It was Chris Wright, and I think he was probably right not to be fully committed to it, because it wasn't really a half volley. And playing a miss through to Tattersall behind the stumps. More of a normal ring field, and one slip in place for Worrell as he bowls to Chris Wright, who comes forward and plays a good looking defence out towards Chris Dent, an extra cover, and there is no run as the plane comes back. We never seem to be able to see them though, they're always either right overhead or behind us, peering out the box trying to see it, but I can't. Worrell at the end of his mark and charges in once more to bowl short, although not that short, and it bounces in front of Tattersall as well. Chris Wright almost had to lie completely prone to avoid that one in the end, although maybe not quite, but had it gone up any less he might have had to have got completely down to avoid. It's a helicopter. You can see it now. Making its way southwards.
Yes.
Out towards the outskirts of Leicester, as that's down the leg side this time from Worrell, and it will be leg byes, and 4 of them as it clatters into the boards below us. 4-1-1-4-7. Misdirection there from Worrell, whoever she is, and 4 leg byes, 4 byes earlier on. He's kind of got away with a couple of wayward deliveries in terms of his own personal figures so far as Worrell, although overall he has bowled very well. So he moves into bowl once more up to the wicket now, and that's well wide of off stump and through to Tattersall. Nothing that Wright needs to do with those ones. Very slightest hint of some shape as Nick Cook has a wander over to Miles Hammond at mid-wicket. Hammond making some hand wafting motions. I wonder if he's still talking about that LBW. Worrell in once more and bowls. Ooh, wide full toss, and Wright rather reaches out well away from his body to play that one and guides it all along the ground straight to Chris Dent. There's no run. Filthy wide full toss from Dan Worrell with another slower ball attempted there. Ends the over. It's gone down as a maiden one way or another, and Leicestershire 4-11 for 7.
Can't get that slower ball right, can he? Updates time for BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency. the Foxes have lost another wicket, that of all-rounder Ben Mike, who went leg before to Dan Worrell for 24, made the score 405, 4-7, a partnership of 26 with Callum Parkinson. Parkinson is still there, he's on 11, he's been joined by Chris Wright, who's just got a single. The ball continues to turn for the Gloucestershire spinners, however, and that will not displease Leicestershire for when it comes their turn to bowl. At the moment they're trying to drag their score up to probably around about 450. They're 411 for 7. Smith to continue, 2 slips and short leg as he bowls to Parkinson outside off stump, a little bit short, and Parkinson waiting for it, tries to work it out through the offside, but he's so careful and tentative at the moment, Parkinson, he doesn't get any weight into the shot, and it's more or less straight to Phillips, who's given up with his warming up for the time being. He's dropped enough hints and has probably been told not at the moment. Glenn. In goes Smith. That's a good delivery. Forward goes Parkinson. Hopefully, determinedly, but well, he's not entirely sure where it's going to go, and it comes off a thick outside edge into the offside. Phillips again, the fielder. Smith with a towel hanging out the back of his trousers for some reason, but it's not damp out there at the moment, I don't think. In he goes and bowls. Forward goes Parkinson out into the offside. Dent slides and picks up left-handed and turns and hurls the ball at the non-striker's end. Very athletic piece of fielding, and it's stopped behind the stumps by Smith, but Parkinson gives the thumbs up to Chris, who called him through for the single, or at least responded to Parkinson's call. Parkinson made his ground okay in the end, moves on to 12, 412 for 7. Right, the taller man might be able to get to the pitch of the ball. Let's see how he plays this one from Smith, who is forward. Wright is forward, thick outside edge with it of an angle bat out towards Phillips, a backward point. No run. Hammond stays down on one knee. He was moving to his right, realised he couldn't get there. Shaw back at long on again. Worrell a slightly shorter long off. Smith is in, he's going for the paddle sweep, it misses, maybe goes underneath the bat, not quite sure there. It straightened a bit, wasn't taken cleanly by Tattersall. He swept over the top of the ball, it did straighten, but didn't get up very much. No wonder Tattersall couldn't take it, came back off his shins. Didn't miss off stump by very much either. Watching the replay, in goes Smith and bowls outside off stump, bit flat though, and a bit short, and on the back foot. Right, looks to work it out into the offside but can't get it past Phillips. End of the over. Just a single from it. Smith, you sort of feel when he's getting this amount of turns, should be offering more of a threat than he has. Should have better figures than 1 for 49 or 15. I don't know what this spell is. He's maybe 6 or 7 overs into it.
I'd suggest it's something like 6 overs, 1 for 17 or 18, something like that. Unfortunately, I didn't note down what it was overnight, but it was something like 0 for 30 something off 9 overs, early 30s, so yeah, probably about 6 overs, 1 for 18, something like that.
But he's kept control of the scoreboard. Leicestershire aren't really going anywhere fast at the moment, so Dent kind of content not to let things drift, but they're not getting away from Gloucestershire.
Here comes Worrell. What's he got up his sleeve this time? He's got a slow ball which is dug into the surface, and Parkinson rises up and defends that one. Yeah, that's the off-cutting slower ball. But the last ball that he bowled, the one which was the full toss way outside off stump, that was actually a leg break release, going for the fast leg break. And I can remember one other spell where he resorted to trying those fast leg breaks off almost every ball. Worrell bowls full pace this time, and that one has flashed off an inside edge into the ground and stopped by himself. An inside edge, I mean, he did roll the wrists on it actually, to be fair to Parkinson, but made sure he got it straight down into the ground, and Tom Lacey's still hunting at short leg. though there were some yelps. No interest further than that, as it fell well short of him. Worrell comes in and bowls, and that's has he got a touch on that down the leg side? No, he hasn't. It's more byes against Tattersall, as that one didn't miss Parkinson by much, but then deviated considerably away from Tattersall after it passed Parkinson. No chance for the wicket-keeper there. However, also, sadly for Tattersall, no chance at all that it could be given as wide, so it goes down as 4 byes. And if you just looked at the scorecard and saw 22 byes against Johnny Tattersall, you'd think maybe he hadn't kept that well, but I don't think there's only been one that I can think maybe that he should have stopped. As Worrell bowls, and that's flicked away in the air and just wide of a diving lace at short leg. I think that was... No, it wasn't. It was short of him, actually. Looking at the replay, it was short of him anyway. I wondered if it was theoretically a catchable height. Of course, he had absolutely no chance to catch it, but was that catchable? Wasn't a catchable height, as it fell short of him. Out towards deep square for a single, 417 for 7. Parkinson moving up to 13. I'm still trying to shine this ball, trying to get something out of it. There's still a bit of movement through the air, though. And once again, Leicestershire will not be disappointed with that whatsoever. Worrell in and bowls to right, short ball, and right gets down and underneath that one through to Tattersall it goes. Changing things up still is Dan Worrell. But, rather sense that this may well be his last ball this time. Glenn Phillips was doing some more warm-ups.
Says Payne. So
maybe a double change then on the cards. Here is Worrell. He's there and bowls. Very slow and very floaty, and it sort of drifts on the breeze, but it's been clipped away by Chris right down towards the fine leg boundary and over it for 4.
he knew what he was doing there, right? Played
did,
it really cleverly.
Yeah. Just tickled it round the corner. I mean, it's so much time to line it up. And
Yes.
just extraordinary. I'd love to know the pace on that one. I think that was the leg break release from Worrell, but either way, it's gone for 4, and that ends that over. Leicestershire 421 for 7. Wright has moved on to 5, and Leicestershire, unless they lose their last 3 wickets for no runs, will pass the total that they made in the first innings at Bristol, which should give you a very good idea of who's on top in this one, if nothing else does.
Well, Phillips has just marked his run out at that Bennett end, so I think you're right. I think Worrell's work is done. A curious spell it was. Smith is going to continue from the pavilion end. Bowl his 16th over. Same field, 2 slips and backward short leg as he bowls to Parkinson, drifts on to leg stump. Parkinson on the back foot works it out towards mid-wicket. Higgins scrambles back and throws on the turn, but Wright is pretty quittering the wickets for a tall 35-year-old and made his ground comfortably. 2 to Parkinson, who's on to 15, 423 for 7. Smith is ready to go. Was. Hammond is making gestures at second slip. Cobain likewise. They're both standing pretty close, but they're there for the defensive edge. In he goes. Smith tosses it right up and waits for it underneath his eye line. Parkinson before dabbing it out into the offside. No run. Smith bowls. Parkinson is driving just wide. He edges of Hammond at second slip. Back scrambles. Phillips down from backward point down towards third man. And Parkinson picks up a fortuitous 2. Moves on to 17. But he went for the drive. No conviction really in the shot. Took the outside edge. Hammond dived to his right, stuck out a right hand, couldn't quite get there.
Yes, you can't have them everywhere, and they had the second slip in, and that was the right thing to do, but still couldn't get at the edge.
Smith is in and bowling, drops a little bit short and stays low, and Parkinson on the back foot just manages to come down on it in time. Stays very low, actually. Gloucestershire are going to have to bat well, one feels, on this pitch when their time to bat comes around, which probably now isn't going to be before lunch. Definitely isn't going to be before lunch. In goes Smith, bowls forward, plunges Parkinson, thick inside edge, drops the ball out into the onside. Tattersall comes out from behind the stumps to pick the ball up and throw it back to Smith. 4 from the over so far. In he goes and bowls, invites the big drive from Parkinson, but it was just wide of off stump, and turning further away, Parkinson lifted his bat but let it go through to Tattersall. End of Smith's 16th over, 1 for 53 his figures, and Worrell's spell of attempting to get the slower ball right has come to an end, if that's what he was essentially doing. It felt that way throughout much of them. The wicket taking ball was a normal sort of pacey-ish delivery, but it worked, I guess, in a way, in that all those slower balls, Mike was expecting another, really, and it was on him a little bit more quickly than he expected.
Glenn Phillips is going to come in to the attack for the first time today. 18 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 73. He bowled a very good first spell yesterday, got rid of Sam Evans, caught a short leg, and could well have had Colin Ackerman LBW to the very next ball. Second spell was a little on the short side, and then came back and got rid of Marcus Harris in his third go around. So here is Phillips, bowls to right, who nudges that one round the corner, but fielded by Tom Smith at short fine leg, and there will be no run. I think this is the first time Phillips has bowled from the Bennett end. Here he comes. Balls down the pitch, comes right and just gets back, and Tattersall was moving quite a way down the leg side to field that one, and I think Wright had got his back foot down anyway, but had a long way to reach back to the stumps there, did Tattersall, which allowed Wright to get his foot back down. Here comes Phillips, once more bowls, and that one just a hint of turn back towards Wright, but plays off the back foot in defence, just out into the offside. Slip and short leg, the only two close fielders, as Phillips bowls to right, flighted and clipped around the corner, fielded by Smith once more at short fine leg. The cry of catch it from Glenn Phillips. Have to have a leg slip in place. Somebody to catch that one, or a leg gully. Phillips in and bowls, forward goes, right plays defensively, fielded by Tom Lacett, short leg. Still enjoying watching Glenn Phillips bowl. He's a busy chap out there, as this one's turned away through the leg side by Wright, nicely played off the back foot. They are not going to get to, however, as David Payne goes around from deep mid-wicket and gets the throw in quickly to discourage them. 426 for 7, and Parkinson 17, Chris Wright 6.
Wright and Parkinson conversation in mid-pitch. Be interesting to see what Leicestershire do if they do get to sort of 450 fairly shortly after lunch. Will they pull out at that point, or will they just keep going? I think probably the latter.
I think we just continue to grind Gloucestershire down if I were them, but who knows, maybe these two just decide to have a bit of a pop at some point.
Smith waits for Worrell to get back to his long off position before coming in and bowling to Chris Wright, who is forward with that big stride, pretty much getting to the pitch of it, defending it out into the offside. Smith walks over to get it. Still he and Cook in dialogue after each delivery. Parkinson no doubt listening with interest. Smith is in and bowls. A couple of little shuffling steps down the wicket as though he's going to drive big there. Right, doesn't do so, just defends, but again helped himself by pretty much getting to the pitch of it. Holds the pose slightly as he pushed into the leg side. Smith himself again had to move a little bit more smartly this time to field. Did so.
Direction of that back foot was rather interesting as he came down the pitch there.
After the 45-degree angle out towards second slip as in goes Smith. Bowls, tosses it up and is driven this time by Wright out as far as Worrell, who is, as I say, 15, maybe 10, maybe 15 yards in from the ropes at long off. Sorry, gone.
Sorry, just a large group of players down the Leicestershire kits going through some very awkward-looking warm-ups.
Looks like
At least
like
they'd
the
be awkward
academy
for me, but
second 11 stroke academy mixture as Smith is in. Back goes Parkinson, stays a little bit low, plays it comfortably enough though, back down the pitch to Tom Smith. 4-2-7 for 7 with that single. Smith is in, tosses it up, forward goes Parkinson, doesn't get to the pitch of it, drops it out into the offside though. Dent has a lot of ground to make up, and after an inquiring look, Parkinson and Wright complete a sharpish but safe-ish single. 4-2-8 for 7. .71 then this morning, I think, as Smith bowls to Wright, who again is advancing down the pitch, pushing into the leg side. Smith scampers across towards short mid-wicket and fields end of the over, just the 2 singles from it. How are we doing for time? Still 12 minutes until lunch, so every prospect with these 2 of 3 or even 4 more overs.
got the sprints out now, have the academy, and earlier on there was a rather awkward looking exercise with those stretchy ropes warming up the shoulders, etc. And I can imagine what would happen to my shoulder if I tried to do that even once. Be feeling it for the next 3 days. Phillips into his 20th over, still with the slip of the short leg in a mid-off and mid-on pushed back as Parkinson is rather turned around a little by that one as he was trying to work that one to leg to start with, and then ended up just deadening it with a straight bat in the end, but the feet facing more towards the bowler. No run as Phillips moves in, and forward comes Parkinson and plays that one with more coaching manual style footwork, deadening it out towards where Silly Point would be fielding. Phillips moves in once more to bowl, and that's turned down the leg side by Parkinson. I thought it sounded fairly pad-like. Not sure whether there was bat and pad involved there or not, but either way, no run down towards short fine leg. Phillips into bowl to Parkinson. Oh, that one does come back a fair bit to him, just tucks him up, and Parkinson makes a good adjustment just to guide it away out into the point region, and there's no run. There is a deep point out there, so Cobain having to come out from slip to do the fielding. Phillips bowling full, driven away behind square down towards third man, and it'll have to be deep point to come round to do the fielding. Josh Shaw will mop up. 2 runs taken. Parkinson up to 20. Leicestershire 430 for 7. Josh Shaw, who's not bowled a ball today, still out there in the field at backward point, deep backward point, as Phillips bowls down the leg side, and Parkinson trying to whip that one away fine, gets nothing on it, and through to Tattersall, who whipped a bail off rather unnecessarily, of course, as Parkinson hadn't gone anywhere, but the over is complete. 2 runs off the over is what I'm trying to say. Leicestershire 430 for 7.
73 for 2 in the session then so far. Game hasn't really moved on massively, but Leicestershire will be, I think, content in the circumstances, and they'll be more content to see the pitch continuing to offer Tomith plenty of assistance. He's in now and bowls to right, who is forward, just pushing the ball back down the pitch to the Sussex-born Tom Smith. Ed continues to watch and learn from the stretching exercises that are going over there in front of me. In goes Smith, tosses it right up, and it gets to right on the full as he reaches forward and flicks it carefully away behind square on the leg side. Higgins has to run after it about 30 yards by the time he picks up the ball, and Wright picks up a couple of runs. Moves on to 9, 432 for 7.
Exercise that looks a little bit like fish out of water there, trying to launch themselves back into the water.
Smith in and bowls, brings right forward, but again he looks, because perhaps extra little bit of reach for Chris Wright, he's pretty much getting to the pitch of it most times and smothering any nascent spin before it gets too big on him. Smith is in and bowls. Classic example there, as Wright got to the pitch of it comfortably enough on middle and off, back out into the offside. No run. Quite cool down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground at the moment, as in goes Smith, and again Wright with that big stride. Plunges down the pitch, back down the pitch on the offside. Smith cracking on with it. Good to see. Back to his mark. About 8 steps as he bowls, tosses it up, and again Wright is almost getting to it on the full and flicking it away through mid-wicket. Higgins dived athletically, balletically almost away to his left, got a hand to it, slowed it down, still had to pick himself up and go chasing another 15 yards back, did so. Wright picks up his second 2 of the over, 4 from the over. Leicestershire will be perfectly content with that. They move on to 434 for 7. Right into double figures now, on to 11. Parkinson has 20.
I think an indication this morning in terms of Leicestershire's progress of how, unless Leicestershire bowl rather badly, it will be difficult for Gloucestershire just to be able to pile up these runs quickly, and they're going to have to take an awful lot of time out of the game in order to bat well enough to get themselves into a position of parity in this game. So, you know, it just goes back to the point really of now that Leicestershire are in, they may as well really stay out there and make the most of being out there. Phillips bowls, and that turns too much down the leg side. Parkinson once more can't flick that one away for any runs. It goes through to Tattersall. Phillips was a little short in one of his spells yesterday. He's turning it too much down the leg side, as this time he does get the line better, and it turns in towards middle and leg. Parkinson turning that one away straight to Miles Hammond, who's fielding at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Here's Phillips, trots in, bowls. There's a shout for leg before wicket, but not entirely convincing. Bat and pad seemed quite close together, although it was pad first, but well outside the line of off stump. So no chance there. It did look to be a clear forward defensive attempted by Parkinson, even if he wasn't particularly close to it. Phillips in and bowls to Parkinson. There's another shout, and his hand moved there to Russell Warren. He was also signalling that was well outside the line of off stump, but saw his hand twitch there. I thought, surely he's not going to give that one, is he? Even by Glenn Phillips' standards, that appeal was somewhat strangled. Phillips bowls full. Catch it, he says, but nobody will do so as it's flicked away to mid-wicket, and they set off for a quick single, which they'll make very comfortably in the end, as Hammond doesn't pick up cleanly for 35 for 7. Parkinson to 21. And Phillips bowls the last ball of this over to right, and what's that come off? It's flicked down towards short fine leg. Good stop by Tom Smith. Might have just been the pad in the end. Wright certainly motioned as if he hadn't got anything on it by withdrawing everything out of the way after it hit him, and it's ended up being a dot ball anyway. As I said, Tom Smith prevented a run. 435 for 7 are Leicestershire, and maybe 1, maybe 2 overs left. I suspect Gloucestershire won't be in too much of a rush though.
They haven't been rushing through their overs this morning. We've had 30, so we should theoretically get 32 in a session. And there certainly is not going to be any more than that. It will either be 31 or 32. Silly point stroke mid-off under the batsman's eye line. Higgins is in there as Smith goes in and bowls to Parkinson. He fields on the bounce, tosses it straight back to Smith. Leg slip, leg gully. Slip, and as I say, silly mid-off, really. The close fielders as Smith is in, tossing it up. Parkinson waiting for it under his eye line, just defends it. Smith walks across and picks it up. 35 for 7, so I guess Gloucestershire's first target, were Leicestershire to pull out at lunch, would be the 286. The follow-on would be. In goes Smith, bowls. Parkinson is forward, not getting to the pitch of it. I think outside edge towards backward point. Where's Hammond gone out of the gully? He's gone into square leg, talking to Russell Warren at the moment. Second slip. Phillips is the man at backward point, almost a sort of short third man position. Right, Higgins is going out of that silly, well, he's just swapping actually. Tom Lace has come out of leg slip and has gone in at silly mid-off. Higgins goes to Hammond's place at, no he doesn't, he goes a little bit more backward of it. He goes to backward square as opposed to mid-wicket, and Hammond goes in at second slip, very close again, so he's got the helmet on. In goes Smith and bowls and driven down into the ground, and Lace takes it around about chest high really in the end with his right hand. Makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps. Parkinson had gone nowhere, so he doesn't bother, just throws it back to Smith, who is in again and tossing it up, and Parkinson waiting for it, just pushes it out into the offside. Dent is the fielder. He throws to the wicketkeeper this time instead of sliding and turning and throwing it at the stumps at the non-striker's end. But Wright, as I say, looks very fit at the moment. I don't mean that he shouldn't look very fit, but he's bowled a lot of overs this season. He had a bit of a knee issue at the end of last season, but he's got over that, and taking full advantage of that fitness, reaches out and gets to the pitch of it, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is indeed lunch. 436 for 7 Leicestershire. A solid, and as I say, unspectacular morning as far as they're concerned, as they look to build a formidable first innings. It already is probably quite a formidable score. If they get on to 450 plus 480, then, as I say, they will be anticipating or hoping to bat only once in this game, but they haven't taken too many chances this morning, and as a consequence, the session has not been heavy going, but it has not been, Ed, spectacular.
No, the game has moved on a little, but I'm not sure that you'd say it's moved on as much as perhaps it might have done. What has happened is that it's gone from being a position where Leicestershire could still have fallen short this morning of a real total that would put Gloucestershire under all sorts of pressure. They've made sure that they're not going to fall short of that, but they haven't necessarily quite gone off into the distance yet. However, it's looking as though it's slow progress out there, and when Gloucestershire do come out to bat, they're going to have to bat long and they're going to have to bat well. But for the moment, Leicestershire will continue to frustrate them as much as they can.
You'll hear me do a little update for BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency shortly, but and then we'll go and have some lunch. Suggest you do the same, and something warming as well. It's a bit chilly down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. If you're watching in person as well as listening, hopefully you're keeping yourself warm. Ground staff come out to sweep the pitch. Groundsman Andy Ward heads off towards the roller, I suspect, to work on one of the other pitches as well. And we'll be back with you on BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire and Leicester in around 35 minutes' time.
Payne balls full, driven down the ground. Nice shot from Ben Mike, and he's stopped running halfway down the pitch because he can just...
In goes Smith, tosses it right up, edge court. There you go. Swindles waited for one, tossed it up, it straightened a touch. He was in, drops very short on that occasion, and he's going to pick up 4, I think, Ben Mike, as he went back, forced it away down towards third man. Good chase is in to Mike, who's hitting big and straight, and it bounces once, twice, 3 times before crossing the ropes below us. It was
full pace. He's in and bowls. He does bowl on full pace. There's a big shout for leg before, and it's out. That one coming back in towards Ben Mike. It looked a good there, and bowls very slow and very floaty, and it sort of drifts on the breeze, but it's been clipped away by Chris Bright down towards the fine leg boundary and over it for 4.
Out. Callum Parkinson is 22 not out. The ball is turning for Gloucestershire left arm spinner Tom Smith in particular, and Leicestershire building towards, given that is the case, a fairly formidable first innings score. Certainly no declaration at lunch as Wright and Parkinson reappear to join the Gloucestershire fielders and the two umpires Nick Cook and Russell Warren. Parkinson is the man who will be on strike, and although Glenn Phillips was bowling from the Bennett end before lunch, it's going to be Josh Shaw for the first time today who will take up the attack for the visitors. Lots of byplay going on out there between the various Gloucestershire fielders. Spirits at Seabourn in the Gloucestershire camp remain high.
Well, it seems that way, yes. They're obviously keeping themselves going out there, and there's not too much that they can do, really, in terms of anything that they haven't tried so far. They've really tried everything, apart from, I suppose, Josh Shaw, who's bowling for the first time today, and Parkinson is on strike. Shaw bowls to Parkinson, starts off with a very wide delivery, which Tattersall has to go sprawling away to his right to stop. And I think it may have bounced just short of him. Was looking in a bit of discomfort there for a moment, was Johnny Tattersall. He's certainly been kept busy back there. 22 byes overall, but I would say only, I think even the one that he fumbled didn't go for 4. I think he only went for a couple, so really only 2 of those 22 he had much of a chance of stopping. As Shaw is in and bowls, this time a little bit closer to Parkinson, who once more is shouldering arms, but the extras column has reached 51 now for Gloucestershire, and yes, they're nearly all byes and leg byes, but actually they are kind of as a result of a little bit of wayward bowling, most of those byes and leg byes. Comes Josh Shaw, he is in and bowls. There's a push up towards mid-on by Parkinson, and there is no run. Parkinson and Wright coming together after the fall of Ben Mike, who was undone by first a succession of slower balls and then a quicker ball which trapped him LBW. That was Worrell's second wicket. There's going to be a bit of a delay now because the ball has eluded Ryan Higgins at mid-off. It was tossed over there, I believe, by David Payne at mid-on, and the ball went a long way away from Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, I think we can definitely assume that Gloucestershire won't be hurrying through their overs this afternoon.
Here comes Shaw, he's in now, bowls, short ball, and that's struck Parkinson on, looks like the gloves, because he's taking off that left glove, and the physio is now going to have to come out, and of course that's his bowling hand. Yep.
Yeah. That could be very bad news indeed for Leicestershire if Parkinson is hurt, and he does look to be hurt, no question that he's hurt. It's what is hurt and how badly. He's taking off his other glove now.
It was a well-directed short delivery from Josh Shaw, not a completely banged-in bouncer, but just dug into the rib kind of area of Parkinson, and he looked as if he wasn't really quite sure whether to try and play it or duck underneath it. It was just that
it's his left forearm that he's holding. Will Garvey, Leicestershire's head of sports science and physio, is coming out to check everything. He's examining Parkinson's left forearm carefully, and he's asking him to move it from side to side, which he seems to be able to do, as in turning his wrist from sort of 180 degrees one way then t'other, which he seemed to be able to do. So it looks as though in that respect he's not too bad. Hopefully from his point of view it is just bruising, but it is the left forearm. Just examining it very carefully, Garvey, and just little touches. Does that hurt? Does that hurt?
seen
Parkinson.
any cries of pain so far in terms of what they...
No, he's okay. Phew, from Leicestershire's point of view, I am sure will be the general feeling in the dressing room, because that was straight onto the left forearm. Good bouncer from Shaw. Good bit of aggression from him. Garvey is running off and on with a arm guard, somewhat tardily, but perhaps if he'd had that on at the beginning, well, if he'd had that on at the beginning, that wouldn't be an issue, would he? But he's putting on a forearm guard now on his left arm to give it a little bit of extra protection. Strapping it on, but he's okay.
Even surely the most stone-hearted of Gloucestershire supporters would not have wanted to see an injury there.
Well, that would have had a huge effect on the game, potentially, wouldn't it? He's the spinner, the main spinner for Leicestershire. The pitch is taking turn. Certainly from this pavilion end, that would have made a huge difference, potentially, to things. He's going to continue with that forearm guard on his left arm now.
But the other thing is he may have a little bit of time with still Barnes and Davis to come, and then wouldn't necessarily have to bowl right up front when Leicestershire came out to bowl either. So he could have some more time to get it checked out a little bit further. Here is Shaw bowls, and Parkinson drives a full delivery up towards mid-off. Not much timing on that one, but Shaw resisting the temptation immediately to bowl another short delivery in towards Parkinson, but you suspect may not be too far around the corner. The next one dug in towards the body of Parkinson. There's only one ball remaining in this over, however, and there is no short leg, so there's not that to worry about for Parkinson as Shaw bowls, and that's well outside the off stump, and a leave alone by Parkinson, who his body language would suggest he is still in a fair bit of pain out there, but it does at the moment look as though he's not in so much pain he has to go off. That is a maiden over to start with from Josh Shaw. Leicestershire remain 4:36 for 7.
Apologies, by the way, a few tweets didn't come through this morning, and I've just refreshed it, and I've just had a load of tweets have arrived a little bit late, as I say. Apologies. Bronte mentions David Gower and biplanes on the basis of the plane that has been sort of droning around, which I still haven't seen, but a helicopter was very noisy, but there has been a plane as well. More likely to be Jonathan Agnew these days, although obviously he's busy at the test at the moment, but he's got a plane, hasn't he, and he is based still up in this neck of the woods in the Vale of Belvoir. Whether he keeps it at Leicester Aerodrome, which is about 2 or 3 miles away to the south down there. Miles Hammond is going to come on and bowl instead of Tom Smith at this pavilion end. He got one to turn through the gate. Second ball after tea yesterday. I think it was second ball after tea. Went straight through the gate and bowled Colin Ackerman with super delivery. Umpires are going to consult now about what? Have they got the ball? Are they looking at the ball? It's not going through the template. How old is it? It's about 40 overs old, isn't it, this ball? 47. They didn't quite take it after 80 last time. 47 overs there. And it looks like it's going to be change head. How many balls have we had today? 6, and we've been out there for 8 minutes. First the injury to Parkinson, and the ball is sitting on the template. Nick Cook demonstrating that it won't go through. So out of shape has it become. I sometimes wonder whether that's not necessarily a bad thing for a bowling side. When I was bowling, I didn't mind the odd sort of slightly iffy shaped ball because it did a few more things.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes, actually, the one that you often see, which makes no sense at all, is when they change a white ball, which has got really soft and chewed up and difficult to hit, and then they change it for a harder one, which gets whacked further. But yeah, certainly there seems to be this aversion to Obviously, I'm not going to make any comment about this particular instance, but sometimes, exactly, you do feel as though maybe a ball that's a little bit out of shape is actually not a bad thing for the bowling side. And it's very odd to have this change just 6 balls into the afternoon session, and other than it impacting Callum Parkinson's arm, it hasn't received any treatment at all since lunch, so you'd think that it would be in exactly the same shape as when the umpires took possession of it for lunch. But there we go. Maybe Callum Parkinson's got some reinforced steel inside his arm or something like that, which has caused the ball to become out of shape. Who knows?
So Hammond with his bandana. He's bowling leg spinners to Chris Dent, but I don't think he'll be bowling leg spinners at Chris Wright. He has a slip and he has a short leg, and Ryan Higgins is jogging from backward point to backward. No, well, short fine leg, pretty much almost on the 45, about 20 yards or so from the bat on the leg side. In goes Hammond and bowls. Wright is forward, reaching for it a little bit. It's very slow, gentle, rolling stuff from Hammond. As I say, when he lands it, pitches it right, it turns nicely. 7 overs yesterday, 1 for 29, his figures. In he goes, bowls to Wright, who gets a full toss, which he hits high in the air, straight into the lap of long on running in. And, well, that could not have been a more comfortable catch for Shaw. Awful piece of cricket all round, with the exception of the catch, basically, and he couldn't really miss that. It was such a dolly. Well, goodness me, what a way to get out.
You rather felt as though it might be time for a little bit of a set of tempters, I suppose, from Miles Hammond, but I don't think I quite foresaw the wicket falling in that way. And I thought for one moment that the catch was, well, not quite going to be muffed, but Shaw, I think, almost couldn't believe how easy the catch was when it was up in the air, and it eventually settled himself underneath it, took it very comfortably. But there was just one moment when I think Shaw wasn't quite sure what to do, because you take catching practice and the ball tends to be coming at you fairly hard or fairly high, and this one just really looped to him at more of a conventional mid-on position. Couldn't have been an easier catch, but they don't practice catches that easy, so I think it was a bit of an odd sight for Josh Shaw to see as the ball went off Chris Wright's bat. But
So,
made no mistake.
12 minutes in, we've had 8 deliveries, and it's just, the game has sort of come to a sort of weird halt because of all sorts of things happening. Well, Leicestershire continuing, they're not declaring, that's for sure. Out into the middle comes Ed Barnes, the young Yorkshireman.
And I can say, by the way, that is a career best for Miles Hammond.
Okay, 2 wickets for the first time.
Indeed.
2 for 29 he's got. Well, the first one was a super delivery. The first wicket he can be proud of. That one, well, that was just a rank full toss, an awful delivery. And he raised his hands into the air with a big grin on his face as he saw Wright cloth it gently to Shaw, who, as you say, he's still sort of practicing how to take those. He had to sort of just walk in and take an absolute dolly. Goodness me. Hammond, the deadly Hammond, continues from the pavilion end. In he goes and bowls a little bit short, just outside off stump. Back goes Barnes, pokes it out towards point, but very gently. So gently, in fact, that Cobain can run across some slip to cut it off and make sure no run results. Leicestershire yet to add to their lunch score as Hammond goes in and bowls, brings Barnes forward, spins, hits him on the front pad, big stride, and he appeals. Not really seriously, I suspect, although it was quite dramatically impressive in terms of gestures, turning on one knee with hand raised. In he goes, and bowls, drops a little bit short, turned around the corner by Barnes, and Leicestershire have their first run of the session. Higgins jogs around, picks up and bowls the ball back in. There is something vaguely theatrical about Hammond with that bandana and long hair, long sleeves as well. Spins the ball from hand to hand. Summons Payne in from the point boundary. Parkinson awaits as Hammond is in, bowls to him a full toss, but he doesn't hit it past the diving dent at extra cover. Missed out badly, one feels there. End of the over, a single from it and a wicket. Bandana is removed. Cap is retrieved by Hammond from the little... I think it's where there's a tap underneath that runs to the square for the water and the hoses. And Leicestershire are 1 for 1 in the session. 4-3-7-4-8.
Josh short at the end of his mark, and I rather suspect this over may not have quite the same number of events as we've had in the first two of the session. An eventful start since lunch for Shaw, as here comes Josh Shaw, bowls one of those almost Dan Worrell type deliveries.
I'm guessing these two are old friends, or at least old acquaintances stroke teammates.
It was sort of a loopy
Yorkshire Academy sort of thing. Shaw and Barnes.
Kind of a loopy wide delivery, which Barnes ended up squeezing away out onto the offside, and no run taken. Here is Josh Short, bowls to Barnes down the leg side, and Tattersall, he almost deflected that one onto the pair of helmets there. He's done well to get something on it. He will save 2 byes, and 2 byes on to the total for 39 for 8. He tipped that one the other way, and there's a larger target than normal with 2 helmets there, but he avoided giving away the 5 penalty runs.
Well, Shaw is 25 and Barnes is 23. But I would imagine they're acquainted.
Here is Josh Shaw, charges in, bowls. Ooh, and Barnes has left that one in the end. It was a sort of a languid withdrawal of the bat there from Ed Barnes. It happened a little bit late, but got everything out of the way of it. Barnes, highest score 17 not out, average about 9 2/3.
Big 17 not out. He saved the follow on in horribly difficult circumstances at the Aegeus Bowl against Abbott and Abbas, when Leicestershire needed just 85, I think it was, to save the follow on, and they were 53 for 9 when he and last man Alex Evans got together, and they dragged the Foxes just over the follow-on target. It was a very brave knock.
Short bowls to Barnes, wide of the crease, down the leg side once more. This time Tattersall makes it look a little easier in terms of getting the ball into the gloves, but the radar has gone a little for Shaw. A couple of balls this over. Gloucestershire fans certainly know all about attempting to avoid the follow-on late against Hampshire, because they fell just 1 run short in their match at the Aegeus Bowl. Poor Matt Taylor, who'd batted quite well to get Gloucestershire towards avoiding the follow-on. He'd played out probably about 20 straight balls, finally got one that he thought he could hit and cut it straight to first slip, and Gloucestershire missed the follow-on by 1 run. Barnes this time is forward and playing that one away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run once more.
Higgins got ticked off by the umpire there because he was deliberately slowing things down so blatantly, polishing the ball for a long time on the back of his trousers, that umpire Warren had a little word, and he raised his hand in apology. He's doing it again now.
Well, there's obviously something that they can get out of this changed ball.
Time.
Indeed, yes, squeezing time out of the ball.
Crowd are getting a bit annoyed as well.
Here comes Shaw to complete this over. He is there and bowls. Left alone by Barnes. Good carry through to Tattersall. On getting through around about head height. End of the over. It goes down as a maiden. So Shaw has yet to concede a run off the bat this afternoon, but other than the blow struck to Callum Parkinson, hasn't been a huge amount going on for him in terms of obvious wicket-taking threat. 439 for 8 is the score. Parkinson has 22 and Barnes has 1. Did we find out, by the way, what cake had been prepared for
I haven't yet, I'm afraid. No, I will ask.
I had a tweet at lunchtime suggesting, of course, that it should be lardy cake.
Okay. In goes Hammond, and is turned into the leg side by Callum Parkinson, and then Higgins, of all people, surprisingly, because he is so athletic in the field, slightly misfields. He lets the ball go 8 or 10 yards behind him, and as a consequence, Parkinson, who'd hesitated, calls Barnes through for a single. Hammond is in, bowls, tosses it right up outside off stump, and he steered it wide down to third man for 4. Not entirely sure that's precisely where he was aiming, but it was tossed up and so far that he had to wait for it till it was almost under his eye line, well outside off stump, and squeeze it away with a very nearly horizontal bat, and it went very fine down to third man for 4. Payne is a backward point, so it was an awful long chase round for him, and never any chance of getting there. Hammond is in again, and he's going for the drive, and it goes through off the wicket-keeper's gloves. I don't think he got an edge to it. Let's see if there's a signal. No, umpire Cook has already got his hand raised, so he went for the drive, missed it, came off Tattersall's right glove, went through first slip, and runs away for another bye. 23, is that now? 23 byes? 4-4-5 for 8. Hammond in, bowls, drops short, and it just is allowed to creep through by Parkinson outside off stump by 1.5 feet. 25 byes now. That's plenty. Certainly not all his fault by a long way, but I'm afraid that one was. Hammond in again, tosses it right up, and he has to reach for it and slap it away. Parkinson does both those things. Payne jogs around the boundary, and the game is sort of gone almost into slow motion at the moment as Leicestershire. Well, they're going to get that 450 that both Colin Ackerman and Paul Nixon talked about beforehand. Will they keep going thereafter? In goes Hammond. Bowls turned around the corner by Barnes towards Higgins, who has to run to his left, puts his foot down. Umpire Cook raises his hand to indicate he should hang on to it because it is the end of the over. Barnes has moved on to 6, Leicestershire on to 4-4-7 for 8. This Barnes just his 7th first-class game and his 4th of the season, so still very much making his way, but he's done well to establish himself in Leicestershire's red ball side. If he feels, I don't think he'll feel fully established, possibly he isn't yet. There's a lot of good seamers to choose, or a lot of seamers to choose from. But Barnes has done well enough to keep his place.
Josh Shaw is running in, and he's there and bowls outside off stump, and Barnes offers no shot. Yes, was sent in by David R. Joyce a couple of lovely pictures of some lardy
cakes.
Indeed.
I'll ask them, I'll message them.
Yes, so he said it should be a sticky, sugary lardy cake, best eaten straight from the oven, piping hot, but be very careful of the hot sugar. He goes on to say, enjoying the live streaming. Cricket available to all is so important. Shaw is there, bowls, and that's tucked away through square leg, and that is going to go all the way to the boundary for 4.
They have lost their wicket since lunch, that of Chris Wright, who got a horrible full toss from the occasional off-spinner Miles Hammond. All he could do was cloth it straight to long on where Josh Shaw held the catch. That was Wright gone for 11, 4, 3, 6 for 8. But they have just brought up the 450. That was their initial target of the day. Callum Parkinson is on 24. There was a worrying moment for Leicestershire when he was hit on the forearm in the over after lunch. His bowling arm, that is, his left forearm. Happily, not too many problems as a consequence. He's all right now. He's on 24 not out, 10 not out to Ed Barnes. The Foxes continue to grind, rather, on towards 500. Probably went on a bit long for them there. Oh well.
Well, what could possibly be more important than the cricket, eh? Certainly not the weather. I mean, goodness knows If all days we should know what the weather's doing over the next couple. Here's Shaw, bowls and he's bowled him! There goes off stump. So Ed Barnes is dismissed, and after all the inside edging off Shaw's bowling yesterday, who could surely begrudge him that wicket? He certainly does deserve it, and Barnes just playing forward, and there was a big gap there between bat and pad, and Josh Shaw able to find it and clean bowled him off stump out the ground. So first wicket for Shaw. Barnes departs for 10, Leicestershire 451 for 9. I was thinking, actually, I was about a ball away from saying it, that Ed Barnes looked as if he was on for his career best today, but not to be, and I didn't say it, so it's not my fault.
Number 11 is going to come out, Will Davis. Davis can bat. He's no mug with the bat. Very few players are these days. And he's got Parkinson at the other end, so they're looking for a few more. 1 for 55 for Shaw, 1 for 46 for Payne, 2 for 57 for Worrell, 2 for 77 for Glenn Phillips, 1 for 60 for Tom Smith, and man with the best figures, 2 for 37, Miles Hammond.
Yeah, topping the match summary at the moment, Miles Hammond, as far as the bowling is concerned.
He might be your interviewee of choice tonight.
He might well be.
If he gets number 11 as well, a
He might well
threefer.
be. Talk to him about his bowling.
He'll be batting as well. Eftsoons, one feels.
Actually, that was one of the things at the Oval, because I would have interviewed him after he took his first wicket down there, having got rid of Hashim Amla. But then every time he looked to be the interviewee of choice, he finished not out at the end of the day. So, in general, the convention appears to be not to interview batsmen who are not out at the end of the day. So
Some don't mind, some do, don't they? It's a sort of superstition almost.
Indeed. So you don't really necessarily always want to talk about how well you've batted, and then you talk about it, and then you come out the next morning and get out very early, and then you haven't batted as well as you'd possibly been talking about the night before. I can understand it. Anyway, Davis is in, and Shaw bowls to him, and Davis gets everything out of the way as it goes through to Tattersall. Good length ball, just rising a little outside the off stump of Will Davis.
Just his second first-class innings of the summer, Will Davis. He was not out first time. He's been injured most of the season. Picked up a side strain in the last warm-up game. They take a long time to fix those.
Yeah. Shaw is there, bowls, and he's bowled him as well. Off stump is removed, just like for Barnes. So Davis departs for a second ball duck, and Shaw finishes with figures of 2 for 55. Leicestershire are bowled out for 451 eventually. They have piled up an impressive score, and as you said, 450 was the mark that they were after, and that's exactly what they have got. And Gloucestershire have a lot of batting to do for the rest of today, and from their point of view, hopefully into tomorrow as well. As the Gloucestershire players trudge off, and Chris Dent and I would assume Miles Hammond get themselves padded up the quickest. Miles Hammond will be opening the batting for the first time since the first Bob Willis Trophy match last year. But he was in good form at the Oval.
Just the light roller going on. Interesting. Go through the Leicestershire card then. First man to go, Hassan Azad, was caught by Tom Smith at fourth slip off the bowling of David Payne for 4. Sam Evans caught at short leg by Tom Lace off the bowling of Glenn Phillips for 27. We had that long, big partnership between Marcus Harris and Colin Ackerman before, that was 160 before Ackerman was bowled by Hammond through the gate for 57. Lewis Hill also made a 50, he made 56 before losing, I think he loses his middle stump, did it come back that far off Dan Worrell? Can't quite remember, but he was bowled yesterday evening by Dan Worrell for 56 this morning. I beg your pardon, Harris went as well, of course, leg before wicket 2. Glenn Phillips for 148, his third century in 4 innings, his last 4 innings here at the Uptonsteel County Ground this morning. Harry Swindles went caught by Ian Cobain at slip off the bowling of Tom Smith for 36. Ben Mike, leg before wicket 2 Worrell for 24. Chris Wright clothed Hammond full toss straight into the hands of Josh Shaw at shortish long on for 11. And Barnes and Davis both lost their off stumps to Shaw for 10 and 0 respectively, leaving Parkinson not out 24. Do you want to do the bowling figures? Have you got them there?
Yep, indeed. So Dan Worrell, who opened the bowling and bowled an extraordinary spell today, full of slower balls of various different varieties, and bowled to some rather unusual fields at times as well. He finished with 23 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 57, tidy enough figures, and he never really conceded too many runs at any point of his bowling. He was quite consistent. Throughout his bowling innings. And David Payne, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 46. You could say similar about David Payne actually, and as with many of the Gloucestershire bowlers, a little bit of hard luck involved, particularly with Payne this morning, bowling to Swindles and Mike. A couple of inside edges that just didn't quite go their way, and yesterday a couple of balls which fell short of the slips as well off what looked to be genuine edges. Josh Shaw, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 55, came in and mopped up the tail, getting rid of Barnes and Davis in the space of 3 balls. Ryan Higgins, 25 overs, 5 maidens, none for 73. So Ryan Higgins goes wicketless for the first time this season, and at some point I shall look back into last season to see whether that happened as well. I would suggest that it may well not have done. It is a real rarity for Higgins not to pick up a wicket. He was clearly struggling with a right knee problem this morning, but he seemed to run it off and looked to be moving quite well in the end, but if it is bothering him at all, might suggest why he was looking a little bit tired in a couple of his spells. So 0 for 73 for him. Glenn Phillips, 21 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 77, and he bowled a particularly good spell on the first morning and got rid of Sam Evans. Never quite managed to hit the same heights since, but he's certainly proving himself to be a very, very useful operator for Gloucestershire, to have somebody who can bowl some more than useful off spinners to complement whichever of the 2 left armers they pick in terms of Smith or Van Buren in future, once Van Buren is able to be picked again. Certainly a very handy cricketer to have about. Tom Smith, 19 overs, no maidens, 1 for 60. He got rid of Harry Swindles in the end with his very first ball of the day. But in general, Smith, particularly yesterday, just didn't quite manage to find the same turn actually as either of the 2 off spinners. And Miles Hammond, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 37, his career best of 2 for 37, got rid of Colin Ackerman with a really good piece of bowling actually yesterday to bowl him for 57, and then his second wicket, maybe not quite so much in terms of good pieces of bowling, but rank full toss which was completely miscued down Josh Shaw's throat at mid-on, and that was his second wicket. And yeah, those are the Gloucestershire bowling figures, and overall I think you can't really go pointing too many fingers at anybody in terms of saying, you know, didn't bowl up to scratch, but at the same time I think, well, there was enough out there for them at various stages that I suspect, even though they did lose a bad toss, what looks like a bad toss at the moment, and even though for quite a lot of yesterday the ball didn't do a huge amount, I think they might possibly be a little disappointed to have Leicestershire up at 450 odd. At the same time though, a lot of credit must go to the way that particularly Marcus Harris batted, and then that allowed the rest of the Leicestershire middle order to bat around him. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure, only Gloucestershire will know exactly how they'll reflect on this bowling performance. I think one thing that they will not be too happy about is 54 extras, even though most of them were byes and leg byes, but a lot of those were as a result of balls fired down the leg side.
Umpires reappearing as the light roller has completed its work, being dragged off by the Leicestershire ground. White has 28 at 23 apiece, including, as Gloucestershire know full well, his first class career best of 7 for at Bristol a month ago.
He just settled into a wonderful rhythm in that particular innings, and yeah, he got more out of that surface at Bristol than anybody else did really throughout the entire match. Even though Leicestershire did lose a lot of wickets in quick succession in the second innings, it certainly wasn't anything to do with the amount that the ball was doing. And yeah, well, he looked every bit the bowler that opened the bowling for a championship winning side on that occasion. So Gloucestershire are going to have to hope that he doesn't look that bowler today. And Chris Wright will bowl the first ball of the innings to Miles Hammond, who touches that one into the short square region. In fact, doesn't get a touch on it, and it will go down as a leg bye. But Gloucestershire are underway to the very first delivery of their reply.
I guess their first target, 302, to avoid the follow-on. It would be very difficult, I think, for Leicestershire to win the game if they can't enforce it, and it could get interesting if they then try and have to score quick runs. We know they don't necessarily do that brilliantly.
Yes, you could have another situation where they try and set up a game. Anyway, Chris Dent on strike, and that's whipped away through square leg. Nick Cook, theatrically watches the ball go past him. It's heading down towards the deep backward square leg right, won't make it, and they will sprint back for 3 runs. So Dent off the mark, didn't really bother to keep that one down, and Nick Cook might have had a catch if he'd reached out for it, but stooped down to watch it zip past him.
I wonder if there's ever been a case of an umpire forgetting himself in a first-class game to such an extent that they have stuck out a hand and caught it instinctively.
Yeah, I wonder. You could see how it could happen. Gloucestershire 4 without loss as Wright bowls to Hammond, and Hammond watches that one go outside the off stump, just angling across him. And you'd imagine, we shall see, that there's probably not going to be quite as much movement out there as there would be first thing with a new ball, but we shall see. Depends, I suppose, how hard the abrasive, oh dear me, try and speak a proper sentence, Seaborn. Depends how abrasive the surface is. Right bowls, and Hammond plays very correctly up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Nice high elbow there.
Try and say a proper sentence.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
I resign. So Hammond, who batted very nicely at the Oval, and he really actually was the only one who made it look like a good batting surface of the Gloucestershire team, as Wright bowling just outside off stump. A good leave from Hammond until Wright shows that he can really hoop that ball back in towards him. I think he's going to be very content just to leave those deliveries outside the off stump. Hammond, who made 77 in the first innings from 188 deliveries, and then 45 in the second as Wright bowls, and once more that angles across the left-hander, and it's a no ball. Chris Wright, who did bowl a few no balls in the return fixture and has been a little prone to them at times in his career, has bowled one there, and Gloucestershire 6 without loss, and still one legitimate delivery to come in the over. So Hammond made 45 in that second innings and was given a real stinker of a caught behind decision as well as Wright bowls, and that's well wide of off stump, and this time an easy leave alone for Miles Hammond. So 6 runs off the first over, a couple of no balls, a leg bye to start off with, and not a bad start from Gloucestershire's point of view. Not a huge amount of movement there from Wright, but then the ball is only 1 over old.
Will Davis will open the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end. As I mentioned in the course of his brief appearance at the crease as a batsman, this is just his second first-class appearance of the season, largely due to injury. But he did pick up 3 wickets in his single appearance last week, 3 for 98 altogether, and at times bowled very well, accurately, which is what Leicestershire needed. He's going to start around the wicket to the left-handed Gloucestershire skipper Chris Dent. In he goes and bowls down the leg side to Dent. Swindles dives away to his right to take the ball cleanly two-handed, and there is no run. He's running sort of between the umpire and the little culvert, but it doesn't look to be in any way sort of getting in his rhythm or causing him to step out of what would be his normal run-in. It's quite a straight run-in Davis has, as in he goes and bowls. That's a straighter delivery and on off stump. Staying on the back foot, Dent plays it off the pitch a bit, just drops it out into the offside, and then wanders down to prod somewhat suspiciously at the pitch. Long sleeved sweater on. No sweater for Hammond. I wonder if he's got his bandana on underneath his...
He has,
helmet.
yes.
Oh yeah, I can see the little white tail of it sticking out of the back of his helmet. Davis is in. Fuller takes the outside edge and it's going to run away down to third man for 4. He was a little tentative, propping forward there, Dent. And one of those little bonuses that go the way of openers sometimes when there isn't a third man. Thick outside edge. He was in the air for a good few feet, but well wide of third slips through a roundabout gully. Chased away down to third man for 4. So Dent has 7 already, and Gloucestershire in double figures already. They're on 10 without loss.
Probably feel as though he's due a few of those, Chris Dent. Not just in terms of what's happened here, but in terms of how things have been going in general since a really good start to the season.
Davis is in, very straight again, and Dent half forward, gets a thick inside edge this time. The ball runs out towards square leg. There isn't a square leg, just Parkinson at mid-wicket and Barnes down there at long leg. Barnes comes running in. Parkinson goes running across between them, make sure it is just a single, but again a good delivery from Davis, and he'll consider himself a little unlucky not to have squeezed it through onto the pads of Chris Dent. Brings Hammond down on strike to face Davis for the first time. In goes Davis and bowls outside off stump, too wide to persuade Hammond to play at the ball. Just lifts his bat over the line, lets it go through to Swindles. No run. Gloucestershire 11 without loss in just the second over. Come on, Davo. I think that was a definitely Australian twang to that one.
Another of the imaginative nicknames there then.
Yeah, he's at third slip, Marcus Harris. Second slip is Ackerman as Davis goes in and bowls, line and length on off stump. Hammond leans forward, a little bit tinny sounding as it comes off not quite the middle, trickles out towards right, who is at mid on, who then throws it to Harris to do a spot of polishing, not that it'll need much, because it's the end of the over. 11 without loss, Gloucestershire.
Chris Dent starting the season with 3 half centuries in a row, including an unbeaten 91 against Surrey, which would have been a century had there been more runs.
Shall I throw a quiz question at you?
Oh no. Oh no.
In your capacity as Gloucestershire as a representative?
Gosh, here comes Bright bowls to Dent, and Dent comes forward and plays defensively back up a pitch.
Which ground in Gloucestershire on which county championship games have been played is no longer used for cricket?
Oh gosh, I should know the answer to this.
As in, it is no longer used at all for cricket, not even club cricket.
I should know the answer to that. Here comes Wright. He's in and bowls to Dent, and that is left outside the off stump by Chris Dent. Through to Swindles behind the stumps. Oh, I really should know the answer to that. That is terrible.
I bet some Gloucestershire listeners know.
They'll all know.
I'm sure they'll know.
I'm the only person.
Adrian Thomas will know, won't he?
He
For
will.
sure.
He's in the ground somewhere, I think. I don't know if he's listening to us or not. Probably not. In goes Wright. He's there. Bowls to Dent, who has a feel for that one outside the off stump. And he certainly did play at that one. He's rehearsing playing inside the line of it, but there's a real poke at that one, well away from his body, and not a shot that Chris Dent will want to repeat at all throughout his innings.
Nervous looking shot. The name of the ground suggests it was a company ground to me.
Is it in Bristol?
No.
Oh, God. Here comes Bright bowls Yorker, and it's well dug out. Well dug out by Dent in the end. There looked to be a bit of tail on that one from right in towards Dent, who all 3 stumps were kind of exposed there, but he jabbed the bat down on top of it just in time. Made sure I guess he kind of almost had to get his feet out of the way of it so that the bat didn't hit the foot and then the ball hit the foot. Right bowls to Dent. Dent plays that one softly into the extra cover region. to be bottom of the bat really there, and Dent, who, as I said, he's not been in the best of touch of late.
He looks a bit uneasy, doesn't he?
Yeah, and that's sort of how he has looked really. It's just not quite been that confidence in his defence, which you're so used to seeing from Dent when he is in good touch. As right bowls to him, and that one lifts on Dent, passes the shoulder of his bat, and that was a much more testing over from Chris Wright. A terrific over there, maiden for him. 3 overs have gone, Gloucestershire 11 for no wicket.
That was a really, really good over from Wright, showing just why he's taken all those wickets of late. Certainly he's in the best form that he's been in for Leicestershire since joining the county, and as Paul Nixon has talked about, he thinks a lot of the credit obviously predominantly goes to Wright himself, but also to Tom Smith, Leicestershire's bowling coach. I'll tell you why in a second after this delivery from Davis to Hammond, who's driving pleasantly, little bit outside edge in that it goes behind point. In pursuit is Sam Evans, picks it up a couple of yards inside the ropes down there at a wide third man position, gets his throw away, but Hammond picks up 3, and that is the 3 that he needed to get off the mark essentially. 3 off 9 balls for him. Gloucestershire on to 14 without loss. Yeah, Tom Smith, Nixon believes takes a lot of the credit for helping Wright develop a sort of new ball in his armoury, which is partly also comes from knowing that the pitches here at Grace Road. In goes Davis, bowls very straight, waiting for it is Dent, playing it out towards mid-wicket. Parkinson for some reason flings himself to his right and makes a stop at mid-wicket, rolling almost in front of Wright and then laughing at himself as he lies there on his back, having rather unnecessarily flung himself around. Wright gives him a hand and picks him up, as footballers sometimes do to each other. Davis, 44 on his back, runs away from us and bowls again very straight. Dent solidly forward this time. Nice sound as the ball hit the middle of the defensive bat. No, but he's developed a delivery that he bangs into the pitch but jags back sharply. Is essentially he's a outswing bowler, and when he first came, obviously, at the age of 33, I think he was, I thought, well, a very good consistent outswing bowler, obviously, and has done very well for various counties. In goes Davis, just drifting towards middle and leg, and turned into the leg side by Dent along the ground all the way to Parkinson at mid-wicket. But he never looked like he was going to sort of run through a side or take more than 2 or 3 wickets, maybe pick up 1 or 2 with his outswing in each spell sort of thing. But then he's developed this delivery which jags back in, and as a consequence he's become an infinitely more dangerous bowler. It just shows you can never stop learning. In goes Davis, bowls very full puff of dust from the bat as Dent plays it firmly, bat hitting the ground after it had hit the ball firmly out towards Wright, who's at mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you think Dan Worrell's 29 and his white ball bowling skills with those slower balls, and he's really kind of zoned in on the Yorker of late as well, watching the last Big Bash round in Australia, and it's never too late to pick up some new deliveries, new skills, definitely.
Azad has left slip and gone in at short mid-wicket as Davis is in again to Dent, who is getting a delivery on leg stump, which he was just waiting for, looking to turn it into the leg side. Almost turned the bat face on it a little bit too soon and ended up just pushing it gently out towards Azad at that short mid-wicket position. End of the over from Davis. Didn't really beat the bat in it, didn't look as though he was going to. Arguably that one perhaps did, but no great movement for him. Wright it is who carries the danger at the moment. Gloucestershire are 14 without loss after 4 overs. Should be an update any second. Hasn't come to me yet though, so we'll crack on.
Yeah, that last delivery, just another indication that the timing just isn't quite there for Dent. You'd expect that one to be whistling away through the leg side somewhere. Here's right, bowls to Hammond, that's edged and it's wide of the slips, and will go down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Well, there's 3 of them in place. Had there been a 4th, then Gloucestershire would be 1 down for 14. As it is, they are 18 for no wicket, and
it would have been a replica of the Azad dismissal, wouldn't it, to Smith at 4th slip?
Indeed. Hammond
Squared up.
Didn't quite come off the flying leading edge like that one did, but it would have been very similar in terms of timing, and a flashing outside edge, and it would have been a sharp catch at 4th slip, but one that somebody fielding there would expect to take. As it is, wide of all of them, and they resisted the temptation to put a 4th in now as Hammond drives, a bit of a flailing drive, which will skew away behind square on the offside. Third man's quite wide, so they will come through for a single. Gloucestershire 19 without loss. Hammond certainly looking to be positive out there, and actually it wasn't necessarily like that when he played against Surrey. His defence was actually rock solid, and he didn't go about playing too many shots, but it's very different, of course, facing 2 seamers with a new ball, which he didn't quite have to do in the last match. And it's right now bowls to Dent, and Dent gets one which just leaves him, just nips away. Looked like that one may have nipped off the pitch rather than moving through the air, and Dent once more is beaten outside the off stump. Wright is settling into a lovely rhythm there, and well, Dent playing it down the original line of the ball and just left him. Wright bowls now to Dent, who just turns that one a little more comfortably into the mid-wicket region, and there is no run. Made a half-century in the first innings of the return fixture, but since then 9 in the second innings, 10 and 25 against Middlesex, a duck against Somerset, and 14 and 14 against Surrey. So a bit of a lean stretch from Dent. As Wright's in and bowls to him, that's full, and Dent gets forward and plays more comfortably back to the bowler in defence. But he's always been the type of player in his career who can have a run like that and then all of a sudden, bang, big score, and really big score, which is what Gloucestershire need. And I felt in that first innings, particularly against Surrey, that it looked as if he just got himself into a bit of nick, and then he pulled a delivery straight to mid-wicket off Verdi, and it was all over. Oh, that one's risen a bit on Dent, and it's struck him on the top of the thigh pad sort of area, I think, and ricocheted out into the offside. So Chris Wright's causing some problems. They've seen off 3 overs from him. After 5 overs overall, Gloucestershire are 19 without loss, and I think you're going to have to put me out of my misery possibly on this ground.
It's in Stroud.
Oh, is it? Right.
And it was called the Erinoid ground, Erinoid, which sounds very like some sort of company. You're nodding as though you might know it, but
well, I know that
in goes Davis and bowls, nicely driven. It was a bit of a half volley. Hammond just leant into it, didn't try and hit it too hard. Mike has to go running back from mid-off towards wide long off. Hammond picks up a couple.
No, I did know about the ground, but I did not know its current usage, I'm afraid.
Okay.
But a quick Google tells me that Erinoid is a synthetic plastic material manufactured by the interaction of casein, or casein, I'm not sure how to say that, and formaldehyde. So there you go.
Interesting.
Now you know.
And they had a cricket ground which was used for first-class cricket. Davis is in. Again, it's fullish on middle and off. And again, Hammond looking to drive. This time it comes off a bit of a thick inside edge and runs out towards mid-on. Moved on to 10 into double figures with that couple of just 12 balls. They're scoring at a decent rate. Gloucestershire 21 without loss in reply to Leicestershire's 451, and we are only in the 6th over of their reply. Davis is in. Bowls, a little bit of shape to that one, a little bit of a way swing, but it was too wide, and Hammond just calmly let it go through to Swindles behind the stumps.
He's shown Gloucestershire that he can do that now, though, and there was particularly the delivery that almost got through Dent and had him LBW, just moved into the left-hander a little bit late, so he's got it in the minds of Hammond and Dent that he can move the ball both ways now.
Runs away from us with his orange-soled cricket boots and bowls outside off stump, goes straight on pretty much. It was a good line, just not quite close enough to persuade Hammond to play. He let it go through. Leicestershire, there's a list of 5 grounds here which apparently no longer exist, on which they have played first-class cricket. 2 in Colville, 1 in Hinckley, and 2 in Loughborough. It says Loughborough College, but I'm assuming that is a different ground to the Loughborough Uni ground. In goes Davis, bowled, whipped away. It was too short and dismissively put away by Hammond, and it went all the way. It was a sort of short-armed pull, almost off the front foot, but goodness me, he timed it sweetly, whipped it away off sort of hip area, and it has bounced through. May actually have bounced off the concrete and over into the Milligan Road. There are railings there now instead of the wall, and I can see Leicestershire photographer John Mallet with his camera pointing into the Milligan Road and into the businesses on the other side of the Milligan Road. Is that gentleman coming out of one of them carrying... No, he's not carrying a cricket ball.
I thought it was rubbing his shoulder for a moment then.
Somebody might have to... I wonder if it hit one of those cars that's parked on the other side of the road. Somebody's going to have to go down there. I know, but I wasn't sure whether that was hitting the hut where the roller is kept, which is a sort of metalish construction. But somebody is going to have to leave the ground. Oh, hang on, here comes Ed Barnes. Has he got the ball in hand? He does, so somebody has retrieved it very kindly. Thank you to whoever that was. He throws it to Russell Warren to examine, and Russell Warren is happy with it. Throws it to Callum Parkinson, so no damage done to the ball at any rate.
And they don't have to sanitise it either, so somebody must have...
Maybe it didn't. There's the steward who went to get it.
He must have kicked it to Barnes out there or something, because
possibly
otherwise they would have to sanitise it.
Possibly. Maybe, as I said, it didn't leave the ground. Maybe it pinged around and it took a while to find it. Rebounded off the railings back towards the manual scoreboard. Davis goes over the wicket, perhaps as a consequence, and it's full on off stump, and looking again to drive, a bit too straight for Hammond, and he just strokes it back down the pitch towards Davis. But that was one heck of a shot from Miles Hammond. Absolutely dismissive. Moves on to 16 off 17 balls. 16 off 16 for a moment. On comes the sanitizer, because after 6 overs, Gloucestershire have made a very good start to their reply to Leicestershire's 451. 27 without loss.
At the same time, I suppose, they'll look at the innings of Dent so far and suggest that he is not looking particularly permanent, and then Miles Hammond is clearly prepared to play some shots. So there was absolutely nothing wrong with the pull shot in terms of repeating that dose, because there was nobody out there and the ball really didn't get up on him at all. It just sat up and begged to be hit, and Hammond took full advantage. But a couple of those drives that Hammond's played would, I think, interest Leicestershire as far as thinking they might have his wicket. But at the moment, Gloucestershire will be pleased to look up on the scoreboard and see it having rattled along to 27 after just 6 overs, and Chris Wright has the ball in his hands and prepares to bowl the first ball since the sanitisation break. Does so to Dent, and Dent comes forward and plays quietly up to mid-off, where Will Davis is fielding without the cap. And I was wrong, by the way, in both my attempted pronunciations of that particular, whatever, chemical compound, whatever it is. Casein, apparently. I'm supposed to say it. The things you learn here. Right, bowls, and Dent tickles that one away fine. A Crow has to make a quick escape from the path of the ball, and a single is taken down to fine leg. 28 without loss. Dent moves up to 9.
Now, there is a ground in Gloucestershire on which Championship cricket has only ever been played once. I'm not being very fair to you here, am I? But there you go. I think where that might be. Just one Championship fixture.
Oh, gosh. I mean, I've got a couple of...
Now, if I tell you when it was,
I don't think that
will
will
help
help much, but I've got a couple of thoughts as right bowls to Hammond, and that's a good length ball, which Hammond pushes up to mid-off, and there is no run. The problem is that whilst I have a couple of thoughts, they'll probably all be wrong. So it's really just going to be a question of me firing
guess
out
away again,
against
buddy. Guess away.
Lydney.
No.
Oh dear. Oh dear. I know they haven't played there much, but here comes right bowls to Hammond. That's full and driven, and a good stop by Will Davis at mid-off. Really good stop. I thought that was heading towards, at least, if not over, the extra cover boundary, but Davis getting across with the dive to stop it.
It's even more bucolic than Lydney.
It is... Oh dear. Oh dear.
It's a ground in the Cotswolds.
Well, that... Yeah, okay. Here comes right bowls, and that's well outside off stump, and there will be no shot offered by Miles Hammond, as Swindles had to go in front of Hassan Azad at first slip in order to get that one. Quite a bit of late movement after it passed Miles Hammond, and there's just one delivery remaining in this over. I wonder how many right will get up front. I suppose he might get 6 or 7 if necessary. Right in and bowls to Hammond. Oh gosh, that one keeps low, and Hammond stands there with his hand on his hip looking at the point that ball hit. And well, as I suppose the only thing to say about that is, as long as it's going to do that not on the stumps, then that's one thing, but now all of a sudden variable bounce is going to be in the batsman's mind as well. Not only did that keep low, but it also jagged away from Miles Hammond.
He could have done without that happening, couldn't he, right? Jagging away. If that had continued on its trajectory, that would have been a shocker of a delivery for Hammond. And Colin Ackerman mentioned it yesterday, didn't he, in the interview that I did with him. Not so much turn, although they hoped it would continue, as Davis continues from the pavilion end and bowls to Dent. That didn't get up very much either on off stump, but he thought the bounce would become increasingly low as the game went on. Well, that would appear to indicate halfway through day 2, thereabouts, and that is exactly what may be happening, which makes Gloucestershire start at 28 without loss even more creditable. In goes Davis, and bowls full and chipped out from under his nose by Dent, along the ground all the way. As I chipped, it was a little bit of a push along the ground in the end out towards Parkinson, who again stays down at mid-wicket, having done the fielding. I don't think he's got an issue, but too much footballer in Callum Parkinson.
I was wondering it after the first time whether it was something to do with that left forearm which was hit, but at the same time I think not. No. Judging by his reaction afterwards.
Davis is in to Dent outside off stump. Good leave by Dent, a couple of inches in hand. It was in 1914 and the game was played in Moreton in the Marsh.
Well, it's easy to be wise after the event now. I mean, if I just kept guessing blindly, I think that would have been
You'd have
my
got
second
there.
guess. But,
Oh, well, there you go. Oh, that was a shame.
I'd no faith in myself after the after the first one, and then of course once you said Cotswold, that kind of narrowed it down to just a couple, and then yes, oh well.
Davis is in bowls, line and length on off stump. Dent forward. Again, just a little bit tentatively, dropping it out into the offside, and there's no run. Arthur Conway of Worcestershire took only 39 wickets in his 22 championship appearances, but 15 of them were in a 2-day victory in the one match that was played at Morton in Marsh. And 100 years on, his 15 for 87 remain Worcestershire's best ever figures. In goes Davis and bowls onto the legs of Dent. There is an appeal for leg before, never likely to be answered in the affirmative. Although the signal is a leg by, it bounced off the pad and trickled down towards wide long leg. Barnes came running up to meet it. Davis knew that wasn't out as he turned to umpire Cook.
I think they have played List A cricket at Morton much more recently, though.
Okay.
I'd have to look up exactly when, but yeah, I think that even quite recently, maybe even the 90s, they've played List A match there.
Davis back over the wicket to Hammond, who stretches forward to a delivery on pretty much middle, pushing across him. Thick inside edge sees it run out to Barnes. And Hammond picks up a single and keeps the strike. Moves on to 17. Gloucestershire already up to 30 without loss. Davis has bowled 4 overs for 17. Right for 11. Leicestershire have one ground on which they played just the one game, and that was on the town ground in Colville, one championship cricket game. At the behest of Charles Palmer, newly appointed secretary and captain, and he scored his first century there. However,
Wright continues, and Hammond comes forward and defends that one away towards extra cover, and there is no run.
his principal memory of that match was apparently his need to constantly apologise to the opposition for the basic facilities. So that's why they only went once to the town ground Colville in 1950.
Sounds like a delightful place.
Indeed.
Apologise about the facilities. Brilliant. Here comes right bowls to Hammond, who's he's cut in half, as they say, by that one, and the ball coming back in towards Hammond somehow went over the top of the stumps, just bounced enough. Hammond made some vague attempt to try to play it, but as close to unplayable a ball as could be bowled. Hammond's feet not really going too far, but goodness me, a bit of luck there for Gloucestershire. I suppose they'll say they deserve a little bit. There's his right bowls to Hammond, and that's angled across Hammond, and this time he's able to leave alone much more comfortably outside the off stump. I was listening to yourself and Anthony Gibson during the Somerset match, just doing a bit of scouting ahead of the Leicestershire match at Bristol, and I heard you deliver a fantastic story about sandwiches.
Yeah. At Ayleston Road.
What was it? Something
The electricity ground.
Electricity ground, yes. Here comes Bright and bowls, and Hammond tries to flick that one away, and he did it so flamboyantly that I had a half look towards the boundary, thinking that it must be sailing away towards it the way he finished the shot, but it didn't go anywhere. Just struck him on the body and out into the offside, and there was no run. The follow-through suggested, it took a couple of steps down the pitch, but the follow-through almost suggested that he felt as if he'd got it away, but nothing on it wood-wise. As Wright moves in over the wicket, bowls, and there's a drive from Hammond, and Davis saves more runs, this time to his left. This one, I think you would have said, would have classed as a misfield had he not stopped it. At the same time, fast bowler having delivered 4 overs already in a spell, he got down nicely to stop that one, and a good looking drive there from Miles Hammond. Much more out of the middle of the bat than a couple of the drives that he's played so far, which have ended up squirting a little behind square, but didn't pick up any runs for this one. Here's Wright, he's in and bowls, and that one leaves Hammond once more. Wouldn't have been out because it's been signalled a no ball by umpire Russell Warren, but more extravagant seam movement there from Chris Wright. That one really jagging off the pitch away from Hammond, and you can't blame Miles Hammond at all for playing at that one. Just a hint of early swing and then really zipped off the pitch. 2 more runs to the total thanks to the no ball. 32 without loss Gloucestershire as Wright bowls, and Hammond turns that one away just wide of mid-wicket. Won't be wide enough of Ed Barnes to allow them to come through for a run, and that ends the over. So Wright is through 5, and Gloucestershire will be glad, I think, to see the back of him. And after 9 overs overall, Gloucestershire are 32 for none.
Dent and Hammond compare notes in mid-pitch. Might be something along the lines of, I think Wright's carrying the bigger threat today. None for 13 from his 5. Davis will continue though. Around the wicket he goes from the pavilion end to bowl to Dent. Good line and length delivery. Great movement. Dent is behind it on the front foot, dropping it out into the offside. Sam Evans, I beg your pardon, it's Lewis Hill running in, who is the fielder. And there's no run. Umpire Cook and Ben Mike in animated conversation before Mike eventually throws the ball to Will Davis. He's got that short mid-wicket, Azad in shortish, straightish mid-wicket as he is in, and bowling to Dent, thick inside part of the bat as he defends that one out towards Azad, leaning forward. Right behind Davis as he runs in over the wicket to the left-handed Dent. Can perfectly pick up any deviation in the ball. The odd one has just swung a little bit for Davis, but certainly nothing as dramatic, for example, as that delivery that almost accounted for Hammond from Wright. Davis is in and bowls again, straight and accurate, but again no great movement, and Dent can deal with it, leaning forward out towards Hill at extra cover, and there's no run. The ground is very still. The flags are absolutely limp. We had a southerly breeze yesterday, but absolutely no movement in the air at all today.
Somewhere out to the right has probably been getting sunshine all day. There's been a patch of blue over there, but not here today.
This hasn't moved, has it? But thankfully we haven't had rain, that's the main thing. Davis is in again, a good straight delivery on middle stump, but again Hammond can watch partner Dent just defend it out into the onside, and there is no run. Ooh. Stream is flickering a little bit, seems to be alright again now. Wright polishes the ball on the bottom of the front of his Leicestershire shirt, then throws it to Davis, who examines the ball and grips it quickly, and he likes to turn into his run. Davis is not one of those who stops at the end of his run up, and bowls onto the leg of Dent, who turns it, but again a Dent in form I suspect would have turned that away for runs, but he was just a little bit tentative pushing it out towards Parkinson, who again is leaning on his hands, and he's holding that left forearm. Actually he's in some pain out there, and he's leaning forward now. This is going to be an issue for Leicestershire, whether it was numbed at first and is now beginning to throb. In goes Davis and bowls, squares up Dent a little bit. He was looking to play it an on drive, pushed it back down the pitch toward Davies, who tried to flick the ball at the stumps as he fielded, wasn't able to do so. End of a good accurate over from Davies. No great movement for him, but a maiden nonetheless. We'll keep an eye on Parkinson, but it's an ongoing issue. Hasn't gone away, has it?
No, it hasn't, and I thought after getting a couple of dives out that he would be okay. I would have thought he would have felt some ill effects from those if he was going to feel anything else other than what he's already dealing with. But yeah, like you say, it could just
swinging his arms now, and having done so, immediately began to rub his forearm.
Hopefully, from his point of view, is just a very sore patch there as right bowls, and that turns around Miles Hammond, who is trying to flick the ball through the leg side, but the majority of deliveries are just hitting the pitch and leaving Miles Hammond, so leave yourself very open to the type of dismissal that we were talking about with Hassan Azad, and that one coming off the leading edge and out into the offside.
He's batting a long way out of his crease now, Hammond, as well, shuffling down to try and deal with this sharp movement.
Right is there, bowls, and there's a tight leave from Hammond. I think he could leave that one on bounce, as well as in terms of being slightly wide of our stump. Mind you, actually no, it was pretty much over the top of the stumps, and having already seen a ball keep low, that is a very brave leave from Miles Hammond. He wanders off towards square leg. Not sure whether Nick Cook would ever have said anything or made a gesture there in terms of his facial expressions, but I wouldn't put it past Nick Cook to have done so. As here comes Chris Wright, he is there, bowls to Hammond, and this time it's a more comfortable leave, and it's also another no ball from Chris Wright, so that's, I think, his third overall, so 6 of the 34 runs that Gloucestershire have now scored have come from no balls.
They'll be thinking if we can just... I mean, he's into his 6th over, and, you know, he's 35. They'll be thinking, yes, he's done very well in terms of stamina as well this season, but Gloucestershire will be thinking, well, he is going to bowl 1 or 2 more, you would have thought, in this spell, before they'll have to make the change.
Right in, bowls, Hammond forward, pushing down the ground. He'll get a single as mid-on has to move quite a way, more towards mid-off really, and Ben Mike eventually brings the ball under control after kicking it around for a bit, and a single is taken. Hammond up to 18, Gloucestershire 35 for no wicket. A pleasant little push down the ground from Miles Hammond. Graham at Backfoot Pod has just sent me a message with some more details about the Moreton ground, as he is the first team captain at Moreton in Marsh. Moreton was used for List A games until 1996. Last game there against Kent as Wright bowls to Dent, who just touches that one away through square leg and will set up for a single, which he'll make. So having been stuck on 9 for a fair bit, it seemed, Dent is now into double figures with 10.36 without loss. Names such as W.G. Grace through to Courtney Walsh have played there. Leicestershire played there in 1994 and 1981. And he says Aggers has in the past told the story of the bus getting stuck in the mud at Moreton in 81. A game abandoned due to rain.
But it's picturesque.
Oh, yes.
Just about everything at Moreton Marsh is, isn't it? But
yeah.
I'm sure the ground is as well.
Here comes Wright, bowls, and once more Hammond is beaten by a ball which angles across him. And as long as he keeps playing down that line, he shouldn't be in as much trouble as if he tries to feel for it, which is at least the one thing that you would say. But there's real movement, and that one actually is late swing as well, after the ball had hit the pitch, which makes life very difficult to try and play. But I think Hammond is, as I say, Hammond is doing the right thing by not following the ball, and if he nicks a ball, it's just because it's a very good ball. Right in and bowls full, and Hammond drives down the ground pleasantly, heading towards the boundary. Has it got the legs? There's a dive, and Mike can't bring it in. So a nice shot from Hammond would have been a couple of runs possibly down this end. I'm not sure. Either way, the dive was not able to bring it in. And 4 runs to Hammond. He's up to 22. Gloucestershire 40 without loss.
Updates time. Well, Gloucestershire have made a good start to their reply to Leicestershire's first innings of 451. That innings came to an end quickly when both Ed Barnes and Will Davis were bowled by Josh Shaw. 302 is Gloucestershire's first target. If they get that, they'll avoid the follow-on. And as I say, they've made a good start. They're 40 without loss. Miles Hammond has 22. Chris Dent, the skipper, has 10. Hammond has been a bit fortunate. He's been facing some really good bowling from Chris Wright, but no catches as yet for the Foxes. Gloucestershire are 40 without loss. And it is going to be Callum Parkinson. And he puts his cap into the little culvert or place where the water tap is. That could be an issue for him. He's got 2 left-handers to bowl against, and he's going to have to skirt that little trap, if you like. Little flat piece of wood, square piece of wood that's in his way a little bit. In he goes and bowls. Back goes Dent and defends. No great turn there for him. You would have thought against right-handers he'll carry more of a threat, but he might get something out of the footholes going over the wicket. Doesn't appear to be encumbered by his injury at the moment. In he goes and bowls, tosses it up, forward goes Dent, thick inside edge, past the hands of short leg, along the ground all the way. No chance for Evans to get to the ball. Davis does, but he has to make up a bit of ground from mid-wicket to square leg. And so Dent picks up a single, moves on to 11, brings Hammond down on strike. Ackerman is at slip. Evans is at short leg, as in goes Parkinson and bowls onto the legs of Hammond, who looks to turn it down to fine leg. It will be cut off down there by Lewis Hill. Will it be signalled leg by? Yes. Umpire Cook raises his left knee and gives it a good thumping. Wrong line for Parkinson, just drifting onto leg stump or down.
I was wondering whether you were going to call it the shapely knee.
No, I did think about it, but I remembered.
Hitting it like that, it won't be shapely anymore.
In goes Parkinson and bowls a horrible full toss that is paddled away to square leg. Hammond didn't try and hit it too hard, to the relief, I suspect, of Sam Evans at short leg, whose life must have flashed before him there. He just put it calmly away through square for 4.
He really took cover there, did Evans.
Can't blame him.
No, I mean, he's got his hands up in front of his face. I don't want to see it.
No.
Goodness me, I said it before. I say it nearly every time anybody's in there. Who on earth would do that?
Field at short leg.
Field at short leg. It's just asking for trouble.
It can be fun if it's turning or bouncing, a little bit, but
I think
not when you get a full toss like that.
No, I mean, I think it's fun, actually, the whole reactions thing. I mean, I actually sort of enjoy the sort of reaction catches like that, but goodness me.
Parkinson in again, and he's sweeping, but he's got his front pad, missing the sweep, but he's got his front pad outside the line of off stump. Hammond on that occasion. Hammond is fairly racing along at the moment. His 26 has come off 38 balls, Dent 11 off 36. And Gloucestershire approaching 50 already. They're 47 without loss. Parkinson blows on his left hand. Just searching for a little bit of early rhythm, goes in and bowls, brings Hammond forward on off stump, getting to the pitch, defends it out off thick inside part of the bat towards Will Davis, who's at mid-wicket. End of the over for Parkinson. One rank bad ball in it, otherwise no great turn. Marcus Harris having a word with Callum Parkinson. Ackerman briefly, but the dialogue between Harris and Parkinson continues.
He does really enjoy a sweep, does Miles Hammond. I feel as though I had to bring this up really when he missed that sweep shot, but at one point in the second innings against Surrey, Hammond missed 5 consecutive balls against Dan Moriarty, all sweeping. It was one of those instances where he just felt he had to shelve the shot, and he never did. Here comes Wright, bowls to Dent, and Dent plays this one off the inside part.
When you say 5 consecutive, you don't mean to 5 consecutive deliveries,
I do mean to
you
5
do?
consecutive deliveries.
Okay.
Yeah.
None of which were...
None of which were connected, and every ball just outside off stump and through to the wicket keeper.
Were they each one was appealed for?
Oh, no, but it was...
Okay.
No. The hands or heads for each of them, but... Because, just a little bit of extra turn, he probably would have been bowled, but... Yes. Here comes Wright, bowls to Dent, and Dent drives with no timing whatsoever, and still reaching a little bit away from his body to play that drive. It's all hands, really, that shot. The feet don't... The front foot doesn't come towards the ball at all, really, but at least from Dent's point of view, he got it all on the ground up to mid-off. Yeah, he can be very stubborn with that sweep shot and the reverse sweep shot, but when he gets them, he's a very good player of it. When he makes contact, as Wright bowls full, and Dent pushes this one. That's good batting from Chris Dent, just wide of mid-off, and sets off for a quick single and moves his total up to 12. Gloucestershire 48 for no wicket, and that's more like the kind of thing that, if you're a Gloucestershire fan, you'd like to see Chris Dent doing, just that control with his defence, which was so in evidence, particularly in the first match of the season against Surrey, where it seemed even the good balls he was just pushing defensively for singles into gaps. But really, since the very start of the season, that the same form has not been there, as Wright bowls to Hammond, and Hammond defensively playing that one up towards mid-off. But as I say, he's the type of player who, if you just let him stay out there for long enough, then he may well play himself into some form. And having said that, of course, he's been in form in the T20s for the second 11, played a ridiculous innings in the second 11 match against Northamptonshire. I believe it was the first of the 2 in the double header. He scored 93 off 31 balls as Wright bowls a bumper, and Hammond ducks well underneath that one as it rather ballooned over his head and through to Swindles behind the stumps. Yeah, 93 off 31 balls, 11 fours and 7 sixes, and yes, it was second 11, but the fact that Chris Dent was playing should tell you that it's not really a proper second 11 match, and the Northants attack included Wayne Parnell, so admittedly he was probably the only real standout. Named Graham White was also playing in that game for Northants, but extraordinary numbers as Hammond tries to turn through the leg side off the last ball of the over, and the bat not coming through at the right time and sending the ball down the ground, but in the end not in the air. So Wright's bowled 7 overs, and because of the no balls, he's effectively bowled 7.5, so you'd imagine not too many more overs left for Chris Wright, and Gloucestershire are currently 48 without loss. And in that match overall, Gloucestershire, the second 11 match this is, Gloucestershire chased down the 186 set by Northants' second 11. Gloucestershire second 11 chased it down in 11.1 overs. 188 for 2 in 11.1 overs. Hammond made 43 off 20, Dent 93 off 31, and Cobain 28 not out off 13. Glenn Phillips 10 not out off 4. So basically what I'm saying is that the T20 time should be quite exciting for Gloucestershire.
Well, Colin Ackerman is bringing himself on here at the pavilion end. Parkinson bowled just the 1 over. I'm guessing he's going to have a go from the other end instead, but it has to make sense for Ackerman, the off spinner, to bowl against the 2 left-handers. Round the wicket he goes and bowls to Dent. Bowled him! Bounces and turns and hits the top of off stump. perfect delivery for the off-spinner first up. Didn't bowl it too flat or fast, tossed it up, turned, hit the top of off stump. Beautiful.
Yeah, it was just landed in exactly the right spot. Dent coming forward quite early and playing down the original line of the ball, but not able to make the adjustment for the turn, and so Dent departing for 12. He will not be a happy chap, having once again he'd done his best to try and battle through things. Never really looked particularly comfortable out there, but it was a good piece of bowling from Ackerman, as you say.
Bounced and turned.
And so it is Glenn Phillips who comes out at number 3. Wondered whether it would be Tom Lace or Glenn Phillips, and indeed it is the New Zealand overseas player who strides out to the middle, with Gloucestershire needing a big innings from somebody, and they will hope that Glenn Phillips can provide it. Average just over 40 in his first class career at the moment. 38 matches, this is his 38th match that he's played, so a lot more white ball experience. 114 T20 matches he's played. But as I say, he has represented New Zealand at test level and scored a half century, so certainly a batsman of quality, but they need a real innings of quality here, do Gloucestershire.
He's right-handed though, which is going to be an advantage against Ackerman, you would have thought. Davis has gone in at slip, and of course Evans at short leg. Ackerman is going to go over the wicket to Phillips, goes in and goes straight through him. Did it stay a touch low as it went through into the gloves of Swindles behind the stumps, or was he playing for a little bit of turn that wasn't really there?
Possibly back to a ball which later on in his innings he might be forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. It stayed deep in his crease, and it was a good length delivery. In goes Ackerman, bowls, and that time he does step forward and thick inside edge, defending it out into the on side. Evans runs up from short leg to field at shortish mid wicket. Ackerman walks into his delivery stride, tosses it up, fullish, and driven out towards mid-off's going to have to hurry. Phillips, he hits the stumps right, but Phillips is very quick between the wickets. He is quick, the New Zealander. He was quick in the field. Some of his chases were very impressive, and in fact he made his ground comfortably.
Yeah, certainly a bundle of energy, but it looked a little bit like a Kevin Peterson type get off the mark shot. It always felt as though Kevin Peterson was due for a run out when he was on 0, but in the end, just about, well, I say just about, he did judge it well in terms of getting through for that single.
Back round to the left-handed Hammond, who attempts a reverse sweep, and he connects as well, and he's going to get 4 for it, down to third man, which he made into long leg. Well, that was a brave and or foolhardy shot, you would have thought, but he brings up the Gloucestershire 50. But Hammond reverse sweeping an off-spinner, the first ball he faced from that off-spinner, when the ball is bouncing and turning. Okay.
As he said, it is Miles Hammond's shot. I mean, for him, it's a very natural shot, and he does play it, you know, as often against spin as he does really for example, a turn into the leg side or a cut shot. But yes, I can see you're excited by the possibilities it brings.
Ackerman is in almost a full toss. It was very full. Hammond just stretched forward and blocked it back to Leicestershire's captain, who gets a round of applause for a wicket-taking first over. Did concede 5 runs from it. Hammond went on to 30 with that reverse swept for Phillips. Picked up a single. Gloucestershire 53 for 1.
No, I certainly get your point, especially about the bounce, though, because you just think a top edge is very possible if one does just bounce on playing that reverse sweep. But as I say, he will just back himself to make
No,
that
fair
shot,
enough.
really.
Yeah, I mean, but it's sort of flirting with leg before as well, isn't it? Really, it was where he was taking it from. But well, this is interesting. Wright is going to continue, I guess, with the new batsman. So he might have come off if Dent hadn't got out, but he's going to keep going against Phillips.
He thinks there's probably likely to be a long break before he bowls next. You got the tea interval as well, adding an extra 20 minutes on to a possible break. Here comes Wright. He's in and bowls to Phillips, and Phillips leaves a delivery which comes back towards him.
That's the one.
It is what Wright's been doing, and well, I mean, it was a good leave. It would have had to have moved a fair way, but at the same time, given that we've already seen one ball move really extravagantly off the pitch like that, it's tough to leave those if they're any closer, that's for sure. But at the same time, if it's still on that line, I think Phillips has to just leave it alone. Wright bowls to Phillips, and this time it's straighter. Phillips has taken off with a single. Absolutely not there. He's got to be careful he doesn't sell Miles Hammond down
Well,
the
I was just thinking,
river there.
yeah, his teammates are going to have to get used to this, aren't they? Because it looks like he's going to be keeping them on their toes in that respect.
Miles Hammond walking down the pitch as if to say, "Do you want to do that again? Can you at least
give me
at least give me
earlier
a warning,
call
yes."
or something.
Here comes Wright. He's up to the wicket and bowls to Phillips, who does get a little bit turned around by that one, as once more there's just that possibility of the ball moving into the right-hander, and that one really just carried on its original line, but just the possibility that it might jag down the leg side had Phillips momentarily thinking he might have an easy put away through the leg side, and then he didn't, and got a bit squared up, managed to defend it away for no run, as Wright is in, bowls once more, and that's pushed more confidently down the ground towards mid-on, and there is no run. What Surrey had last week was, well, for some of the time at any rate, they had spin from one end and it was turning and bouncing, and then the likes of Jamie Overton bowling some out-and-out pace from the other end. But even though Wright doesn't have that type of pace, he does have height, and he is moving the ball about. So that's outside the off stump this time, and Phillips will leave this one much more comfortably. But that one was the away swinger from Chris Wright, and now he's shown Phillips, like we were saying earlier on a little bit with Will Davis, he's shown Phillips now that he can swing it away and get the ball to nip back off the pitch. Last ball of the over, as here comes Wright and bowls. That one is heading down the leg side. I think it's only going to be a leg by, as Russell Warren's already got his arm out ready to signal, and does so. So one leg by. Phillips keeps the strike. Gloucestershire are 54 for 1, and surely that is the end of Chris Wright's spell. As I say, with the 3 no balls, he's basically bowled 8.5 overs now. 1 maiden, none for 22. Could easily have had a wicket in there, but as with all the seamers in this match so far, you'd say they deserved more than they've got, and that's been the case with Gloucestershire, and it's been the case with Chris Wright there, I would suggest.
Ackerman looks around him, content with his field, as he goes in and bowls to Phillips, who is back on his stumps defending. Ball doesn't do too much, keeps it out comfortably enough. The ice cream van arrives. That blue is beginning to drift across to the south of us, so it might be coming our way. In goes Ackerman, tosses it up, driven hard for 4, wound himself up there, Phillips, and swacked it back past Ackerman, who stuck out his left foot, and probably as well he didn't get anything on it because it was travelling across the ground. Thumps into the advertising hoardings at long off. Phillips is going to go for his shots whatever, and well, this could be an exciting innings.
Yeah, well, certainly when he gets a ball that's in what you'd say, if it were a white ball game, was slot kind of length, I think, from Ackerman, he's going to feel free to have a hit at it, and he is a very strong chap, so he should be able to clear mid off and mid on easily.
Ackerman is in, bowling to him. He leans forward into that, just playing it back down the pitch to Ackerman. I can see his sort of leg stump as he takes guard there, Phillips. I'm just working out where he's actually batting. He's batting a long way across as Ackerman is in. There's a peel for leg before. He's on the back foot. It does turn, but I think it hit him outside the line. It did hit him outside the line. But there was turn. He's playing with fire, staying back to that sort of length delivery. And the turn isn't particularly slow. It's not as it was last week. In goes Ackerman, foolish again, pushed out into the offside. Right, overruns it. There could be a second here. There should be a second here. Right, under pressure. Let it go through his hands. And so Phillips called Hammond back for a second and made it comfortably. He moves on to 7. Gloucestershire 60 for 1.
Things continuing to move on apace as well.
Yeah, a couple of hours of Phillips could change the course of any game, you feel. Ackerman is in, bowls to him, and he defends on the back foot calmly out into the onside. Ben Mike picks up, and there's no run, and that is it for Chris Wright, as we suspected would be the case. Parkinson is going to replace him at the Bennett end.
Wondering actually how many, and he did suggest this when I talked to him last night, how many surfaces like this he's played on in his career, and he certainly suggested that this surface was not something that he was particularly familiar with at all. And I wonder, off the top of my head, I'm not sure if he's played much at all outside New Zealand before this. For certainly the appearances that I can think of internationally for Glenn Phillips have come in New Zealand. He's played 25 T20 internationals, so I'm assuming he has played some of those outside New Zealand, but at the same time he won't have encountered too many pitches like this playing in T20 internationals, that's for sure. You certainly don't see too many pitches where there's some turn like this. Parkinson is back, replacing Wright from the Bennett end. Bowls to Hammond, who comes forward and nudges that one away out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Even in the subcontinent, you don't tend to see pitches that really turn square for T20 matches, seeing as entertainment value is only considered in terms of 4s and 6s, it seems, as Parkinson angles that one towards leg stump. Hammond tries to sweep at it and has not got the connection that he would have been looking for.
I'm not sure Evans is a natural at short leg, really. I mean, as he raised his bat into the air, Evans' head went down and tucked it in away to his body, but as a consequence...
Parkinson bowls. There's a reverse sweep from Hammond. He's barely got anything on this either, as it trickles away just wide of slip. He couldn't have got any less bat on the conventional sweep if he'd tried, and then this one, I think it's hard to tell because I'm behind the batsman, but I think this one probably also caught a little bit of inside edge. Parkinson in and bowls to Hammond, who comes forward and plays defensively back up the pitch.
It's all a bit frantic, isn't it, out there at the moment?
It's entertaining to watch.
It is, Phillips
Very
and Hammond.
entertaining.
Yeah.
As Parkinson, left arm over the wicket, trots in once more to bowl to Hammond, who turns away but will pick out Ben Mike at mid-wicket, and there's no run. We might be in danger of having a maiden over. Not a maiden over without incident, but just one ball away from a maiden, as Parkinson bowls to Hammond, who goes for a reverse sweep. And again, not entirely sure what that has come off. I think it's
inside bottom edge.
Yeah, bottom edge onto pad possibly.
Yeah, it could easily have sort of Bold, he could easily have dragged that one on as well in a funny sort of way.
But if he misses one, he's going to keep going for it, as Miles Hammond. You certainly know that from watching him across the formats in various times, and that indeed was a maiden over, and Parkinson will feel excited for his next over after that one for sure. 60 for 1 Gloucestershire, and Hammond is still on 30. Phillips has 7.
Ackerman to continue to Phillips. He is in slightly flattish delivery onto leg stump. Phillips is back, pushing it out towards short mid wicket. Ben Mike steps in and picks it up. Ackerman bowls again a little bit flat, stays low and turned on the bounce by Phillips to short leg. Picked up by Evans. No run, obviously. Well, if Ackerman and Parkinson keep bowling in tandem for a while, they're going to whip through the overs, Leicestershire. Ackerman in particular gets through them very quickly. In he goes and bowls. Back again is Phillips on off, turning towards middle. Played out towards Mike at mid wicket. Ackerman delivers again a little bit flat, pulled hard out to square leg by Phillips for 4. Again, it was a little bit flat, a little bit short though on that occasion, and again Evans can't be enjoying this against these two batters in particular, because both, given the opportunity, swing very hard. And Phillips picks up 4, moves on to 11. As I say, a couple of hours of this and Gloucestershire could be 200.
Doesn't have to be that far wrong either, does it? Just a little bit over pitch, just a tiny bit short, because it wasn't a rank short delivery by any stretch, and already having to put somebody out on the boundary on the leg side.
Ackerman bowls, and a fuller delivery, almost Yorker length, and a puff of dust as he comes down on it. Phillips, and then just politely stops the ball with his bat. Updates time. They've picked up their first wicket of the Gloucestershire first innings. Chris Dent, the left-hander, was bowled by Leicestershire skipper Colin Ackerman with his very first delivery, a ball that spun and bounced and took the top of off stump. Dent was gone for 12, made the score 48 for 1. They've moved on to 64 for 1. Miles Hammond is batting well. He's 30 not out. New Zealander, overseas player for Gloucestershire, Glenn Phillips, has come out to join Hammond. He is 11 not out. They're both attacking batsmen, and it is exciting stuff out there as they take on the Leicestershire bowlers on a wicket, offering the spinners a lot of assistance. Gloucestershire is 64 for 1 in reply to Leicestershire's 451. Back with you on commentary. Just that last ball that wasn't described. Looking to turn it, thick inside edge onto the pad, and there was no run.
Parkinson resumes his duel with Miles Hammond, and Parkinson bowls. There's the sweep this time, and it's gone very fine. It will be 4 runs. There's nothing anybody's going to be able to do about that. I don't think Russell Warren knows what that's come off either. I think he was asking Miles Hammond, and in the end it's gone down as byes, so nothing at all.
So it must have just turned quite a long way, that one.
Yeah, I must have assumed the way that had come off, at the angle that it had come off, that it must have just flicked the pad. He's gone a long way across there as Hammond, and there's leg stump and possibly middle as well showing, and it turned past both of them. 68 for 1 as Parkinson bowls to Hammond, who goes back and then has to make an adjustment out into the short mid-wicket region. However, I've seen, obviously, last week, and Miles Hammond doing that rather a lot, and it worked very well for him. So, you know, I don't feel quite as bad at him doing that as I might for some of the other Gloucestershire players. This time he's confidently forward and defending that one back up the pitch. But he really did, on a surface that was probably at least as tough as this. He played Verdi and Moriarty very well. And yeah, sometimes he did look as if maybe he was back when he should have been forward, but he just made those late adjustments that the other Gloucestershire players couldn't. There's the reverse sweep. He's hit this one I say he's hit this one, he has hit this one this time for a start, but this time it's straight to the fielder at sort of floating between short third man and backward point, and Lewis Hill prevents a run. Parkinson bowls to Hammond, who comes forward and plays defensively back to the bowler. So if he wants to play that shot, Hammond, he's either got to try and play it very fine, or he's really got to try and hit it hard, which he can do, through more like straight point or just ever so slightly backward of point. This time he brings out the conventional sweep and tickles it away fine. I think this time it is going to be runs for Hammond, and is so. Just heading down the leg side, that one, although actually having said that it wasn't. Looking at the replay on the stream, he swept that one off more like middle stump, but just got the bottom part of the bat on it and runs away fine for 4. 72 for 1 Gloucestershire, and Hammond has 34 now to his name, and Gloucestershire trail by 379.
Ackerman will continue to Phillips. He must be a little bit concerned about the scoring rate, Ackerman, but you do feel if they pick up one, another one could quickly follow. Ackerman in to Phillips, a little bit flat again, as I say, and on the off stump he defends out into the offside. Obviously prefers, by and large, to play on the back foot. Ackerman is in, tossed up and hit high over mid-wicket, and Parkinson is running along the boundary. Bounces across the ropes for Parkinson. Actually was well short of getting there, but again, didn't mind swinging that one away, Glenn Phillips. He clearly is going to play in one way, and that is an attacking way, and very entertaining. It promises to be. The Leicestershire crowd a little bit nonplussed by this. They're not quite sure what to think.
There was rapturous applause when Glenn Phillips hit that boundary.
In he goes, Ackerman, and bowls to Phillips, who is hits high, and although Ackerman appeals, had bounced and turned, no supporting appeals from behind the stumps tells you all you need to know, I suspect. Far too high. No changes to the field after that big hit, as in goes Ackerman, bowls, Phillips goes back inevitably, pushes away, a delivery turning towards middle, out towards Harris, who's at mid-on. Bowls fullish onto middle and leg and clipped by Phillips firmly past short leg, but only as far as Ben Mike at mid-wicket. Wonder why Parkinson is the man out there on the pretty much mid-wicket boundary, just about between mid-wicket and square leg. He has a good pair of hands, Parkinson. Ackerman is in, bowls flattish and turned off the back foot by Phillips, but sent back by Hammond, who then raises a hand in apology because there was a single there actually, as running across to his left is Azad, I think it is in the end, made the stop. He isn't the quickest fielder in the Leicestershire side, and he did have a bit of ground to make up, so Hammond right, I suspect, to apologise. He's kept the strike though. Hammond, he will be on strike anyway. He's 34 off 56 balls. Phillips has 15 off 27, and Gloucestershire continue to make good progress in their reply to Leicester's 451. They're 76 now for 1.
I suppose that is the one thing about that, isn't it? You'd be quite happy if you're Gloucestershire to see Hammond take most of Parkinson and Phillips facing most of Ackerman. So I'm sure that wasn't why Hammond turned down the single, but at the same time, I don't think you're too disappointed to see that. I do actually have a trivia question, by the way, on Glenn Phillips. It's Gloucestershire angled, so I'm not going to ask you unless you would like to submit your thoughts. So my question is, Glenn Phillips's first professional appearances came in the preliminary final and the final of the 50 over trophy in New Zealand in 2015, which two players, and they both have Gloucestershire connections, which two players dismissed him in both those games? So I'm sure it can be narrowed down quite quickly in terms of the fact that I've already told you it was New Zealand domestic games. But back in 2015, when Glenn Phillips made his first professional appearances, which two players removed him? As Parkinson is in and bowls to Hammond, and that one stays down a little bit. This time Hammond wanted the single and Phillips has to send him back, and this time Phillips very much in the right in terms of sending him back.
Well, New Zealanders with Gloucestershire connections are fairly recent years. I always think of Marshall, of course, but is he one?
He is not, no.
Oh, okay.
One of the connections is more direct than the other, I would say. Here comes Parkinson. He bowls now to Hammond. Hammond goes back and guides that one away out towards point. There will just be the single in the end, as a fair amount of ground had to be made up by Will Davis coming back from the circle. 77 for 1, Hammond on 35. So send me your answers at Ed Cricket 6. So the first two players to remove Glenn Phillips in professional cricket is basically the question. And I would also say, give you the clue that it came, of course, in New Zealand domestic cricket 50 over trophy. At Ed Cricket 6 for your answers for that one. As Parkinson is in and bowls to Phillips, who comes forward, and I thought Phillips played that one into the ground solidly enough, but Leicestershire were particularly interested there. Perhaps it was more of the inside edge. Well, bat and pad quite close together. I suppose it might have been LBW if he'd missed it, but then...
It's the first time Phillips has faced Parkinson, isn't it?
Indeed, yes. Parkinson to Phillips, and oh goodness me, that one goes right through him. How that was neither caught behind nor bowled nor LBW, I'm not quite sure from this angle. It just turned enough past him, actually. Benefit of the replay there. As here comes Parkinson and bowls very full. Oh goodness me, is that
Stumped? No.
attempted?
It was an attempted stumping, yeah.
He almost, well, he did york him, basically, and then it just turned and bounced.
Just got his bat back down in time. He was...
Had
Didn't
no
know
idea
where he
he'd
was
gone,
then.
no.
Didn't know where he was, I don't think, Phillips, then.
Halfway between England and New Zealand. Here comes Phillips. No, he doesn't. Parkinson bowls. LBW shout. Leicestershire seem convinced of. It's also a... Well, I say it's not a stumping shout because they're not going to Nick Cook, but ball must have... I guess actually they must have been appealing for caught behind rather than for LBW. They're appealing for everything, I suppose. It just went through Phillips once more, and it was probably too high to be LBW. Whether they thought that it had just taken the edge as well. So again, apologise for the uncertainty, but the wicketkeeper is rather obscuring my view of exactly what happened there. You've probably got a better view of it on the stream than I did live. At any rate, not out, said Russell Warren, and Gloucestershire are 77 for 1 after that over.
Could have been out 3 consecutive deliveries there, Glenn Phillips. He has survived, but Leicestershire have the right batsman at the right ends as far as they're concerned. Ackerman in to Hammond, who is going to pick up at least 3, could be 4 there, as Mike and Parkinson race after the ball. Mike wins the chase, puts in the slide. Hammond takes 3, about 2 or 3 yards short of the boundary at wide extra cover. It was quite a good race, that, between those two. Parkinson has worked hard on his running in recent years.
Obviously gives an impressive sprint from Ben Mike. Like you said, he's certainly a real athlete, isn't he? And got those hands sort of pumping out like that. It looked very professional athlete-like.
Ackerman into Phillips, just outside off stump, nurdled out into the offside, and then inquires of Hammond whether there might be a quick single in it. There clearly wasn't, and Hill it was who closed on the ball to ensure such was the case. 80 for 1 with that 3-2 Hammond, who's moved on to 38. Ackerman into Phillips, who goes back to shortish delivery and turns his wrists on it, pushes it out to Ben Mike at mid-wicket, and there is no run. 4.5 overs until tea, so probably going to be just before 5-4, something around that sort of level. Ackerman is in, and bowling stays a little bit low. It's a flattish delivery again from Ackerman. Doesn't always get the loop that you probably need on this pitch to get the turn. When he does, it turns sharply and it bounces. Steps in and bowls again, a little bit flat. Again, Phillips goes back, turns it, and Evans sticks up his hand and stops it on the bounce, or slows it on the bounce as it goes out towards Ben Mike. Ackerman bowls, stays a touch low, but again a little bit short and turned off the back foot by Phillips out towards Mike, who had a little bit of ground to make up to get to the ball. And so the single is taken, and I don't imagine Callum Parkinson in particular too unhappy about that fact, because he was tying Phillips in knots at the end of his last over, and will hope to do so again at the beginning of his next. 81 for 1 Gloucestershire, as a little bit of sun threatening to come out, and conditions as decent as they have been all day, really.
Simon A. Taylor has got in touch with half an answer to my trivia question. He is correct in his half answer. So, as I say, the one of the answers is, I think, more obvious to recent Gloucestershire fans, but the other one, as I say, it is an indirect connection. Parkinson continues and bowls to Phillips, who drives. Was in the air for a little bit, but well short of Will Davis at extra cover. And the question was, in short form, the first 2 bowlers to dismiss Glenn Phillips in professional cricket. As here comes Parkinson, bowls, and Phillips tries to. There's the problem. He's been facing so much of the off spinner that he's just been playing a lot off the back foot, trying to turn to leg, and then you're against the left arm spinner there, and the ball just turns a little bit, and leading edges come into play. And he got turned around, but the leading edge went nowhere. Oop, that one almost zips through Phillips, who goes back at the last minute and jams the bat down on it and plays it away out to Will Davis at extra cover, and there is no run. But really there, Glenn Phillips last minute getting body out of the way of it and bat in the way of it. He's flailed at this one as Phillips hits it high in the air, mid-off, running back, dives and takes the catch.
What a catch!
Brilliant catch at mid-off, because he had so much ground to make up and launched himself at the last minute. And thank you indeed, Marcus Harris has taken the catch. The second wicket is down. Glenn Phillips, he got a ball which looked as if it was in his half, and he went after it, skewed it rather, and the only question was whether Harris was going to be able to get back and take the catch. He made up a lot of ground, and at the last minute, perfectly timed dive to bring it in, and Phillips has to drag himself off, having made 16. Gloucestershire are 81 for 2.
You kind of felt it was coming, but I didn't think it was quite going to be like that. He really was struggling to deal with Parkinson in the previous over, and indeed this one. Tried the attacking route, which is how Phillips plays his cricket. It went a long way, and I think the odds were against Marcus Harris there, but the Australian did brilliantly, really, running back, watched the ball all the way, and it was coming over his shoulder almost. 2 hands, flung himself on and held on. A huge moment possibly in the game there. Harris contributes again in the field this time. 81 for 2 just before tea.
Yeah, well, you certainly felt as though Phillips was going to go on the attack to a ball that he felt was there, but having been in some difficulty for a while there and having been tied down by the two spinners after having got off to a fast start. I think the pressure just tolling there on Glenn Phillips. 16 off 40 balls in the end, and he must have been at around about a run a ball into double figures, so really was tied down and just wasn't quite to the pitch of that one as he looked to loft it down the ground. They crossed, so Hammond is on strike to Parkinson, and forward goes Miles Hammond and pushes that one away out towards extra cover, and there is no run, and Gloucestershire continue to try to search for a partnership, a big partnership. Parkinson to Hammond. Hammond comes forward, plays defensively, and Parkinson scoops up in his follow through. Wicket maiden for Callum Parkinson. 1 for 10 from his 5 overs. 81 for 2 are Gloucestershire. Tom Lace is out at number 4 and will shortly face his first ball of the innings, and he's coming off an unfortunate for him in terms of the fact that nobody ever wants to do this. He made a pair in the last match and was out twice on the same day as well in that pair, so he has scored runs against Leicestershire, of course. Almost saw Gloucestershire over the line and almost got his first century in Gloucestershire colours against Leicestershire in the return fixture before plinking a ball from Parkinson straight up in the air within sight of both finish lines. But Gloucestershire needs something similar from him in this innings.
Yeah, different challenge facing him as Azad dons the helmet and goes in at leg slip, so slip or leg gully, leg slip really, and short leg as Ackerman is in, bowling to Lace on off stump. Lace goes back and defends. Again, the loop isn't quite there from Ackerman to the right-hander. In he goes and bowls, brings Lace forward again, slightly better from the off-spinner's point of view. Defended out into the offside comfortably enough by Lace. 2.4 overs until tea. Ackerman is in and bowls, leaves it, and it hits the back pad, and it's quite high, and Swindles and Davis and running out, and Ackerman too, but Nick Cook again is convinced that looked a bit high to me, but it's a bit hard to tell from where we are, but it certainly bounced and turned. Davis is absolutely certain it was out. Well, we'll have a look at the replay. He looked... Oh, it hit him out.
Did they think that it came off his glove and was caught?
Well, hard to tell. Hard to tell. Ackerman is in again. Laces forward, somewhat tentatively, thick outside edge, out towards backward point. Hill picks up and there's no run. Horrible time for Lace to have to come in to bat. So close to tea, just wants to get through to the close. Or to the tea interval. Anyway, Ackerman is in, bowls to him, he goes back to that one. Again, it's a little bit flat. 2 to come. Or 1 to come, I beg your pardon, says umpire Cook, holds up 1 finger, not 2. Ackerman is in, bowls, back again goes Lace, stays a touch low on off stump, but defends it comfortably enough off the back foot. But a maiden from Ackerman. And Leicestershire just getting a little bit of control back on the scoring rate, as well as picking up a couple of wickets. Ackerman 1 for 23 from his 6 overs now. 81 for 2, and the run rate has just dropped a little bit to 3.4.
I must say I've slowed that right down, that Tom Lace
Okay,
shout, and to be honest, it does look as if it has come off his glove and gone to first slip. That does look to be glove. The difficulty is that his arm is obscuring the glove, but Here's Parkinson, he's in and bowls to Hammond, who comes forward and plays defensively out into the covers. And I think, I've slowed that down to as slow as I can get it. And real time, Nick Cook would have just seen Lace's arm really more than his glove, and it might have looked as if it came off his arm. Parkinson bowls to Hammond, and Hammond reaches down to play that one back up the surface, but there again a delivery which does not get up very much, and Hammond back to it, but as with last week, he's able to get that bat down on it in time. Forward goes Hammond this time, and plays it with a very dead bat, just wide of Callum Parkinson. Yeah, and I can slow it right down. I think it's off the glove, but it's very difficult to tell, as I say, because that arm is in front of where it did hit. Inside edge this time from Hammond, squeezed away down towards long leg. They'll come back for 2 runs. 2 welcome runs, really, for Gloucestershire. They won't care too much how they come. The inside edge looked to go downwards quite quickly, but at the same time it was an inside edge, so Leicestershire almost through. Hammond is up to 40, Gloucestershire 83 for 2, tea interval in sight as Parkinson bowls. Forward goes Hammond, playing quietly towards extra cover, and there is no run. 7 balls remaining until that break, and the last ball of Parkinson before the tea interval, as Parkinson's in and bowls, and once more Hammond comes forward and plays up the pitch, fielded by Parkinson. 2 runs from the over, 2 runs via the inside edge, and Gloucestershire 83 for 2. Early on, things were moving on apace against the spinners, but particularly of late, and particularly Parkinson, really tying Gloucestershire down now. Score remains 83 for 2.
Final over before the tea interval will be bowled by Colin Ackerman. He's going to start by bowling to Tom Lace. In he goes. Bowls, Lace back. No great turn on that one. From that one, defends it out into the offside. Ed Barnes, who's at extra cover, picks up. Ackerman tosses that one up a little bit. Waiting for it is Lace, and he's going to get off the mark as diving across from mid-wicket. Ben Mike can't get there. Harris, who's at mid-on, has a little bit of ground to make up to get across to cover for Mike, and so the single is taken.
It's just somewhat with a sense of relief from Tom Lace, especially when he realised it had got past Ben Mike at mid-wicket after all, that he could come through for that single to get off the mark.
Ackerman around the wicket to the left-handed Hammond, who might have swept that had it not been the final over before tea. Didn't do so. It was on middle and leg, and it was foolish. Ideal for an attempted sweep if you're of Hammond's inclination, but just pushed it back up the pitch to the Leicestershire captain, who is in and bowling onto a leg stump again, and back goes Hammond this time and just works it away towards deep backward square. Coming in from there is Lewis Hill, and the single is taken. Wiping his hands, trying to dry his hands a little bit, Ackerman. His line hasn't always been consistent, just still searching just for a little bit. One feels of consistency. In he goes over the wicket, brings Lace forward. That's a good delivery, getting just about to the pitch of it and defending it into the onside. Picked up there by Evans, short leg, and there's no run. Walks in Ackerman, bowls, forward goes Lace, again on off stump, defends it out into the offside, and that is tea. A fascinating and eventful session it was. Gloucestershire will take tea in their first innings on 85 for 2 with Miles Hammond a standout player for them. He's 41 not out. They have, however, lost the captain. Chris Dent bowled by a beauty from Ackerman, his very first delivery, Ackerman's that is, for 12, and Glenn Phillips, who was very well caught by Marcus Harris, running back at mid-off off the bowling of Callum Parkinson, trying to hit him straight over the top. 81 for 2 at that stage, 85 for 2 now, but there is help there, especially for the spinners, and it could be a tough old evening session for Gloucestershire. They have a lot of work to do to chase down the 451 scored by Leicestershire in their first innings. First target 302 to avoid the follow on. Should be fascinating evening session. You'll hear me do an update shortly for BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency, but have a cup of tea and a piece of something nice. I'm sure you will, and join us again in around about 15 minutes time for the resumption of this absorbing LV Insurance County Championship match between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire.
I do like a pitch which does something.
Yes, I like a pitch that's done something when I scored 451.
Yeah, this is true. Good start then.
Still in the box, he's got the tougher half right and the less.
When Mark Harris back at me off Glenn Phillips, Gloucestershire's overseas player, hit Callum Parkinson over the top, got a hiding edge and running back. Harris pushed it to perfection to hang on to the catch. It's got for 16, the score 81 for it's 82 now. Players have gone off 40. Hammond is 41 not out. Tom Lace is just the one not out. They're still 366 behind Gloucestershire. The ball is turning for the spinners, Colin Ackerman and Parkinson, so Leicestershire will be hopeful of picking up several more wickets after the interval. At the interval, Gloucestershire are 85 for 2.
Going all around the ground. Oh. At least that would sound good. Got that all right. I'm kind of supposed to do it, but yeah, I've got better at that, I must say. I used to just shy away from down. Oh, it's terrible. still raining at Lord's East. It's still kind of filling in behind. Yeah, I don't think they're getting a ball today.
It's Josh.
Oh, right, yeah, he's always on the Gloucestershire street.
Okay.
Slovene, I think.
Is it Josh?
Josh. I would guess something like that. The S with the, I don't know.
I don't know what that means,
I
yeah.
don't know what the accent is, but I think it makes it a sh. Yes, it's a yeah, but I'm not sure to be honest exactly how it gets Josh. Yeah, there's a group of them that are always on the comment sections of the YouTube streams. So, yeah.
It's feels a bit warmer for some reason.
Yeah, actually, that was another thing. Seemed to be suggested. It's perhaps that they were thinking about it now. In fact, actually, even later than that, it's supposed to be 18 and 8 o'clock, so. Maybe like today, by the looks of things, mostly cloudy. Rain not going to save Gloucestershire, that's for sure. 8 to 300. They ought to be able to. I still think they ought to be able to, but they will. I don't think this pitch is much that you should be able to make 300 of it.
It does get some turbulence. There's a couple of them right this thing.
So I can't, no, but that is just so difficult without going out there. You can't really see crowds out there, but
You said there were a few, but
right. I
can't
can
even
have
feel
to imagine the way that one ball behaved in right, which went so well sideways, moved really extravagantly to imagine that must be or something uneven on the surface. So, yeah. Yes, yeah, I know. I've got actually a really good pair of binoculars, but I don't take them because they weigh so much, and then the headphones and stuff, especially if you've got the, especially if you're using the headphone mic. You're trying to get that contort yourself so that you're not knocking it constantly. Yeah, it's just not possible. Well, simple membership, I certainly don't. You've already called playing for Chelsea. Somerset.
Well, he's wife's just maybe.
Holland, whether they just dropped in, probably haven't had the news.
Did he do that right spell as well? Yeah, it might start again.
Yeah.
Just keep the spinners going. If they haven't, yeah.
Hammond sort of went, always played for the interval a bit. If he starts swooping and getting it away again, you know.
Yeah, you give it half an hour or something, and then
Here we go.
Good afternoon again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester for the final session on this second day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. BBC Radio's Bristol and Gloucestershire and Leicester, bringing you ball by ball commentary as the BBC does on every ball bowled in county cricket throughout the summer. Ed Seaborn and Richard Ray, your ball by ball commentators for the game, which has been absorbing and is nicely poised as well. Gloucestershire about to resume their first innings on 85 for 2, reply to Leicestershire's 451, but this is not the flat pitch that perhaps those scores might suggest. There is a little bit of turn for the spinners, well, quite a lot of turn on some occasions, and a little bit of movement as well for the seamers, just enough to keep life extremely interesting if you're the batsman. The two not out batsmen coming to the wicket are Miles Hammond, who has taken on the bowling with some aplomb. He's scored 41 so far of 69 balls. Tom Lace is with him, just starting his innings really, just got a single off the 10 balls face. The two men out. Chris Dent for 12. He was bowled by Colin Ackerman and Glenn Phillips, who was caught running back at mid-off by Marcus Harris off the bowling of Callum Parkinson for 16. And well, this could be, well, they always could be, we always say this, but this could be a really pivotal session in the game, Ed, because if Gloucestershire can get through, only lose maybe one or two, at most two more wickets, be 170 for 3, 4, something like that. They'll be confident of saving the follow-on. If they're 170 for 6 or 7, not going to be quite so easy.
No, and as a consequence, probably more important session for Gloucestershire than it is for Leicestershire in some ways. First ball is bowled, and Parkinson almost got that one underneath Miles Hammond, but there's that feature of Hammond's batting against spin in the last couple of weeks
once more, just able to reach down at that last minute, and even though it looks as if he's in all sorts of trouble, just gets the bat down on it at the last minute. He's sweeping here is Hammond, and he's somehow managed to get this in between the leg slip and short leg, heading down towards the boundary, and will be cut off by a sliding Barnes, and they are back for 3 runs. Hammond up to 44, Gloucestershire underway after tea, 88 for 2. He managed to pick the gap perfectly there, did Miles Hammond on the leg side, and it looks as though, in addition to the 2 slips and the short leg, there's going to be... No, I thought there was going to be a silly point in there. Actually, there is a spare helmet, which is not going to be used for the moment, and Tom Lace takes strike with those 2 slips and the short leg to Parkinson. Parkinson bowls to Lace, who goes forward and plays softly out towards cover.
They'll be old friends from their Derbyshire days, won't they, these two? I would imagine.
Yeah, Tom Lace started off with Middlesex, spent time with Derbyshire on loan, as Parkinson tries to get a Lace with the arm ball, but Lace is able to watch that one through to the wicket-keeper Harry Swindles. Here comes Parkinson once more, trots in, left arm round, bowls full, and played defensively off a controlled outer half of the bat out towards backward point, and there is no run.
I'm saying that he made his debut for Derbyshire in 2019, Lace, when Parkinson was with...
Parkinson bowls, Lace jabs down on that one, gets it down into the ground, fielded at short leg. 3 runs off the first over after tea. Gloucestershire rather, 88 for 2.
Was with Leicestershire, but of course they'll have played second team Derbyshire cricket together, I would imagine. What would you do if you were in charge of county cricket, Tom Lace? Make the morning football warm-up compulsory. I mean, compulsory for everybody? What? I'm quite sure he means by that.
I haven't seen
every
anybody
county?
sit it out. Have you ever seen anybody sit
Yeah,
out?
they all
morning
seem
football?
to all seem to love it, don't they? Of course, I remember Yorkshire used to play a sort of form of touch rugby rather than football for a while. Whether they still do, not sure. Colin Ackerman then. So keeping up with the double spin attack, Leicestershire. In he goes around the wicket, finds the outside edge of Hammond's bat, but soft hands keeps it down. Only the 1 slip, interestingly, for Ackerman bowling to the left-hander. I suppose he's established Hammond on 44. And backward point, almost short third man, is the fielder. In goes Ackerman, bowls a flat one, worked off leg stump towards mid-wicket. Usually Barnes who's in there. The coat hanger, they call him, Leicestershire. You can kind of see why his teammates call him that. Come on, coat hanger. He has got slightly sloping shoulders. In goes Ackerman, bowls down the leg side. Good take. Swindles moving away to his right.
That's better than Barnesy, anyway.
He gets Barnesy as well sometimes, but the more inventive among his teammates prefer the coat hanger. Ackerman is in and bowls forward. That's a lovely delivery on middle stump. Doesn't turn as much as he'd quite like. Still finds the outside part of the bat and squirted out into the offside. Again, no run. Ackerman, what's he pointing at? He wants Evans to leave short leg and go in at second slip. Probably makes sense. In goes Ackerman and bowls on off stump, a little bit too full, and in so doing he was thinking about driving Hammond there, ended up hitting it hard down or stroking it hard down into the ground, and then just checks the bottom of his bat, and Evans steps out from second slip and picks the ball up. Ackerman just those couple of steps and then bowls, brings Hammond forward on middle stump, head right over the ball. Good maiden over from Colin Ackerman. Hammond has sort of calmed down a little bit. He's setting his stall out, one feels, for the long innings that Gloucestershire need him to play, 88 for 2.
Gloucestershire also do have a variation on the morning football warm-up, at least when they're playing at home. So what it basically is a mixture of football, volleyball and I guess tennis to a certain extent. So it starts off with a kick serve. Parkinson in bowls now to lace full and angled straight down into the ground and stopped by second slip, controlled outside edge there. So there's a kick serve, and after that it's allowed to bounce once either side of the net, which is the same height as a cricket net would be, and then you've got to kick it over the net. And the next delivery from Parkinson full and angled away out towards backward point, and there's no run, so allowed to bounce once, and then you can obviously volley it amongst your teammates as many times as you like. So bit of variation. It's quite amusing to watch anyway. Parkinson bowls to Lace, who leaves outside the off stump. Bit of turn there. He left it in confidence, Tom Lace, that it was going to turn, and it did. Not too far off stump. 1 from 17 deliveries for Lace so far. As Parkinson is tossed the ball by Mike and comes in once more to bowl, and once more Lace forward, getting to the pitch of the ball and rolling it out into the cover region for no run. Mike just shining the ball. I suppose maybe Parkinson might be able to get a bit of drift with it still. Parkinson moves into bowl. Lace very correctly, forward defensive shot. This time out on the leg side.
He might be thinking of that. He also might be thinking of the time when he might get a bowl himself, really, as a seamer, and hoping that there's still a bit of shine and the ball might swing a bit.
Parkinson, last ball of the over, bowls, and once more right up to the bat, and Lace plays defensively into the covers. It's a maiden over from Parkinson. Gloucestershire remain 88 for 2. I haven't forgotten about my trivia question, by the way, just put that out there. Stephen Boxall sent in a 50% correct response to that, and I won't say which 50% he's got right, but the more indirect connection he has got right. But yes, which the first 2 players to dismiss Glenn Phillips in professional cricket in New Zealand was the question. At EdCricket6 for the responses.
Ackerman is in bowling, a little bit short again, and Hammond just goes back, works it out towards square leg slowly, and Ed Barnes runs up from mid-wicket to field, so single comfortably taken by the left-hander, brings Lace down on strike. Lace's guilty pleasure, he says, is the greatest showman, brackets, musical. Close brackets as Ackerman goes in, tosses it up and finds the inside edge of Lace's back. He's pushing at it a little uncertainly, and it rolls out towards Ben Mike at mid-wicket, but that won't discourage Ackerman any. In he goes again and bowls. Laces forward. That's a better defensive shot, and there is no run. Talking about greatest showman, Martin Brunt has sent us a picture of he's currently listening to us while drinking champagne sat in a hot tub. Brunty rather than the champagne. In goes Ackerman, bowls, off stump, laces forward out into the offside, which he's hired for his missus's birthday, and which Norman and Bertie keep trying to jump in. It says Norman and Bertie, I should add, 2 of his 3 Welsh Springer Spaniels. Ackerman in past umpire Cook and bowls. Lace is reaching forward again, not getting to the pitch of it. Not a huge amount of turn for that one, at any rate. Lace battling away, just a single from his first 24 balls for him. Ackerman is in, bowls to him, he goes back and defends competently enough out into the offside. Just the single from the over. Gloucestershire 89 for 2, just added 4 in the, 4 overs we've had since tea.
Probably a pretty good day for a hot tub, I would have thought, because guess it's just warm enough that you want to be. Well, I say you want to be. I mean, it's cool enough that you want to be warm whilst you're outside, but it's not so hot that you don't want to be hotter inside the hot tub. I guess. It's just the perfect day for the hot tub. Here comes Parkinson, bowls to Hammond, who comes down the pitch and plays this one just wide of short leg, and it goes out towards deep square leg, and a single will be taken. I don't think that was where Hammond was looking to hit that ball, and the score now is 90 for 2, Hammond 46, and Laces right back into the firing line. 1 off 25 balls now, but just waiting for that bad ball that he can do something with.
Foxy Phyllis kindly sent me a few pictures of the Morton in Marsh cricket ground.
Here comes Parkinson. Forward comes Lace and is beaten outside off stump. Through to Swindles. And there's the problem with what I guess that it was the attack that Parkinson had been delivering to Lace, with every ball very full, getting Parkinson forward onto that front foot, and then bowl one just a little bit further back. This one is right up to the bat once more, and Lace can come forward confidently this time to defend, but just bowling a little bit further back, and Lace doing the same thing, just propping forward and expecting the ball to be very full. Just that little bit further back, and it allowed it to turn and bounce past the bat. Parkinson bowls, this time it's full and driven by Lace, but he can't pierce the offside field as Ben Mike sweeps across from extra cover to field. It's another dot ball. Thought for one moment that might be the one for Lace to get away, but just couldn't quite get it through the gap. Parkinson in bowls to Lace, and once more coming forward and getting to the pitch of the ball and playing it very quietly out onto the offside. Just one ball remaining in this over. Miles Hammond doing some gardening there, possibly just trying to slow Parkinson down ever so slightly. Parkinson in and bowls. Once more, very full. Some oohs out there, but played off the centre of the bat from Lace. End of the over. Gloucestershire 90 for 2, Hammond 46. Lace has 1. So I'll put my trivia question out one last time, and then I'll give you the answers. So the question was, first 2 players to dismiss Glenn Phillips in professional cricket in New Zealand in 50 over cricket. Both have Gloucestershire connections. One connection is more direct than the other. Those are the clues I'm going to give you, and my Twitter is @edcricket6 if you wish to have a go at it.
Ackerman around the wicket to the left hand. Ooh, drops horribly short there, and it's whipped away by Hammond for 4. Basically, it was a long hop from Ackerman, and in putting it away for 4, Hammond picks up the runs he needs to pass 50, or go to his 50. It's come off 80 balls, includes 6 4s and 1 6. He played very well.
Yeah, he's picked up where he left off last week, really, and had a spin to face here as he did there for the most part.
Ackerman is in again. He's dropped a little bit short, and on the leg stump goes back. Hammond doesn't try and hit it quite so hard this time. Turns it firmly away out towards mid-wicket hill. Can sprint around the boundary and get to the ball, get his throw in. Hammond settles for 1. As I say, he's just giving the impression he's sort of settling in, Hammond, now. I know that sounds daft when you've got 50 to your name, but it was a little bit frantic before tea. Now he looks as though he's there for the long haul. In goes Ackerman outside off stump. There's an appeal for a catch behind, and he's gone. Lace caught behind by Swindles. Good work by Swindles, because it was wide and didn't get up very much. And the young wicketkeeper showing, as I was saying, how much he is developing as a cricketer in every respect. Took the catch, and Leicestershire have their 3rd wicket, a first bowling bonus point.
It looked like the ball to put away for Tom Lace. He'd been coming forward confidently to the spin and smothering it, and then he got this one, which looked as if it was going to be a short wide long hop, and just got a feather through to the wicketkeeper.
As you come to me, they have just picked up their third wicket. Colin Ackerman getting Tom Lace caught behind. A really good catch as well by Harry Swindles, the young wicketkeeper, for just a single. So 95 now for 3 Gloucestershire. They're in a little bit of bother now. The only man standing firm for them at the moment is Miles Hammond, the left-handed opener, who's just gone past his half century. He is on 51. But Ian Cobain, who scored a very fine century against Leicestershire at Bristol earlier this month, is coming to the wicket. The Foxes will need to get him quickly, but the conditions are very different. There's turn for both the spinners, Colin Ackerman and Callum Parkinson, and they have got Gloucestershire under a little bit of pressure. Remember, Leicestershire scored 451 in their first innings. Gloucestershire now 95 for 3. Back with you on commentary. Cobain then, as I said, to BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency, played superbly in Bristol against Leicestershire. In goes Ackerman, bowls to him, edges, caught, dropped his first ball. Davis looked to have him at the second attempt. At the third, it popped out. Leicestershire could have had Cobain first ball. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just sliding on that one, and Cobain feeling for it. Outside edge, and it looked to be a decent height for Davis.
Ackerman is in, bowling to him. He's turning his wrists on that defensive shot, pushing it out to mid-wicket.
Goodness me, what a couple of balls. And
Davis has got such a good pair of hands as well. Backed him. He almost grabbed it. In goes Ackerman, bowls. Cobain bat in front of pad. Solid defensive shot out towards mid-wicket. Well, that could have been a huge, huge moment, and Ackerman still looks hugely disappointed. Double teapot and eyes up to the heavens. 95 for 3. They'll be thinking should have been 95 for 4.
Cobain has got to make Leicestershire pay for that one. And yeah, I was just looking actually first of all back at the Tom Lace dismissal, and all the weight really moving away from the ball. I think it just maybe really an effect of the pressure that he was under off all the previous balls, and just didn't get his weight in the right place to play the cut shot, and that's why he got the edge through to the keeper. As Parkinson bowls and Hammond goes back and cuts that one away out to deep backward point, and will pick up a single. 96 for 3. Hammond up to 52. And then also having a look at the replay of this catch, and I think Davis thought that it was going to be coming to him lower than it was. It's hit him in the wrists really, and the way that he's shaped up, it's as if he thinks it's going to be right down along the floor, and then actually it's sort of a little bit higher on his hands, and he's tried to scoop it up in the end. But next delivery here is Parkinson bowling to Cobain, who goes forward and plays into the mid-wicket region. Won't pick up a run for it, but a big let-off there for Gloucestershire, and they need to make this one count, and this partnership needs to count. Cobain driving without too much timing. He's sort of reaching for that ball a little bit. Parkinson fielding off his own bowling. Can't imagine Cobain's going to want to be tied down completely either. Certainly not just sit there and let Parkinson bowl at him, but then he's beaten by another gorgeous ball from Parkinson, who's just landing it in exactly the right spot. You can see middle and off stump as Cobain reaches forward there. Could easily have bowled him on another day. Here comes Parkinson and bowls, and Cobain tries to guide this one into the gap, but there's no gap really. Out on the offside, they've set up a very tight ring out there with a backward point, a cover and a short extra and a mid-off. Very difficult just to push a single there to get off the mark. Parkinson bowls to Cobain, who comes forward and plays with a dead bat, just the single off the over, and Gloucestershire 96 for 3, Hammond 52, beginning to look rather like last week, unfortunately, for Gloucestershire, with Miles Hammond at the moment continuing to bat seemingly on a different surface from his teammates.
Well, he's going to be on strike to Ackerman at the start of this next over. The 34th of the Gloucestershire first innings. Run rate has dropped below 3 now. It's above 4 for the first 20, or pretty much, but the spinners have some control. He goes in and bowls Ackerman, and forward goes Hammond on middle stump, back down the pitch to Leicestershire's South Africa born Netherlands international. Netherlands, I wonder if they beat Ireland today in Utrecht. In goes Ackerman, tosses it right up, gets to it on the full pretty much, Hammond, but quite low down, and all he can do is stroke it out to mid-on.
They did not.
They did not.
No,
Oh.
Ireland winning quite comfortably by 8 wickets.
They need Ackers back in the side. He will be for the World Cup. In goes Ackerman again, a full toss. Again, Hammond, disgusted with himself, can't take advantage because he strokes it straight towards Barnes at mid-wicket, who takes it on about the 4th bounce. I think Hammond pre-tee might have put that one in Milligan, on the Milligan Road, but he's in a different sort of mood at the moment. In goes Ackerman, bowls to him, a flatter delivery that does turn. He plays it very well. He goes back and then collides almost with Cobain, having steered it out towards wide extra cover. Parkinson this time beats Ben Mike in the chase back for ball. He had a bit of a start on him, and keeps hold of it and then hands it to Mike to return to Ackerman. 2 to Hammond. He moves on to 54. Adjusted well, because that one turned quite sharply, but from far enough back for him to adjust. Ackerman is in again to Hammond. That's a better length delivery. Forward went Hammond, just defended that one out off an angled bat towards Hassan Azad, who's at deep-ish, well, back, I was going to say backward point, but it's still almost more of a short third man position. It is so wide there. Nick Cook standing quite a long way back. Ackerman just steps past him and bowls to Hammond, who's forward again. Middle and off, defended out into the offside, picked up by Mike. End of the over. Ackerman, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 33. He'll feel it should have been. No feeling about it. It should have been 3-4. Cobain, though, is still there, yet to score from his first 8 balls. Hammond is the main man. For Gloucestershire, he is 54 not out from their total of 98 for 3.
And just as I said a lot last week, he needs some company. He needs a partnership, and preferably a big one. Here is Parkinson. Bowls now to Cobain, comes forward and nudging that one towards short leg. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17. Had on the ball now. Very tidy figures from Parkinson. Can't remember last time he bowled a bad ball, really. Parkinson bowls now to Cobain, who comes forward and playing that one quietly out into the extra cover region, and there's the thing, really. Occasionally Hammond is getting the odd ball to hit, but because they know they're bowling to the new batsman, they're just not giving Cobain, as they didn't really give Tom Lace anything to hit. As Cobain comes forward and that one bounces on him, and I think it's taken him on the thigh pad in the end.
No, we missed it.
Oh, you missed it,
Wicket keeper couldn't take it, bounced so high. Wow.
You've got to try and come forward to that, because there's no point trying to play that off the back foot if it doesn't bounce like that. This is fired in this time by Parkinson. He's furious, and you know exactly why, because there was no real need to do that. He tried to fire one in flat, and it went down the leg side, and Cobain takes advantage, clipping it away to the long leg boundary for 4, and Gloucestershire have brought up their 100. They'll need to treble this if they are to avoid the follow-on. 349 runs they still trail by, but Cobain gets off the mark with a boundary, and the roar of frustration said it all from Callum Parkinson.
Just needed to keep bowling exactly the same delivery, really. Almost. Pitch will do the rest.
Yep, exactly. There's enough happening out there that you don't need really to go to the variations too much. Parkinson in and bowls to Cobain. That's an inside edge, running away down towards backward square leg. They'll get 2 runs as there's no cover out there. Short leg, Sam Evans has to go back and do the fielding, and 2 more runs taken. 104 for 3. Cobain up to 6, and 1 delivery remaining in this over. Still been a testing over despite the delivery fired down the leg side, hit for 4. Here comes Parkinson, 2 slips and short leg go down as the delivery is full and pushed away towards extra cover. There is no run. Gloucestershire 104 for 3, reply to Leicestershire's 451, and I think I'll give the answer to the Glenn Phillips trivia question. If you combine Simon Taylor and Stephen Boxall's 2 answers, you'll get the right answer. So the 2 men, the first man to get them out was Kieran Noema Barnett, no less. And then the second was Doug Bracewell, who was the nephew of John Bracewell. So there are the 2.
Who was the first again?
Kieran, well, I always called him Noema, but most people call him Nima Barnett.
Yeah. Ackerman around the wicket bowls, and Hammond is forward. And he always used to put Bob Hunt into hysterics because he used to leave the field so slowly. He was the slowest walker in the history of the world.
He put everyone in hysterics. Everybody. He was just fantastic.
He just
real fan favourite.
Meander off as though he was lost almost. Ackerman is in a little bit short, pulled away hard out to deep mid-wicket for 4 by Hammond. And Ackerman just lost his length a little bit there. Hammond and Cobain just touch bats. But he has played that shot well. When he has pulled, he has connected Miles Hammond, and he moves on to 58 with that shot. Gloucestershire 108 for 3. How big was that moment when the catch off Cobain went down? In goes Ackerman, bowls to Hammond, and I thought that one was going to sneak through as Hammond went back. It wasn't quite as short as the previous delivery, had to adjust, managed to do so, push it out off the back foot into the offside. Couple of steps and Ackerman is in, and bowls, brings Hammond forward, defending off middle stump out into the on side. Ed Barnes comes in and picks up, and there's no run. Evans again has gone to that sort of very close second slip position instead of short leg as Ackerman is in, bowling, and that is pushed into the leg side, turning his wrists on that defensive push off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. Barnes has to run across towards, a little bit towards square leg. Comfortable single for Miles Hammond, moves on to 59. 109 for 3. Umpire Warren jogs across to point. Even despite the fact it's a right-hander, Cobain on strike. In goes Ackerman, bowls to the Liverpudlian, who goes back and defends it firmly back down the pitch to Colin Ackerman, and that is the end of the over. 6 to Cobain, 59 to Hammond, 109 for 3 remains the score. Still 342 behind Gloucestershire. But as I say, Hammond playing well, and Cobain just beginning to get his eye in. Can you ever be fully in? You just wonder, on with the pitch offering the spinners something. Hammond looks to be.
Yeah, I think it's the really difficult one is the one that bounces extra, because I think even no matter how in you are, you're not going to be able to deal with a ball that really spits. But the one that keeps low, Hammond has dealt with well so far. Parkinson in and bowls. There's a reverse sweep, and Hammond does not get this one. And there's no real interest from anybody as his pad is a mile outside the line of off stump. 59 to his name, as here comes Parkinson. Bowls to Hammond, short, cracked away through wide mid-wicket, and that is racing across the outfield for 4 more runs. Just a bit short. Well, I say just a bit short. Actually, that one was quite short and latched onto by Hammond. And the important thing he did was not hit it in the air, especially. Of course, good to get the placement, but the most important thing, not hit it in the air. Really hit it hard, and Gloucestershire won 13 for 3. Hammond up to 63.
What he's doing so very well is putting away the bad ball, and they're getting one each over at the moment.
Parkinson bowls to Hammond, reverse sweep comes out, he's got this one away, backward a square on the offside. It's only going to be a single though, as Lewis Hill does the fielding out on the deep backward point rope. Hammond up to 64, Gloucestershire won 14 for 3. It's a funny thing. If Tom Lace had got a ball which was probably in the exact same spot as Hammond got that one which he hit for 4, then I think even though he's out of nick at the moment, Tom Lace would have hit that one for 4, but because they're bowling to batsmen under pressure, they don't bowl deliveries like that, as Parkinson bowls, and forward goes Cobain and plays it out towards extra cover, and there's no run. One bad ball that he's bowled to Cobain was a flatter delivery, and he has not tried that again since. Gives that one just enough flight, and forward goes Cobain and nudges out towards short leg and does not pick up a run. One delivery remaining in this over, and Parkinson is in to bowl it. And Cobain edges and is caught at second slip. Yep, he's given. Cobain does not like it, but he's going to have to go. And you'd imagine Cobain's felt that has come off his pad rather than his bat, but he's been given out. Gloucestershire lose their 4th wicket. Cobain departs for 6. Gloucestershire won 14 for 4.
Well, there'll be no man more relieved than Will Davis. I think it came off the back of his bat. It did, you know. I'm pretty sure it did. He turned his wrists on it, bounced and turned, and I'm pretty sure it flicked the back of his bat and went to Davis, maybe via the top of the pad. Davis hung on, and after thinking about it, Russell Warren raised his finger, and a less than gruntled Cobain leaves the field, and it would be a brave man who offered a word of commiseration as he did so. He looked angry, and you're shaking your head. You don't think it did hit the back of the bat?
Well, I've slowed it right down, and actually I don't know. I'm going to have to watch that one again later.
For me, it just caught the back of the bat on the way into the pad, but I appreciate it's one to think about.
I'm
Flicked
still not
it,
sure.
but anyway, no. But umpire Warren was, and in the end, Cobain had to go, and having been dropped first ball, his luck ran out, and in the end, and on 6 he is gone, and Gloucestershire 114 now for 4. A 2nd wicket for Parkinson.
Yep, yeah, exactly. The only thing that really matters is the fact that Gloucestershire are 114 for 4 now, and Ryan Higgins has to battle now.
In goes Ackerman and takes the edge of Hammond's bat. Fell short, or did it fall short? Wicketkeeper has his hand on his head, and Davis at slip too. Evans, either way, couldn't hang on, but I thought it had just dropped a little bit short. But we'll have a look at the replay in due course. Ackerman in again brings Hammond forward, defending. Well, pretty much on the half volley. We didn't pick it up cleanly anyway, but getting close. If they can get Hammond, Leicestershire will feel they've got a chance. Ackerman in again to Hammond, who's forward on middle and leg. No turn on that occasion. It's almost more difficult for the batsman that every ball isn't turning, but when it does turn, it seems to go quite sharply. So that I'm not quite sure whether to stick or twist. Ackerman is in to Hammond, who is forward. Thick inside edge, indicating that there wasn't any real turn there. We thought there may be, And it runs out towards Barnes at mid-wicket. Not easy out there, although it's the best time of the day for batting. The light is as good as it's been. Sun beginning to come out. Ackerman tosses that one up. A semi-relieved Hammond just strokes it out into the offside. Mike runs across from extra cover, gets his left hand to it, slows it down on its way to Harris at mid-off. Ackerman takes his time, just polishing the ball on the back of his right thigh. And he's in again past umpire Cook and bowls, and there's an appeal for leg before on the base it was going to go straight on, but umpire Cook, no, not out, he says. It was a decent shout, but not entirely convincing. We'll have a look at the replay and just see how decent a shout it was. Ackerman is sort of right behind us, or ahead of us as we look behind, and as I say, it looked fairly close to going straight on. Let's have a look, see. It probably going on a bit too far. I don't think it turned too much.
Actually, just because some of the Leicestershire fielders stopped their appeal.
They didn't look convinced, did they?
Ackerman was right up, but I thought inside edge might have happened just because of the nature of the appeal.
It was close otherwise, wasn't it? Hammond survives, stays on 64. Ackerman 2 for 38 from 13. Parkinson 2 for 28 from 12. Will continue from the Bennett end.
Higgins facing his first ball, and Higgins is gone. First ball. Bowled him, and that is 5 down for Gloucestershire. Higgins stood there in disbelief for a moment, but he is the latest Gloucestershire batsman to have to drag himself off, and he has gone for a golden duck, just spinning enough. Higgins propping forward. It was a tough match for him with the bat against Surrey, and here the tough stretch continues against the spinning ball. You could see all of off stump available there.
Yeah, it wasn't a great shot, was it?
No, unfortunately. I mean, he's just reached forward and decided, I suppose, that the ball wasn't going to turn. It didn't turn a mile, that's for sure, but
did enough.
Just doing enough, yeah. And he was out actually in, I can't remember actually which innings it was now. I think it was the first innings against Surrey, leaving a ball which went straight onto off stump, and this time, yep, the ball did turn a little bit, but another misjudgment, unfortunately, for Ryan Higgins, and out comes Johnny Tattersall, and
on a hat-trick, Callum Parkinson.
These two, the only two really to cover themselves in glory at the Oval. Tattersall batted very nicely in the second innings there, making the wrong scorecard up. That's why I'm not seeing the right numbers. Something like 87 off the top of my head. 86 not out, he was in the end. I'll allow Richard Ray to do the hat-trick ball.
Just in case, I've seen one hat-trick for Leicestershire. I think it was Atif Sheikh. That was a long time ago. Was that at, funnily enough, it was at Bristol, I think in 2014 or 15. And it is particularly surprising because obviously there were a lot of runs scored in that match. Tattersall taking his time, having a good look round. He is surrounded by close fielders. Ackerman at first, Slip Davis at second, Evans at short leg, Azad at silly point. Parkinson is in, and it is defended off stump. Doesn't really turn too much, and Tattersall calmly defends out into the offside.
2014.
There you go.
Brought up the card from that game. So Will Gidman's last home appearance, it says there, as Parkinson bowls down the leg side, and Tattersall has not got anything on that, through to Swindles. 3 wickets for Parkinson now. Gloucestershire are just in a out-and-out battle for survival here, as Parkinson bowls to Tattersall, comes forward, plays defensively on the bounce to Azad at silly point. As I say, Tattersall did manage to get some runs in the second innings against the spin of Verdi and Moriarty, but under even more pressure here, really, in some ways, as Parkinson bowls. Tattersall guides this one just past short leg, and no quick single available, even though there was a bit of ground for square leg to make up. They just couldn't quite take it on. Last ball of the over could be a second wicket maiden for Parkinson. He bowls, Tattersall turns away, short leg. Sam Evans gets the hand down to stop, and it is indeed a second wicket maiden of the innings for Callum Parkinson. Gloucestershire 114 for 5. Hammond playing a lone hand once again on 64, and it's up to the loanee Johnny Tattersall to try to replicate what he did at the Oval last week.
Coming to the top of the hour, there'll be an update shortly. John Tattersall and Ed Barnes went to the same school, King James in Knaresborough. I wouldn't imagine they weren't in the same year, of course. Tattersall's slightly older, but they might have played around the club scene up there in North Yorkshire together, as Ackerman is in and bowls to Hammond, who is back on his stumps defending, head right over the ball, off middle and leg out towards the aforementioned Ed Barnes, who is at mid-wicket running in towards short mid-on. Players casting shadows for the first time, as in goes Ackerman and bowls a fuller delivery, stroked hard down into the ground. It bounces up off the pitch out towards Ben Mike. An extra cover. Will the appearance of the sun change the nature of the pitch? Will it start dozing a little bit in the unaccustomed of heat of the day? Nicely played off the back foot there by Miles Hammond out through the offside. Parkinson, who was probably looking forward to rest, has to go chasing back after it, picks it up around 2 yards inside the ropes. Again, he held off Mike in the sprint for the ball. Good work by Callum Parkinson. Still going to be 3 for Hammond. A nicely played shot, didn't try and overhit it, just timed it sweetly through the offside off the back foot. Moves on to 67 out of 117 for 5. It would be a sorry scorecard without Hammond's contribution. Needs a partner to stay with him. Will it be Tattersall? In goes Ackerman and bowls to John Tattersall, who goes back, defends calmly. Out into the on side, bounces down, and Evans reaches forward, just picks it up. Lovely part of the day. Vertical smoke from that factory chimney, absolutely vertical. In goes Ackerman, bowls a full toss, and Tattersall is going to get off the mark because poor Parkinson is having to chase back from square leg out towards deep mid-wicket. Does so. Tattersall picks up a couple. It's coming out of the chimney at quite a rate, but nonetheless it is pretty much vertical before starting to drift a little bit from south to north. Again, the flag's absolutely unmoving around the ground at the moment as Ackerman is in, bowls short to Tattersall, who goes back and plays it off the back foot sweetly through the offside for 4. Not consistent again in his lengths, Colin Ackerman, and pays the penalty. He concedes 9 runs from the over, and Gloucestershire move on to 123 now for 5. Ackerman down on his haunches, cross with himself. Oh, updates time. Yeah, they have taken 2 more, in fact, those of Ian Cobain, who was dropped off his very first ball. He'd gone on to 6 when he was given out, caught at second slip by Will Davis, the man who dropped him off his first ball off the bowling of Callum Parkinson, 114 for 4. And Ryan Higgins was bowled first ball by Callum Parkinson, a delivery that just bounced and turned away from his bat, hit the top of off stump, 114 for 5. They've moved on now to 123 for 5. The only man really standing firm is the opener, Miles Hammond, who is on 67 not out. John Tattersall, on loan from Yorkshire, has joined him. He is 6 not out. If the Foxes can pick up a couple of more wickets before the close, they'll be really on top in the game, but they do have Gloucestershire under severe pressure. Gloucestershire 1-2-3 for 5. One delivery from Callum Parkinson is played out by Hammond to mid-wicket. Parkinson in again to him. He's bowled him! He tried the reverse sweep once too often. It stayed a little bit low, and Hammond has gone now for 67. Just tried his luck once too often. Went below the bat, hit his leg stump, and Leicestershire right on top now. Gloucestershire 1, 2, 3 for 6.
Well, your prophecy about the reverse sweep proves to be a good one, and well, the extra problem with the reverse sweep in that situation is that they had somebody out there for that as well. Earlier on when he was playing it, they didn't have anybody out there, but it's only really going to be a single if you get it. So at the same time, it's hard to be critical of Hammond, because he has, in all 3 of his innings for Gloucestershire on these turning surfaces, he has outclassed the rest of them. And I do get it, you can't just completely let the spinners settle into their lines and lengths. I think you have to do something, but this time missing the reverse sweep and paying the price with his wicket.
Yeah, just wondering whether he's feeling under a little bit of pressure to keep the scoreboard moving, but they picked up 9 off the previous over, so didn't need to play it. But he has played it and played it well throughout the innings, but just on that occasion, it wasn't the right shot.
I think especially,
as you say, with the cover on that side as well.
Yeah, and the other thing I think probably contributing to that shot is they did score runs off Ackerman, but I think really probably feeling like he wanted to get on top of Parkinson, and just Parkinson has been able just to wheel away and to bowl every ball in the same spot consistently and not get a whole lot back. Here is Tom Smith, and Smith plays quietly away out towards extra cover, and there's no run there, so Tom Smith out at a time which he very much hoped he would not have to be, as here comes Parkinson. Bowls now to Smith, and Smith comes forward, playing that one up towards mid-on.
Did I impinge on your commentary then? Did I commentate on that? I do
it was
apologise. I've
after
just
the update,
realised.
but
I was there for the update, that's
yes,
right. Yeah, I
it was
do
after the update,
apologise.
and it turned out to be a good thing. I'm sure Leicestershire supporters would have preferred to have heard your call at the wicket. Here comes Parkinson, bowls to Smith, who turns that one away just wide of mid-on, sets off for a single, and Smith is off the mark.
I couldn't work out why. What had happened there for a minute.
Not a problem. Smith, highest score of the season against Leicestershire, made 47 in that rearguard action, which, you know, a lot of the headlines understandably taken by Gloucestershire's final innings chase, but were it not for the late runs scored by Hankins, Smith and Shaw in that first innings, they wouldn't have been close enough for Leicestershire to have needed to set the game up the way they did. Last ball of the over, here is Parkinson in and bowls to Tattersall, who whips that one away through mid-wicket. Full toss, I think, low full toss, and it's heading towards the boundary out of deep mid-wicket, and in fact will make it. Nice timing from Tattersall. He didn't really seem to hit that one particularly hard, but all across the outfield at wide mid-on, and 4 runs to bring Tattersall into double figures. Gloucestershire 128 for 6. Tattersall 10 and Tom Smith 1 to his name.
Strangest thing that Callum Parkinson did during lockdown, and I'm a little bit surprised he was prepared to admit to it, but nonetheless, admit to it he did to the Cricketers Who's Who. And I quote, watching all 20 seasons of Made in Chelsea. Oh, Parky. Parky, Parky, Parky. You'd be ashamed to admit to watching one episode, wouldn't you?
How do you get
How
through
can you sit and watch
20? Is that how many there are? Goodness me.
I suppose the cast sort of by definition changes every now and then. In goes Ackerman, bowls a horrible short ball, and he's bowled him! It has gone through Tom Smith at the bottom. He tried to whip it away to mid-wicket. It stayed low and has bowled him. Leicestershire have their 7th wicket. Colin Ackerman will not take many wickets with worse deliveries than that, but it pitched, and on a pitch where the ball is occasionally keeping low, it gave him a chance, and it went through Tom Smith. Wrong choice of shot, perhaps should have just looked to work it, tried to hit it hard, and he has gone bowled for one.
Leicestershire didn't even particularly celebrate that wicket. I think they were a bit
embarrassed.
Not quite, yeah, so you say embarrassed. That'll do as a word, but yeah, they knew that they'd got a bonus wicket there with that one. And Tom Smith, he obviously is somebody very much known for solid defence, and you know, you get a short ball like that you think you can attack, and just didn't get up masses. And in fact, it's a huge inside edge onto the stumps, actually, just looking at the replay. So yeah, he got some bat on it, but dragged it on to his stumps. And similar to Tom Lace, really, going back and trying to play an aggressive shot off the back foot to a ball that just didn't get up that much. But yeah, big inside edge onto the stumps.
Well, things going Leicestershire's way at the moment. 3 for 47 for Ackerman, 4 for 33 for Parkinson. Ackerman in now to David Payne, who is leaning forward on off stump to a full delivery, just guiding it out into the offside. A motorbike is heading up Milligan Road. If you're here on Sunday, you'll see the Outlaws, a group of a chapter of Hell's Angels. In goes Ackerman on off stump again. It's slightly better length delivery. Payne, a tall man, leans forward, defends it out into the offside. Who are based in a house on the other side of those lime trees over there. They often go out on a Sunday with their Harleys. A massive shining chrome. But at the moment, we may not be here on Sunday.
That's what I was thinking.
In goes Ackerman and bowls. That one stays a bit low. Payne is on the back foot. Dangerous game, but he manages to get down and keep it out, push it out into the offside to Ed Barnes. Well, Tattersall into double figures, 10 from 9 from him. Payne slip, leg slip and short leg as Ackerman goes in, bowls to him. He drops a little bit short outside off stump, and Payne goes back, plays it crisply, very square, but only as far as Parkinson, who is at backward point and makes the stop. Again, Ackerman just the length struggling a little bit. He's into his 15th over now. In he goes and bowls. Again, it's too short. Again, Payne goes back, but this time he finds the gap and times it sweetly out through the covers, and it runs away to the extra cover boundary for 4. And a disgruntled, annoyed with himself Ackerman. He did pick up a wicket in the over, but barely landed a good length. 1 or 2 good length deliveries. Most of them were too short, but one, fortunately for him, picked up a wicket, that of the unfortunate Tom Smith. 132 for 7.
Sure, are going to be doing well to not be batting for a second time today with 16
to go,
overs remaining. They're going to be doing well to see those out. Still trailing by a mammoth 319. Tattersall on strike. 2 slips in place, a short leg, catching extra cover, I should say, really. As Parkinson bowls, Tattersall paddle sweep, and there is no leg slip in place. It'll head towards the fine leg boundary, but won't make it across it. And they're going to get 2. David Payne thought about a sprint for a 3rd, but I think good decision not to do that. 134 for 7. Tattersall 12 off 10 balls.
That was a risky looking shot as well. He took it off about off stump, really. Stepped across.
So now they're going to block that shot with a leg slip. So leg slip instead of short leg. Parkinson bowls. Tattersall plays that one slightly uppishly and wouldn't have been a million miles off short leg, actually. Having said that, though, Tattersall did get out caught leg slip in the first innings against Surrey, so it has been a mode of dismissal for him. So blame him for having the leg slip in there. Parkinson bowls to Tattersall, whips that one away through where short leg would have been, and they will pick up at least a couple of runs. It'll be cut off before reaching the rope, and 2 more runs taken. Tattersall up to 14, 136 for 7. I guess you'd, in some ways, in this situation, you might say, why not have both the leg slip and the short leg, given how on top Leicestershire are. Here comes Parkinson and bowls to Tattersall. Flighted, full toss, whipped through square leg. Nothing will stop this one except the netting and the advertising boards through square leg. 4 runs for Tattersall. He moves to 18. Gloucestershire 140 for 7, and Parkinson just offering up a couple of very rare, if indeed for him, very rare loose deliveries.
8 off the over so far, still a ball to come. And it says well for Leicestershire that they are picking up wickets, because the spinners have started to bowl quite a few loose balls between them.
Parkinson to bowl the final ball of the over. He's in, and Tattersall, he plays that one very late. Can't have played that one too far off his stumps, and angled away down towards short fine. Pardon me, this is now going to be the last ball of the over as Parkinson bowls. Tattersall comes forward to a full delivery and defends that one away out into the point region, and the over completed. Tattersall moving along rapidly, 18 runs from 15 deliveries. David Payne has 4, but Gloucestershire right under the pump at 140 for 7.
Cost him one of his slips though, that over. Callum Parkinson, second slip came out, had to give him a little bit more cover, or felt he had to give him a little bit more cover. Colin Ackerman had to drop the deep backward square in. Tattersall continuing to make a good impression on Gloucestershire supporters, I would think. Sign him up, they'd be chanting at football grounds, wouldn't they? He's still on loan. In goes Ackerman and bowls to Payne, who just leans forward into that one, plays it out to Parkinson at point, and there's no run.
They'll be hoping to lose Bracey
No.
more often,
No.
so
well, I suppose, yes,
certainly
yeah.
you know the keeper at some point.
Oh my goodness, in goes Ackerman, takes a thick inside edge onto the pad, bounces up towards a shortish mid-wicket, short leg. Thought for a second he might be in the game, he wasn't, but it popped up rather. And Payne looks an uncomplicated batsman. Bangs the bat down into the ground, into his guard. In goes Ackerman and bowls to him, brings him forward again. It's been a better length in general this over from Ackerman. 3 balls so far, all have been there or thereabouts. 140 for 7. Ackerman in past umpire Cook and bowls a fuller delivery, waiting for it, just turns his wrists on it, clips it firmly out towards Harris at mid-on. No run. Ackerman is in and bowling, and half forward is Payne, not getting to the pitch of that one, but playing the ball off the pitch out into the offside. There was a little bit of turn back in to him. Can he finish the over as well as his bowl? The first 5 balls. Ackerman, who is in, drops a little bit short. No, he can't. He dropped too short, and back went Payne and stroked it away through the offside. Didn't try and overhit it. Dived across to his left. Lewis Hill at extra cover. Couldn't get there. Runs across the ropes at wide extra cover, and Ackerman concedes 4 from his last ball. Payne has played a couple of really nice shots through the offside off the back foot. He's in discussions now with Tattersall, but that may be the way to go. Play the ball off the pitch. Don't necessarily try to prop forward unless you can get to the pitch of it. 144 for 7 at the end of the over.
Yeah, David Payne batted quite nicely actually in the second innings against Surrey. He did only make 14, but at the same time lasted for, I think it was 41 deliveries. Yeah, 14 off 41, but overall hadn't been in the greatest of form with the bat. Average only just over 8 this season, which is not in line with David Payne's career average by any stretch. He's a very decent player to have lower down the order. Average is 19 still, despite the leaner spell this season, but he's certainly got a useful innings in him, and as of course has Josh Shaw, who is to come in next, but they've just been left so much work to do that the follow-on at the moment seems very much unavoidable, and it's just a question of batting for as long as they can, and they're going to have to do so against Chris Wright now, who is going to replace Callum Parkinson.
Interesting decision.
I wonder if Parkinson's going to switch ends, possibly. We'll see. Parkinson 15 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 41. As Wright comes back into the attack, bowls to Tattersall outside the off stump, and no shot offered by Tattersall. 2 slips in place, and a third man and a long leg. Otherwise a ring on the infield.
Lovely sunshine down here now at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and the Leicestershire crowd thoroughly enjoying both it and the situation of the game at the moment.
Here comes Wright, charges in and bowls to Tattersall, flicked away in the air, and it's caught by mid-wicket. Shoulder of the bat, couldn't keep it down, Tattersall, and has hit it straight to Sam Evans at mid-wicket. He did have to catch it above his head, but it was always going to reach him. He didn't really have to jump up for it even. And Tattersall out for 18. The move to go back to Chris Wright has paid immediate dividends, just his second ball back, and Gloucestershire 144 for 8.
Curious shot from John Tattersall. Whether it stopped on him a little bit. Let's have a look-see. No, not really. Just didn't keep it down. Just didn't turn his wrist on it quite enough. It did swing a little bit back in, sort of to him, to the right-hander. Sort of having started on middle and leg, it was swinging back towards middle. A touch just did enough, I guess, in that respect. And Wright, having had no reward from an excellent first spell, has immediate reward when he starts his second. That's the way it goes, I guess, sometimes.
Yeah, Tattersall, who batted very well against the spin and had continued batting well against the spin here as last week. Back comes the pace, and that's his demise, although not really entirely down to the bowler, but Chris Wright would say that he deserved a wicket in his first spell and didn't get one, so he gets his reward now in his second, and Josh Shaw comes out to the middle, having made his, well, I say not, it wasn't, it was 1 short of his career best against Leicestershire in the return fixture when he made 41 not out. Career best of 42. So he had been in good form, but of course he's been out of the side for a little bit now. And Wright in and bowls to Shaw, outside off, and no shot offered by Josh Shaw, who in general he likes to be quite positive out there. He doesn't turn down an opportunity to play a big booming drive, in particular through the offside or down the ground, and he can look very nice when he plays the drive. I can't imagine he's going to be thinking purely about survival in this instance, although of course he was part of a terrific last wicket partnership with Dom Goodman at the Ageas Bowl to save that game. As Wright bowls to Shaw, and Shaw plays that one towards the inside part of the bat, just wide of mid-on, doesn't pick up a run. 105 balls it was between Shaw and Dominic Goodman to save that game, and Gloucestershire would dearly love that amount of time at least see them through to the end of the day without having to bat again. Right bowls now to Shaw, cuts away, bit of width and quite short from right out towards the deep cover boundary. It's not going to go, however. They'll come back for a fairly comfortable 3. Big playing surface here, no ball as well, so it's going to be 5 runs on the board for Gloucestershire. 149 for 8. Josh Shaw off the mark in pleasant fashion. Still back foot punch, carvy shot through the gap in the covers. Leicestershire won't mind that too much though. And Payne on strike on 8 as right bowls to Payne, full and straight, and forcing Payne to play off the front foot up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Looks as though we're mostly set for sunshine the rest of the way here, and it was supposed to be warmer according to the forecast I looked at 8 o'clock tonight than it was around about midday, so warming up as the day goes on. Right bowls to Payne, who tries to pierce the gap at cover and looks at the bottom of his bat as the drive finds extra cover. No run, the end of another successful over for Leicestershire. Gloucestershire 149 for 8 and still trailed by 302 runs.
So will it be Ackerman? Will it be Parkinson? Looks like it's going to be Parkinson. The captain takes himself off, sitting on figures of 3 for 55 from his 16 overs. Parkinson, who's picked up 4 wickets to take up the attack from the pavilion end, and he's going to be bowling to Josh Shaw, another Yorkshireman. They're everywhere, including up here.
Do you think Leicestershire would enforce the follow-on?
It's been running through my mind. I think with this amount of runs at the moment, they are at 302 ahead, so yes, I think they probably would, and especially with the amount of turn that's in the pitch. But they wouldn't want to be chasing 150 on day 4 should they get to that situation. Australians probably wouldn't enforce. They're disinclined to. In goes Parkinson, bowls a horrible short ball, pulled for 4. And, well, he scrapes at the crease as though it's the crease's fault. I'm not sure it was. It was just a rank long hop, and back went Sean, pulled it away. Really poor delivery.
Yeah, not particularly in character, and Shaw showing that he can hit a hard ball when he wants to.
He waits as Parkinson is in and bowls, brings him forward with a better length delivery. We assume that Parkinson is sort of, well, I don't know whether he's acceded to Ackerman's request that he change ends, but he was getting a lot of turn from that Bennett end. In he goes and bowls to Shaw, bowled him. No, I thought it had gone through and hit the top of the stumps. It certainly beat the bat, but it was Swindles who whipped off the bails, and I thought that one had gone through and made it a 5 for. It was a lovely, lovely delivery from Parkinson. Right length, turned, went past the outside edge. In he goes again, and that's a decent shout for leg before, and he's got his man this time. Bounced and turned. Parkinson has a 5 for 45 for him. And again, Ackerman's every move at the moment results in a little bit of gold for Leicestershire. Parkinson has his man, his 5th wicket. Gloucestershire 153 for 9.
Didn't take him too long to settle back into the line and length that had been successful. It didn't take him too long to get his 5 for either. And Josh Shaw traipsing his way off. He didn't show any displeasure at the decision. I think he's just
His back, it
disappointed
hit
to
him on
get
the
out.
back foot and it was moving across. It was on the move a little bit, but it was bang in front of middle when it hit him. And although it moved across after it had hit him, not much doubt about that. I'm not sure we'll be saying to Dan Worrell. It's turning. Worrell grins at him, so whatever he said, it amused him.
Well, I'm not sure that Dan Worrell's necessarily going to be thinking entirely about defence, but we shall see. The spin may be too tempting for Worrell, who blasted a quick fire 24 off just 25 balls right at the end of the match at the Oval, so they had the field right up to him and they tempted him into some booming drives, and Worrell obliged for a while before getting cleaned up for 24, actually playing defensively. So possibly the best thing to do is for Dan Worrell to go on the attack. Might as well make hay while he can. Here comes Parkinson, 2 slips and a short leg as forward goes Worrell and plays with a forward defence back to Parkinson. Perhaps Worrell disagrees.
Me.
Pardon me. I've returned the
You
favour.
have.
I've returned the favour on the 1 ball earlier.
Parkinson is in and forward goes Worrell, defending back down the pitch to Callum Parkinson. And there is no run. Applause for Parkinson. It wasn't a wicket maiden because, of course, the first ball was pulled away very short, and Shaw put it away to mid-wicket. But thereafter, Parkinson was there or thereabouts and was rewarded accordingly. It's easily done.
At least it
Easily
wasn't a
done.
wicket. Oh dear. Anyway, David Payne on 8, and well, what is there to do but to try and block it out, I suppose, if you're David Payne. It's not too much that can be done now. Gloucestershire are going to fall a long way short of the follow-on, and I suspect even a 20 odd runs, if they could add that on, I'm not sure that would make a huge amount of difference to Leicestershire's decision making as far as follow-ons.
What would you do? Would you?
Well, I would need to think about it, but I think that I might be tempted to bat personally.
Quick updates time. Gloucestershire 153 4-9, 5 wickets for Callum Parkinson. The ball bouncing and turning for the spinners. 3 for Ackerman, 1 for Chris Wright. The last to go, Josh Shaw, leg before wicket. 2 Parkinson to give him his 5 for Shaw, gone for 7, 153 for 9. The question now is, if they get the opportunity, will Leicestershire enforce the follow-on? The follow-on target is 302, so Gloucestershire are going to do very well to get anywhere near that. But they won't want to bat last on this wicket, the Foxes, and if Gloucestershire were to bat better second time, that is a possibility. So something to think about if they get to that stage. However, the first thing they have to do is take the last Gloucestershire wicket. They're 153 for 9. Just a bouncer from Wright that was ducked by Payne.
Yeah, I just... It's weighing up, isn't it? Weighing up what's more likely to happen, I think, in these follow-on things. Come back to that after this ball as Wright in and bowls to Payne, who drives but won't beat Point, who moves across the field. Ed Barnes, the fielder there.
Again, I often say, well, it's probably the only way Leicester could lose the match. If they were to enforce it, Gloucestershire were to get 100, 150 ahead and be bowling on the last day on this pitch. If Leicestershire were to go back out, get another 200 and sort of ask Gloucestershire to score 480, something like that, then they're not going to lose.
Wright bowls to Payne, who jabs down on top of that one, plays it right down into the surface, and it goes up towards mid-on. And I suppose the only, what you would have to say is if Leicestershire batted awfully, which I don't see happening, then they're still going to set Gloucestershire something in the region of 350 plus, even if they absolutely collapsed in a heap, which, as I say, it just doesn't seem likely that they would go out and do that, which should be enough anyway. 350 plus as Wright bowls. Bowled him!
Oh, no ball!
No ball! No ball! So we continue. And that's the problem with bowling a lot of no balls. Eventually, something like that is going to happen. I doubt too much that it's going to prove massively costly, although those may be famous last words. Gloucestershire fans will be hoping it is, but bowled him off the no ball. Gloucestershire 155 for 9.
The nip backer, that was the one we've been talking about, and it was far too good for Payne. He certainly didn't adjust his shot at the call of no ball, but as you say, he's bowled a lot of them, Chris Wright, and that one has cost him. Will it cost him dear?
So the overwhelming chances are that it won't, but here comes Chris Wright. He bowls to Payne. There's the nip backer once more, but Payne was ready for it this time. He'd had a dress rehearsal, so was able to play the shot that he might have played the previous ball out towards mid-wicket defensively.
Poor old Springsteen, he left at the tea break. Gritted teeth emoji. 85 for 2, Gloucestershire at tea.
Gosh, yeah, it's been another collapse, I'm afraid, against the turning ball from Gloucestershire.
Well, they were 81 for 1.
Wright bowls now to Payne, who drives, and no timing at all. He's feeling for the ball a bit there, but goes out towards cover, picked up by Will Davis, and the end of an over which ought to have brought about the end of Gloucestershire's first innings, but thanks to a no ball didn't. 155 for 9 Gloucestershire. David Payne has 8 and Dan Worrell has yet to get off the mark.
They've lost their last 8 wickets for 74, then from 81 for 1 to 155 for 9.
All 3 instances, really. It's been the middle order that has really just fallen away. We haven't necessarily got off to great starts in the other 2, but the middle order's been particularly...
Parkinson is in. Forward goes Worrell, just pushing a delivery off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Wright has gone back to deepish mid-on, about 15 yards from the ropes. We've got... what? Hardly dare ask. Each player has their own chant. In goes Parkinson, bowls, forward goes Worrell. Again, middle and leg, so he's turning his wrists on it, pushing it out to mid-wicket. Yeah,
Well, that one's a bit
that
more
chant
understandable.
we recognise. Parkinson in sunshine now is in and bowling to Worrell. Middle again, pushed out towards Wright at mid-on, but so slowly that Barnes, who hasn't had a chance to get the ball in his hands in this match, can run across from mid-wicket and cut it off. The coat hanger is at mid-wicket. In goes Parkinson, bowls, forward goes Worrell again. Barnes has to run across from mid-wicket to intercept, and does. Well, you're promising us an explosive innings from Dan Worrell. So far it's been a solid defensive effort on his part. Parkinson is in to him, and he is looking a little bit more aggressive there, but strokes it out off middle and off into the offside this time. Ben Mike Fields had extra cover, 5 dot balls so far from Parkinson. 2 slips and a short leg surround Dan Worrell, who looks around, sees a big vacancy on the leg side. Will he try and put it there? In goes Parkinson, bowls to him, he's propping forward. So 6 defensive shots there throughout the over, maiden over for Parkinson. Worrell remains scoreless. Gloucestershire remain 155 for 9.
Well, I must say, remarkably tuneful singing in comparison to the...
Is it?
Well, in comparison...
In comparison
being
to
the
what?
Keywords, in comparison to what
To
we
the
had at the
Vuvuzela
Oval last week.
Oh, right, okay.
Some extraordinary chants, including the most ridiculous one, which was for Dan Moriarty, which They tried to do the "Oi, Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy," you know, Jimmy Anderson one.
Okay.
But trying to fit Moriarty's name to it, they ended up with Moriarty. Didn't quite have the same ring to it somehow. Here comes Chris Wright. He's in and bowls to Payne. Flicks that one away, slightly uppishly, but between mid-wicket and square leg, and they will come back for a couple of runs as the ball goes towards the boundary, but a comfortable 2 trotted by Payne and Worrell. He moves into double figures, 157 for 9.
Guy Davis thinks 275 is the key number. It's as if Gloucestershire get the deficit down to below that. Shouldn't be enforced.
Here comes Wright, he's there, he bowls, drives uppishly, does Payne, but it falls well short of Will Davis at extra cover, and there's no run.
At the moment the deficit's 294, so that's the figure for Dye. Be an interesting decision if it's there or thereabouts. Coming up to, we're not far from the close, 9 overs after this one. There'd be 2 off for the change of innings. That might affect the decision a little bit.
Wright is there, bowls, and that's back foot punched by Payne, but once more Will Davis prevents a run at extra cover. Nice looking shot from David Payne, but doesn't pick up a run for it.
If they were to get these 2, you know, and then there'd be 7 left, and if they were to pick up one of the openers, Hammond or Dent, before the close, they'd have a break after that.
Yeah,
obviously
it would
overnight.
be a tricky period.
Yeah, exactly. So that might be a factor.
Right, is up to the wicket, bowls. That one does nip back, but nips back too much really. Strikes David Payne on the pad and rolls away out into the forward square leg area, and there's no run. I think, knowing the general tendency of South African captains, which is usually on the conservative end of things,
They'd bat again.
They would bat again. That would be my guess.
Ackerman played in the game in which they enforced a follow-on up at Durham and lost.
Dutch captain, of course, sorry, not South African. Here comes Wright, bowls to Payne, back of a length, and Payne in behind that one, playing back to the bowler. I suppose the other thing is that it hasn't been a long spell, I suppose, yet for Chris Wright, and if he were only to bowl, well, would it be 7 overs? So, yeah, he might only have to bowl 3 overs, for example, later on, but he's already had 1 longer spell today. I don't know whether short-term thinking like that would affect the decision. They might just look at the number of runs, and that might be all they care about. Wright bowls now, and Payne drive off the inside half of the bat, which ends up out towards mid-wicket, and they will pick up a single as the fielder runs back there. Payne will keep the strike, 158 for 9, and David Payne has 11.
There'll be those who say there's no excuse for someone as experienced as Wright to be bowling no balls in the first place, but I mentioned already how he's developed this nip backer, but to do it on the pitches here, which aren't particularly fast, although they're much improved under Andy Ward's groundsmanship, if you like, if that's the right word, he has to really bang it in. The way he works, it's a big effort ball that hits the seam and jags back a little bit, but I guess in doing that, he's just putting that extra little bit into the stride, but just drag it back a fraction, your starting position, you would think. Parkinson in from the pavilion end, bowls, forward goes Payne. Rather more comfortable in terms of the pace he's facing from Parkinson than he was against Wright, where his inclination is slightly to back. Just a fraction. Parkinson bowls, a little bit short, back went Payne. Didn't really bounce or turn too much, and he had to control the shot into the offside. It went as far as Harris at mid-off. No run. Parkinson bowls, forward goes Payne. His beaten, I think, a little bit in the flight there. Doesn't get through though. Out into the offside. The ball goes.
The reason especially for possibly not enforcing it is the weather.
Yeah, true. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and again a little bit short. Payne can go back, play it off the pitch firmly this time, out as far as Harris. Again, there's no run.
It's not as though you've got to take that into account at all. You can be very confident of getting 2 more full days in.
Certainly tomorrow it's a very good forecast. Parkinson is in and bowling. Payne forward, turning his wrists on that one on Midland leg, turning the bat face. Out it goes to mid-wicket, to Barnes. 158.49. Parkinson is bowling. Forward goes Payne, reaching for that one as well. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball, but got enough on it with the angle bat down to push it out towards backward point. A maiden over from Callum Parkinson, his 6th in his 18 overs bowled so far. 5 for 45, therefore remain his figures.
Yep, he's put the ball really in exactly the right spot for the vast majority of his spells. There's only been really 1 or 2 overs out of his 18 where he's just lost it a little bit, and really never lost it for an entire over. Just done what was required on this pitch, really. There was that one ball that he fired into Ian Cobain, and that got hit for 4, and since then I think realised that no need to do that. Just keep flighting the ball enough and landing the ball in the same spot, and eventually either the batsmen will get themselves out or something will happen off the pitch. Here is Chris Wright into his 12th over, bowls to Worrell, and Worrell drives down the ground right with a half-hearted effort to deflect the ball onto the stumps, but missed the stumps with the deflection anyway, and David Payne having gone absolutely nowhere. No play at all at Chelmsford today in the clash between Essex and Notts, and no play at the Test match either, as Wright bowls and Worrell leaves alone outside the off stump. Not a ball bowled either of those places, which seems hard to believe given the decent day that we've had here, and the rain really pushed up towards here earlier on today and then just seemed to stop just in time before it got to Leicester.
Glorious now.
Here comes Wright. He charges in and bowls, and there's a shout for leg before and out. Out, says umpire Russell Warren, and that is the end of the innings this time. It was a fair delivery, and Wright gets his 2nd victim. Dan Worrell, LBW, without scoring. David Payne left stranded on 11 not out, and Gloucestershire have, unfortunately, I believe they've exactly equalled their first innings score from the Oval. Yes, they have, 158 in both innings.
Wondering why the manual scoreboard is showing 157. It is definitely 158, isn't it? Deficit 293. On Dye's formula, that should mean Leicestershire enforce, and if they do, they will have 5 overs to bowl, 2 off for the change of innings, of course. Worrell and Payne looking across at Leicestershire. Parkinson is applauded from the field. Let's let you hear that applause. What will the decision be? Umpire Cook, they're talking about the which roller, but they're asking Gloucestershire which roller, which suggests that the follow-on has been enforced. The light roller is going on. trying to earwig to the conversation
Yes,
down there
exactly.
that's going on between umpire Cook and the Gloucestershire players.
Unfortunately, now he's just got his head down and is going to.
I'm pretty sure they've
Walk off into his
enforced.
room,
Here
but
comes
yes.
Ackerman. He's talking to Marcus Harris and the head coach, Paul Nixon, and the coaching staff. There's a few hands on hips out there. I wonder if the decision has been taken as yet. It does look to be in conclave, don't they, out there?
Did you hear? You heard him say about the roller? Because I actually didn't hear that.
I heard Nick Cook say to the Gloucestershire players that the light roller was going on, but perhaps, I'm not entirely sure what the Ackerman's stalking back into the Leicestershire dressing room now. I'm not. They have enforced, and there's a cheer around the ground as it's announced that Leicestershire have asked Gloucestershire to follow on, and I always would dearly love for the team that's been asked to follow on to politely decline and say, no, I don't think we'll bother, thanks, you get out there. But it is just a convention, one of cricket's enduring conventions. It's a question that cannot be answered in the negative.
Yeah, well, I guess from Gloucestershire's perspective, they've now got to bat very long and hope to set Leicestershire something testing to chase in the final innings, but it's going to be very tough on this surface, and it's the aggressive decision, and I think in general you can hear the fans what they think of that. I don't think at the time nobody's going to criticise a decision like that. They may decide to be wise after the event, but I think in general, if you make the aggressive decision like this with a lead of the size that you've got, then it's not the decision to enforce the follow-on that's the problem. It's probably the way that you've gone about it, really. If Gloucestershire were to work their way back into the match somehow, so yeah, I think it's a perfectly fine decision either way, as far as I'm concerned. Really, when you lose a match after you've enforced the follow-on, which does happen, it tends to be the case that it's because you haven't exceeded yourselves having made that decision, rather than the decision itself being the wrong one.
Yeah, and this pitch, Leicestershire supporters, is a very different pitch to that to the conditions up at Durham when they did lose after Michael Carberry enforced the follow on up there. What was it now? 4 years ago? Well, Gloucestershire's first job is to get through the last 5 overs without losing a wicket. Hammond, who batted very well for his 67. Dent, who looked like a man searching for form, managed to get through almost to the half-century, that opening partnership. But as soon as he got one that bounced and turned, our voices are echoing. Apologies, folks. They're echoing out across the tannoy. It's down. It's, oh my goodness. Getting a little bit excited there. Yes, turn it off. Just play the highlights
Somebody
without the
pull the
sound.
plug out the back
Put
there.
some music on.
One of those security guards over there must know where the plug is for the PA system at the very least. You can still have it on the. You still have it on the big
this is
screen.
awful.
It doesn't have to go around the PA system.
Oh, this is.
You know they're going to be putting the
crumbs.
cameras on us now as well, aren't they?
And it's the highlights
all this.
package that has been put together. The light roller being dragged by groundsman Andy Warden, one of his staff, up and down the pitch. But I don't think it's going to change the characteristics.
No, certainly not in the short term, and it's really just a question of if Gloucestershire can bat better, then what happens after what looks like it may well be a long day of sunshine tomorrow, but they're going to have to bat all of tomorrow just to be level in the match. Never mind be thinking about setting Leicestershire or anything, but at the moment, given the apparent confidence levels in terms of playing the spinners for the vast majority of Gloucestershire's lineup, it seems extremely unlikely that, well, at the moment it seems unlikely that they will force Leicestershire to bat again, but we will see. You never know. I suppose once again I would talk to Miles Hammond, but he's going to be going out there with Chris Dent in a moment, so I suppose I'll find out tonight possibly whether Miles Hammond is superstitious or not, in terms of who I talk to at the end of the day.
Now, what do Leicestershire do in terms of their attack here? I'd have Wright and a spinner, to be honest, rather than two seamers, new ball or not, frankly.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Especially when new ball doesn't always swing straight away, does it? Out go the umpires, Russell Warren and Nick Cook. They will change ends. They are being followed by Miles Hammond and the Gloucestershire skipper Chris Dent. Doesn't seem so very long ago when they were walking out together to start Gloucestershire's first innings. Now they're walking out to start Gloucestershire's second. So 5 overs to go. Parkinson and Ackerman leading Leicestershire out. It'll be very interesting to see who opens the bowling. Some smoke drifting across
So I think somebody's fired up the grill, possibly.
the ground in front of the electronic scoreboard. Yes, it's from somebody's garden away behind the nets, isn't it? Over there.
Yeah. So somebody having a barbecue. It's barbecuing weather, and Gloucestershire at the moment are getting barbecued by Leicestershire out here.
Very good.
And well, it was sitting there, wasn't it? So it's going to be
It's
Parkinson.
got to be put away though, and you did it.
It's going to be Parkinson from the Bennett end, so not Chris Wright to start with, and so it seems unlikely, you'd think, that Wright would start things off from the pavilion end, so it may well be two spinners.
Ackerman, and yeah, you would think.
You'd think with two left-handers out there especially, that was
Yeah.
going to be my next question. If Wright started off, then would you go Parkinson or would you go Ackerman? The temptation would be to say, get the off-spinner on, and especially with Ackerman having got rid of Dent in the first innings. So it'll be Hammond on strike, and Parkinson to bowl left arm over the wicket, and forward goes Hammond and rolls the new ball back up the surface.
How brave is Hammond here? Does he try the reverse sweep?
Well,
They've left him the gap.
I wouldn't actually say no. Whether he will decide to do it or not, I don't know. Parkinson to Dent, to Hammond, and Hammond goes back and plays that one out into the mid-wicket region, and there is no run. My suspicion is that, given the short amount of time that there is left, that even though Miles Hammond does love that shot, he will probably put it in the locker for tomorrow, as Hammond turns that one away up towards mid-on, and there's no run, assuming he makes it to tomorrow, of course. It's the first job, and then after that it's pretty simple, just bat. Parkinson bowls to Hammond, who turns away to the leg side, short leg just slows it down. There is a deep square leg out there. I don't think it would have made it out there for a single, but they do have a fielder out at deep square. One slip and a short leg. As Parkinson moves in, bowls to Hammond, who comes forward, plays off the inner half of the bat out onto the leg side, and Ben Mike picks up from mid-wicket in glorious sunshine, but not sunshine that Gloucestershire can enjoy one bit. Last ball of the first over. Parkinson to Hammond, who comes forward and pushes to mid-wicket. So a steady enough start from both Parkinson and Hammond. Maiden over, and just 4 more overs remain in the day.
Pretty sure it will be Ackerman who is taking the ball from Ben Mike, examining it carefully and taking off his cap, popping it into a little culvert. The cap, that is, not the ball. spinning the ball from hand to hand. Difficult for Gloucestershire to complain too much about the pitch when Leicestershire have scored sort of 450 on it, isn't it, really? And it hasn't, as you said, sort of ragged from the start or been impossible to bat on. It was a good toss for Leicestershire to win and bat, that is for sure, but they have bowled okay. The spinners got enough in the right place coming up to the top of the hour, so there will be an update probably towards the end of this over, given the pace at which Ackerman bowls them. He's got 2 slips and will be turning it away from Chris Dent. Goes in and bowls to Dent, who is forward, no turn there, with the new ball on to middle stump, pushed out into the offside. Twiddles the bat in his hands, Dent, with that characteristic open stance. Waiting now, bat raise as Ackerman is in, fires it in, stays a bit low as well. Dent, puff of dust from his feet as he jumps into the defensive shot, comes down on it just in time. Ackerman is bowling, tosses that one up, forward goes Dent, getting to the pitch of it, defending it out into the offside. Mike and Swindles both run towards the ball. Mike wins the race. Ackerman is bowling, brings Dent forward, and that is the first run of the Gloucestershire second innings as he just turns it calmly out towards square leg. Parkinson runs across from mid-wicket, hands the ball to Will Davis, who in the end throws it back to him. Dent has a single. Gloucestershire need another 292 to make Leicestershire bat again. Absolutely the best part of the day now, weather-wise. Bright sunshine, players and floodlights, of course. Long shadows. In goes Ackerman, bowls. Hammond solidly forward. On middle stump, back down the pitch it goes to Leicestershire's captain. The committee marquee is reasonably well populated. Most people sitting outside. In goes Ackerman and bowls. Forward goes Hammond, out into the offside goes the ball, and that is the end of the over. Pretty decent one from Ackerman, but no great bounce or turn. Well, no great bounce, certainly. One stayed a bit low to Dent, which he did well to come down on, but there was no great turn with the new ball. One without loss remains the score.
2 more from Parkinson, 1 more from Ackerman. Seems pretty set now to the end as Chris Dent carves out his guard for Parkinson, who will stay, unsurprisingly really, over the wicket to the left-hander. Leg slip in place as well as conventional slip and short leg. Still the fielder out to deep square as Parkinson bowls to Dent, who turns away into the leg side. Mike dives after it but can't reach it, and they will come back eventually for a pretty comfortable 2 runs. Dent up to 3 and Gloucestershire up to 3 without loss, trailed by 290. Ben Mike on that dive, the knee just stuck in the ground there, which he'd never really like to see, but seems to be all right. Parkinson into ball to Dent, who comes forward and blocks that one away out into the leg side.
Remarkable scenes, well, absolutely remarkable scenes, says Ryan Dawson on Twitter. Robert Coe, 2 down by the close, please. Here comes the update. As Parkinson is in and bowls, Dent is forward, and there is no run. They have bowled Gloucestershire out in their first innings for just 158, having scored 451 themselves in their first innings, which only came to a close not so very long before tea. 8 wickets then in the final session for the Foxes. The spinners, the main men, Parkinson, Callum Parkinson, that is, the left armour in particular. He's finished with 5 for 45. Colin Ackerman, 3 for 55, and Chris Wright chipped in with 2 for 32. They have enforced the follow-on. They are having therefore 5 overs left to bowl at Gloucestershire in their second innings. Gloucestershire are 3 without loss in that second innings. If the Foxes can break this opening partnership before the close, it will be almost the perfect day for them. As it is, it hasn't been far off. Gloucestershire 3 without loss in their second innings.
And Parkinson to bowl the last ball of the over, and it stays down on Dent, but Dent gets the bat down on it in time. Parkinson acts as though that was a millimetre from the stumps, and it may not have been too many more millimetres than just the one from exactly that. But another over is negotiated. 3 have been bowled, 3 remain, and Dent.
It crept a bit, that one. He did well to keep it out, Dent. And Nick Cook. This is going to be entertaining for us because we're going to see his face now. And he stayed in position for a long time, like sort of with his chin in his hand, like the thinker, as Ackerman is in and bowls, bounce and turn, but outside off stump, and it's left wisely by Hammond. Had he gone for the drive there, it might well have been a catch to slip.
Pardon me, I said 3 to remain. Of course, it's 1 more after this one.
Ackerman in again to Hammond. Oh my goodness, beats him to the wide with a ball that lands on middle and pitches and turns and misses off stump. And bounces and turns, and nothing much Hammond could do about that. It was a brute of a delivery. Bit too good for everything, beat everything. Ackerman in again, bowls. Hammond relieved to get to the pitch of the ball and stroke it out into the offside where Barnes is the fielder.
Another one here tonight.
Another
Why
one
not?
tonight. Why not, says Davis. Why not indeed? In goes Ackerman, who bowls foolish, and getting to the pitch of it is Hammond, pushing it out into the offside. No run.
We've already had more than enough today.
How many wickets have we had today?
15, I suppose.
In goes Ackerman, bowls, and again Hammond is getting to the pitch with his head right over the line of the ball. Yeah, 15 indeed. 357 for 5, Leicestershire at the start of the day. And it was quite a sort of pedestrian first session, really. In goes Ackerman, and oh my goodness me, that beats Hammond again, and wow. It's going to be tough, this, for Gloucestershire to save it from here. The pitch and the ball doing plenty. He's got through it somehow, Hammond, that maiden over. Not quite sure how, but he has. 3 without loss.
No, and really one of the key things to think about almost is that nobody in the last couple of games for Gloucestershire has played the spinning ball better than Miles Hammond. So if the ball is beating Miles Hammond consistently, then that's a pretty good indication that it was a very good delivery. And oh goodness me, just turn and bounce, and Swindles has taken that one almost at his throat. So absolutely nothing that Miles Hammond can do about that one. And
he's doing so much that it's
yes, well, that's true.
Wow.
At some point, though, something's going to come along which will do just enough,
yeah.
You feel. Last over of the day, so Glenn Phillips or whichever night watchman was padded up can remove their pads now, as Parkinson tosses the ball at the end of his run-up. He will have a leg slip, a short leg, a forward silly point, and a slip. Deep square has come up as well, so nobody out on the boundary. As Parkinson bowls now to Dent, who comes forward and plays that one very softly, picked up by the close catcher on the offside, who is almost standing on the cut strip, but not quite. As he full well knows, it will be a no ball if he is doing that. Parkinson bowls to Dent, flighted, clipped away through wide mid-wicket. There were cries of catch, but it was wide of the fielder and had fallen short as well, had there been somebody in the exact right spot, but it was uppish for a little while. Dent picks up a couple of runs, 5 for no wicket. Not a clean stroke there, really, by Chris Dent, but he'll be pleased that it got him a couple of runs. Parkinson in and bowls to Dent, who plays that one into the ground, rolled out towards Ben Mike, fielding at mid-wicket. No run. 2 balls remain. Is it 2? Was it 3? Pardon me, it's 3. 3 balls left. I don't know whether that scoreboard is updated or not. Here goes Parkinson. Dent waiting back, raised, comes forward and softly once more out into the leg side. It's another lovely scene, just as the Oval was last week, as long as you're not a Gloucestershire supporter. And there are a few who have made the trip here. Parkinson bowls to Dent, who edges and is caught at slip. They get their wicket to Leicestershire. One more wicket before the close was what they were after, and they have got it. Nicked and gone. Chris Dent out for 5. Gloucestershire will close today on 5 for 1, trailing by 288.
Lovely delivery from Parkinson, just drifted on, played for the turn back into him. Chris Dent got the outside edge, and actually it was a really good catch moving to his right by Ackerman. It was travelling quite quickly, made no mistake. He's got a lovely pair of hands, and I said to BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency, if they can pick up one of these openers before the close, it will be pretty much the perfect day as far as the Foxes are concerned. They have, and it has been.
It has, yeah. Gloucestershire have not covered themselves in glory with the way that they batted. At the same time, this pitch, I think you would say, much more so than last week, the pitch has played a significant role in a lot of their demises. At the same time, there have been some dismissals that they would look back on and say, what was I doing there, for example? But yeah, at the same time, as I say, I think the pitch has played a factor here. There's been consistent turn, and it's not just been turn from out wide, it's been turn from on the stumps. There's been bounce, variable bounce, some keeping low, the odd one getting up as well. So yeah, it has been very tough for Gloucestershire, but they are staring down the barrel of a big defeat once more here.
Thank you for your company today here at it's sun-drenched now, Uptonsteel County Ground. We will be back with you on BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire and Leicester, and on the streams and on the various ways you listen and watch. Bright and early tomorrow, round about 10 to 11, Ed Seaborn and myself, Richard Ray. I hope you've enjoyed the day. We've really enjoyed your company, and let's see what happens tomorrow, because a good fight back from Gloucestershire. They are 288 behind. If they can get ahead, somehow 100, be tough, but if they can get 100 ahead, it will not be easy to get on this pitch. Good forecast for tomorrow, so we'll be with you on time. Look forward to talking to you then, but for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, it's a very good evening to you all.
Payne bowls full, driven down the ground. Nice shot from Ben Mike, and he stopped running halfway down the pitch because he can just...
In goes Smith, tosses it right up, edge caught. There you go. Swindles waited for one, tossed it up, it straightened a touch. He was in, drops very short on that occasion, and he's going to pick up 4, I think, Ben Mike, as he went back, forced it away down towards third man. Good chase is in to Mike, who's hitting big and straight, and it bounces once, twice, 3 times before crossing the ropes below us. It was
full pace. He's in and bowls. He does bowl on full pace. There's a big shout for leg before, and it's out. That one coming back in towards Ben Mike. It looked a good there, and bowls very slow and very floaty, and it sort of drifts on the breeze, but it's been clipped away by Chris right down towards the fine leg boundary and over it for 4.
Who gets a full toss, which he hits high in the air, straight into the lap of long on running in, and Bowles tosses it right up outside off stump, and he steered it wide down to third man for 4. Not entirely sure that's
Shaw is there, bowls, and that's tucked away through square leg, and that is going to go all the way to the boundary for 4.
they have lost.
Next couple is Shaw, bowls, and he's bowled him! There goes off stump. So Ed Barnes is dismissed, and after all the is there, bowls, and he's bowled him as well. Off stump is removed, just like for Barnes. So Davis departs for a second ball duck.
Davis is in. Fuller takes the outside edge, and it's going to run away down to third man for 4.
Here's right, bowls to Hammond, that's edged and it's wide of the slips, and will go down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Well, there's 3 of them.
Loughborough Uni ground. In goes Davis. Bowled, whipped away. It was too short and dismissively put away by Hammond.
Right in and bowls full, and Hammond drives down the ground pleasantly, heading towards the boundary. Has it got the legs as a dive? And
Parkinson and bowls a horrible full toss that is paddled away to square leg. Hammond didn't try and hit it too hard, to the relief, I suspect. Dent bowled him! Bounces and turns and hits the top of off stump. Perfect delivery for the off spinner first, who attempts a reverse sweep, and he connects as well, and he's going to get 4 for it down to third man, which he made into away. In goes Ackman, tosses it up, driven hard for 4, wound himself up there, Phillips, and swacked it back past, a little bit flat, pulled hard out to square leg by Phillips for 4. Again, it was a little bit flat, a little bit short though.
this time he brings out the conventional sweep and tickles it away fine. I think this time it is going to be runs for Hammond, and is
in, tossed up and hit high over mid-wicket, and Parkinson is running along the boundary, bounces across the ropes.
Out of the way of it and bat in the way of it. He's flailed at this one as Phillips hits it high in the air, mid-off, running back, dives and takes the catch.
What a catch!
Brilliant catch at mid-off, because he had so much ground to make up and launched himself at the last minute. And thank you indeed, Marcus Harris has taken the catch. The second wicket is down. Glenn Phillips, he got a ball which looked as if it was in his half, and he went after it, skewed it rather, and the only question was whether Harris was going to be...
Ooh, drops horribly short there, and it's whipped away by Hammond for 4, basically. It was a long hop from... He looks as though he's there for the long haul. In goes Ackerman outside off stump. There's an appeal for a catch behind, and he's gone. Lace caught behind by Swindles.
This is fired in this time by Parkinson. He's furious, and you know exactly why, because there was no real need to do that. He tried to fire one in flat.
Is in a little bit short, pulled away hard out to deep mid-wicket for 4 by Hammond. And Ackerman
cracked away through wide mid-wicket, and that is racing across the outfield for 4 more runs. Just a bit short. Well, I say just a bit short. Actually, that one was. Cobain edges and is caught at second slip. Yep, he's given. Cobain does not like it, but he's going to have to go. His first ball, and Higgins is gone. First ball.
Bowled him.
bowled him, and that is 5 down.
And is in, bowls short to Tattersall, who goes back and plays it off the back foot sweetly through the offside for 4. Not Parkinson in again to him, he's bowled in! He tried the reverse sweep once too often, it stayed a little bit low, and Hammond has gone now for 67.
Here's Parkinson in and bowls to Tattersall, who whips that one away through mid-wicket. Full toss, I think, low full toss, and it's heading towards the boundary out of deep mid-wicket, and in fact will make it.
Goes Ackerman, bowls a horrible short ball, and he's bowled him. It has gone through Tom Smith at the bottom. He tried to whip it away to mid-wicket. It stayed. He goes and bowls again. It's too short. Again, Payne goes back, but this time he finds the gap and times it sweetly out through the covers.
Bowls to Tattersall, flighted, full toss, whipped through square leg. Nothing will stop this one except the netting and the advertising boards.
There's 5 balls. Ackerman, who is in, drops a little bit short. No, he can't. He dropped too short, and back went Payne and stroked it away through the offside. Didn't try and
and bowls to Tattersall, flicked away in the air, and it's caught by mid-wicket. Shoulder of the bat, couldn't keep it down, Tattersall.
And bowls a horrible short ball, pulled for 4. And, well, he scrapes at the crease as though it's the crease's fault. I'm not sure. And that's a decent shout for leg before, and he's got his man this time. Bounced and turned. Parkinson has a 5 for 45.
He charges in and bowls. And there's a shout for leg before and out. Out, says umpire Russell Warren, and that is the... Balls to Dent, who edges and is caught at slip. They get their wicket to Leicestershire. One more wicket before the close was what they were after, and they have got it. Nicked and gone. Chris Dent out for 5. Gloucestershire will...